guys. Hey, gotta be quiet. I'll sort it. Sorry. All right, I am here. This is Poem. I'm just trying to sort out some audio issues. I'm assuming the stream can hear me and just not the commentators. Stand by for coverage here in Chicago.
Game version of CAD.
I believe I've resolved the audio issue. And again, Rebel Trader and Frank here, commentating in Chicago. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Poem. And hopefully our audio is back. So it looks like both players are playing a long game with Ramp, a super laser tech, and I think a resupply from CAD is what started off the game after both players passed on their first turn. The one nice thing about playing Vader is you can ping, with the right sequence of cards, of course, you can kill your own super laser tech with Vader's ability. And that'll let him grab a... Because sometimes you play a super laser tech, you've got to figure out a way to kill it. Otherwise, it's just a little 2-1 for 3. It doesn't sound very appealing to me, right?
Yeah, and the other thing about CAD is that, you know, if the super laser basically provides a shield for CAD's ability. Like if you use it, the super laser is just gonna die. And Poem, it looks like we've got audio working, so thank you.
Oh, good. Yay. I think that's a Bosk, if I'm seeing that correctly. No, it must not have been a Bosk. Sorry, my video clear.
Looks like a Cloud Rider to me.
Must have been a Cloud Rider. Yep. Okay. And then he uses the super laser tech to kill it, as you'd expect.
Yep.
Or did he play the new villain event where each player sacrifices a unit? That's a very nice combo if you played that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Super laser tech. That's some interesting tech. It plays out the Stormtrooper. So another.
I want to say the Vader is the control here, because they're probably packing things like Crate Dragons, which are going to be really beneficial going into the long game.
Yeah, we don't have the deck list, and I'm really not sure what the end game would be on a 30-point green CAD. I mean, obviously at the new Cad Bane unit, which is really good. We've got Vaders and Mauls. I guess he could go to some of the big green starships at the end, but
or Reinforcement Walker is another common
Reinforcement Walker could be good, yeah.
But I believe we're on 6 resources, which should be the CAD flip turn. But before he flips, he's going to take out the Stormtrooper by playing the Zekis.
And pinging with Cad Bane's ability, yep. And here comes Cad Bane deploying to the field in front of the Sentinel.
Yeah, this Vader's gonna have a tough time dealing with some of these. Ooh, resupply here is gonna let Vader.
Yeah, this is a
which is gonna
good
help
resupply.
a
It's
lot.
going to go ahead and let him deploy Vader. And here comes the. Sorry, my video feed is a little blurry. I'm having a hard time seeing the cards. Is that a Greedo? And he's pinging
Yeah.
the 2 damage from the Cad Bane ability. Yep.
Yeah, frankly, I'm a little bit confused with that because he's just gonna attack into the Star Trooper anyway, so it doesn't really get any benefit from playing the Greedo there.
If anything, he could have waited and used the Greedo to put 2 damage on the Vader.
Yep, exactly.
On the Vader flip. But I do like where Cad Bane is right now. They have a nice board. Vader is going to do a lot of damage. And we're not able to see their hands. I think that's an overwhelming barrage I think I saw in the Vader hand. So
Yeah,
that
Barrage and a Traitorous.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an exciting game. This is really close. And they're playing deck archetypes that we haven't seen much of in set 3 so far. I know set 3 is very new, but it's fun to see new decks. So I'm excited to see it.
Interesting that the Vader player here went for the claim, presumably intending to play the Barrage first action, which could take out both Zuckuss and Greedo. And yep. I guess you can
It's also
choose Zuckuss
tempting to
or
get rid of
Cad.
that Cad Bane unit.
I think the Zuckuss is actually a bigger threat here. Just it's got bigger numbers. There's an argument for going for Cad because of the ping, but
Yeah, those are 2 different play lines, and they're very interesting. Because if you do get the Cad, then you shut off the 2 damage from him playing Underworld cards.
yep.
And he swung and missed
Greedo
with the
there.
Greedo.
Missed, yeah.
Dad's in the garage.
Looks like in this leader standoff, the Cad Bane player is deep in thought. I think he has 3 cards in hand. He's going to lead with a 4-LOM to do 4 damage onto Vader and ping 2 from the Cad Bane. That's 6. So last turn, as you pointed out, Rebel, if he had resequenced it so that he had the 2 damage from the Greedo onto Darth Vader, then that would have killed Vader.
Yep.
It's these little... Oh, but he's going to kill Vader anyway, but he's going to take Cad with him.
Yep.
Oh, wait. Does Vader have more
Oh,
health
yeah.
than I'm remembering?
He survives because of the Barrage, but he'll die at the end of the turn.
Oh, the barrage. Thank you. That's right. That's right.
Spicy.
But I mean, that was a good trade, all things considered, for the Vader player. He traded Vader Barrage for Cad, Greedo, 4-LOM, and Zuckuss. So
Yeah. That was a lot of carnage in that round for both sides. But one thing that's really fun about Star Wars is the skill level of having to figure out these sequencings of these actions. In some other TCGs, you have your entire turn. You can do all the things you want to do in whatever order you want to do them on your turn. But one thing that makes Star Wars Unlimited such a high skill cap game is you have to be very careful in which order you do things because your opponent gets to interact in between every one of your actions.
yep.
And it definitely feels like perhaps if that Greedo had come out after Vader, then that Vader would not have been as destructive on the board as it turned out to be in this last round. Is that Zuckuss?
4-LOM.
4-LOM? Yep. I'm close. My video's blurry.
Yeah. If you full screen it, it might help you.
Well, no, I went back to not full screening because it's actually easier to see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Merciless Contest played to take out that 4-LOM. And then
Uh-oh. Is he calling for a judge?
doesn't look like it.
Oh, okay. I thought he was gesturing off. Because
Oh, maybe he is. He might be trying to figure out if he can do Vader without hitting a unit, which you can.
you can, yeah. And that's what they're figuring out. Yep. So we go to 4-0. And that what's nice about that Merciless is it's like a Power of the Dark Side without having to run blue.
Yep.
So it's a very interesting deck build here from the Vader player. I'm very impressed by both these decks.
Yeah, it looks like Cat did not have a follow-up to that Forlom. So we'll see what he's got now. I think they're 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think they're at 9 resources each.
Yeah, they're definitely at the end game now. With almost no damage on their base. These are the times it makes me wonder about the 55-minute rule. Like, this is just game 1, and they're at 4 damage to 0 damage. And I was looking at chat. I know our friend Chris Tott is in chat. Hey, Chris, thanks for joining us today. We're going to have friends of ours. I know the next round and maybe the third round is going to be casted by Jeff. Wait, don't kill me from the Botha Network. He's going to take my spot after this game. And there's the Cad Bane unit coming down to capture Vader's 1 unit.
Yep. I mean, like, Cat at this point is he's basically an aggressive card, but yeah, at the same time, like, he poses a dilemma. Like, if you attack with just 1 unit, then he's effectively just a big guy. And if there's a way to answer him immediately, then uh, he's not doing much. But it looks like the Vader player doesn't have an immediate way to answer him.
I mean, the Sentinel is an interesting answer because if Cat attacks, all he can do is hit the Sentinel, and then he can pay 2 life. Vader can pay 2 life to get his unit back, but then Cat gets to draw 2 cards. So there's a lot in that card. This is the kind of card the design team wants to put in front of us that offer lots of multiple layers of choices, both for you and your opponent, in how a card is played.
Yeah. My guess is that the Vader player is just going to try and kill this CAD normally and then just rescue the Seven Sister without using the on attack.
You definitely don't want to give him 2 card draws, that's for sure, if you can help it, because this is definitely a full control game from both players.
Ooh, a main deck Relentless. That's massive, actually.
Oh yeah, that shows that's gonna put a control Vader player in a world of hurt. Looking at his hand, I do see a Raider, a Ruthless Raider, so there's definitely some space answers that Vader can come up with. And the Raider doesn't stop Vader from pinging after he plays the Ruthless Raider. And he's just gonna start with 3 to the base from the Sentinel.
Yep, makes sense. You're expecting it to get ran over here pretty soon.
And I did check the video quality on the YouTube stream, and it does look really good. So it's just my caster camera that's a little fuzzy.
Great.
As long as the show looks good, that's what we care about, right?
Yep.
So can he answer the Relentless? Oh, he is going to attack for 7. He is going to kill the Sentinel, and he is going to return the card.
Ooh, interesting.
I thought the Vader player is the one that makes the choice, though.
Yeah, it is, but it looks like he
It
did.
didn't look like he gave the Vader player the choice. He just attacked and gave it to him and drew 2 cards. And
Yeah, I mean, we're not hearing them, so
yeah, that's true.
It's possible he did.
That's true. And wasn't there supposed to be 2 damage? I guess he did take the 2 damage. Maybe I'm misreading the card. Let me look up the card again.
No, it's just I don't think there's any damage in CAD.
Maybe that's my fault for thinking that.
Yeah, it's just draw 2 cards.
Okay. I'm thinking of Stella.
Yep.
And there does the Ruthless Raider is coming to try to answer the Relentless, but interestingly, he didn't put the damage on the Relentless.
Yeah. Another interesting thing here is, ooh, okay, those are great pickups there. That Devastator especially is going to deal with that Relentless pretty handily. But an interesting thing is, had the Vader player gone for, instead of playing target and gone for the Vader ping, he could have killed Cad without giving away that card draw this turn.
Yes.
But I mean, there's a real advantage to playing the Tarkin here.
Yeah, Tarkin's a
getting
great
those
card in this deck.
cards for
It's
yourself.
not the kind of card you're seeing a lot of people build with right now, but with a heavy emphasis on Imperials in an old fashioned. I say old fashioned. It feels like a set one green Vader deck that was really popular, especially early in set one. But here he's making a great use of that Tarkin. Because that Devastator is just maybe the piece he needs to stabilize the board and win the game, getting rid of the Relentless.
Yep. Yeah, once it gets out there, yellow doesn't really have a good out to Devastator. Like, you can bounce it, but it'll just come right back down. And first damage of the game done to Vader's base here by that Cad.
Making it 10-7. So I'm wondering why he doesn't lead with the Devastator to kill the Relentless.
Oh, he's being greedy. He's going to go for the Palpatine, I think.
Wow. Okay.
Which, I mean, you're going to take 8 extra to base.
Yeah, this is a spicy play line. I wish we had the player names. I would love to call them out for and give them credit where credit's due. So earlier he could have used the Raiders ping to put 2 more damage when he played it, and then pinged with Vader, and that Relentless would be dead now. Because he didn't. I don't think he needed the damage on the CAD to kill it because he had the units on the board.
Yeah. Why didn't the Relentless attack first? I know. I mean, I guess it ended up working out, but I probably would have attacked with Relentless there, knowing that the Devastator's in hand. But there's also, I mean, it's 1 damage, and there's units on the ground that could kill Cad. And if you think that the Vader player's other options, there are real reasons to go for Cad first there.
Was that a Cloud Rider? What, something ambushed
Yep,
in?
that was Cloud Rider.
Okay, and did enough damage to kill Tarkin. I guess. I thought the Cloud Rider only hit for 3, and Tarkin has 4.
Yeah,
health.
Tarkin's got 3.
Oh, Tarkin's a 3 health unit. These are cards I haven't seen for a while. Oh, it is a 3 health unit. Yeah. Funny. So they're even now at 15 apiece. The Relentless looks great on the board, but with only a few health points left, there's a lot of ways I think that Vader has to kill that Relentless now with units.
Yep.
The key is with units because the Relentless does slow down. And there's Palpatine's going to do it. He's not getting full value out of the Palpatine, though. So I don't know if there was a Dirtle or something else he could have done first to wait till another unit comes on the board, but he does like his board state now. A Bib Fortune does come in shielded, so the Palpatine really wouldn't have done much more to that unit, perhaps, other than just pop the shield, of course.
Yeah, but your Vader can just pop the shield.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yep. And then
And Vader's reclaiming his damage lead.
all right, he's Maclunkying, I think. The bib
Yep.
back to hand to kill off one of his units, leaving the board with just a Emperor Palpatine by itself, and that bib 14 comes back. Vader must have initiative. He's taking initiative. Yep.
Maclunky doesn't actually even kill the.
Oh, huge!
Sister.
Now there are two
Ooh.
of them. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't kill it. That was a huge. Now there are two of them. One of the hottest cards in set 3. Usually people think of it being played early in the game on set 2, but here comes a Zuckuss out of almost nowhere, out of thin air. Now there are two of them. Bib Fortune and a Zuckuss.
Yeah, but remember that the Vader player still has that Devastator in hand.
He does.
That's a
And
really
Emperor
clean
Palpatine can
to
answer
Zuckuss.
that also.
Yeah. And it looks like we are going to see the Devastator.
Yeah, that's the kind of powerful answer that Cad Bane in a green-yellow deck would have a hard time answering. I know when I run yellow Palpatine, I could do like a change of heart and sacrifice it that way. That's a nice play in yellow. So I don't know if he's running change of heart, but outside of that, or just their normal bounce effects, or he could run his own Devastator. I mean, if he's main decking Relentless, maybe he's main decking Devastator also.
It's a
But
possibility.
instead, it looks like he goes for the Space Sentinel, which does activate Cad Bane's ability. But the Devastator does have Overwhelm, so the Sentinel's
does.
not as much of a roadblock as I'm sure Cad Bane wants it to be.
Yep. And now these ground units are going to start chipping away at the Cad base here. Bringing him up
It's
to
actually,
19.
yeah, Cad Bane's actually getting really close to being in check, where he's almost one Devastator attack away from dying. He takes the initiative, and now he's gonna have to have an answer right away for a lot of things on the board.
For both Devastator and Palpatine.
Yeah. Oh, it's Palpatine overwhelming. Interesting. I may have left the damage on the base so that I could have one action from either the Palpatine or the. Because now it's not going to be one action.
Yeah.
From Palpatine.
It still is effectively the same because now an attack from Devastator does it, and then Palpatine attack plus Vader ping does it. So more roundabout way of getting to the same.
Yeah,
place,
just one more action is going to be required if he does have an answer for Devastator.
Yeah. In some ways, I think that's actually safer play to do that, just in case the bib is able to do something on board, which
he is asking the judge a question. But with so many resources, the one discount you get from Bib Fortune for events, I can't imagine that would have been a relevant factor. And here comes his own Devastator.
Yeah, but it doesn't do
they're
much.
Scooping because Cad Bane surrendered but showed him the Devastator.
Well, so if Devastator takes out Devastator, then Palpatine plus Seven Sisters game, and if Devastator takes out Palpatine, then the Devastator can still attack the Black Sun Starfighter and get lethal that way. So even if he had the Devastator,
he could answer either side, either arena, but couldn't answer both arenas.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's interesting there that his own Sentinel cost him the game in a way, because if he had played the Devastator and killed the Palpatine, the Devastator would have had to attack through the Sentinel of the Devastator. But because the Devastator had the other Sentinel it could attack through, it was able to get the overwhelm damage through the 3-1 because it had pointed damage on it.
Yep.
Yeah. So Jeff brings up a good point in chat. That was a rare example of when having your own Sentinel was bad for you. The double Sentinel. Yep. And I don't know that he'd be running Cunning out of Aspect, but Cunning also would have saved him.
Temporarily, at least, yeah, it would have. And that's not totally out of left field.
No.
A lot of Boba Green decks last format ran Cunning out of
Sure.
Aspect, so
Especially when they're emphasizing ramp the way that this one did with the early resupply. You can ramp into a Cunning on what would have been 5 resources, 6 because of the ramp. That's a very reasonable play, and the Cunning would have definitely helped him there. Yep. And Ralic25, welcome to the chat. Yeah, we've just gotten started this morning. This is the first round of this. Did they tell us how many rounds we're going to have today? 6, probably, with a field
6.
size under 50. Yeah. I'm going to cast the first one with Rebel Trader here, and then I bought the network teammate Jeff is going to come on and do a couple of rounds, and then we have other casters for the afternoon rounds, right?
Yeah.
Who's coming on after you, Rebel?
I think it's going to be Poem, and it's in the group chat somewhere.
Just previewing for the audience what our day's like as we get started here today.
Poem and Brandon from /Red Dragon 252 from I believe Maclunky Gaming.
That sounds right. And Maclunky has some great players and casters, and they're definitely, I see their logo and everything as part of the so yeah, it must be a Maclunky gaming caster coming, we hope. We really like those guys over there. They do a great job. And girls. Yeah. Hey Claire.
And gotta give a shout out to Poem for being the producer for this thing and making sure everything is.
No, this looks fantastic on screen now. Great job, Poem. All right, so they're sideboarded and they're shuffled, and they're going to go to game 2. And we're going to assume that Vader won game 1. I think that's a safe assumption, especially since Cad Bane is starting with initiative. So,
yep.
That felt like when you play these longer control games, it definitely feels more cerebral than like a couple aggro decks just bashing face in the base. There's a lot of bouncing back and forth between who's controlling whose units, and knowing when to turn the corner. Vader knew just when to turn the corner in that game to become the aggro player in the late rounds.
Yeah, sometimes that's definitely true. I will say sometimes the aggro matches can feel very cerebral because you have to find every advantage over the other side.
Yeah, you can't make a single misstep usually playing aggro. Everything has to be sequenced perfectly to get through most matchups.
Yep.
Yeah, I play a lot of aggros. I wasn't diminishing aggro. I didn't mean to diminish it. Almost though, when you play these control matchups, you have to play this. Like, there's this whole the decision of how to control the board and how to go to the face is very fun to watch. And there's looks like 2 very high skill players on 2 very interesting decks. We're not on just meta decks today in this first round, which is a lot of fun for us and the audience, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the meta is wide open at this point. It looks like we're seeing a repeat of round 1 with just the double pass on the first round.
I know, that is interesting. Now, you already had a set 3 TTI tournament result finish?
Not quite finished. We're on the November League, or the October League, which is the top cut of which is being played out in November, is still going on right now. They're in the finals right now. The finals is going to be Sabine Green versus Luke Green.
Oh,
that's
wow.
Going to be broadcast on Monday.
Oh, I can't wait to tune in and watch that. Luke Green, I would think, is the favorite over a Green Sabine because there's so many shielded Sentinels and ways to heal and restore. That would be a tough matchup for me if I was playing Green Sabine. I know my teammate Phil Ritchie plays a lot of Green Luke type decks, and I think he would definitely be favored if I tried to play a Green Sabine into him. That should be fun to watch Monday. Can people tune in live? Are y'all broadcasting that live?
Yeah, it'll be live at, I think, noon Pacific time.
Awesome. So here it looks like we're back to the ramp strategy. We had a resupply on one side and then a sentinel on the other, as both players are definitely just want to play bombs. They want to play their 8, 9, 10 resource units. That's all they want to do, it looks like. How fast can we get there?
Zuckuss, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Activates the Cad Bane ping, of course. The Sentinel hits him back for 3.
Oh, Merciless. Actually going to be a trade here.
It is the poor man's Power of the Dark Side. And I think most people would be comfortable trading that small Sentinel for a Zuckuss.
Ooh, small misplay there by the Vader player. It looks like he exhausted 4 resources there, but it's a 3-cost card if I remember correctly.
It is, and he could have used the 4th resource to ping with Vader.
Yep.
I know I've been on stream quite a bit, and I love being on stream because I make a ton of play mistakes, and I love to watch it back and learn. So I've learned so much about how to play better from watching my own streamed matches, for sure. Even playing on stream for because my wife Courtney and I do a Blonde Sabine. It's on Twitch and YouTube. We do it Wednesdays and Thursdays at lunch, 12 Eastern. But when I watch back the videos on demand of us just playing casually all the time, I'm like, oh wait, I didn't put the 2 damage from the Ruthless Raider on their base, stuff like that. It's so funny. Yeah. I think as we play this game, there's quite a few times we make minor play mistakes, we don't even realize it. But that's what's great about watching yourself back on a video on demand. And I think all of these videos on demand from today will be on Late Night Gaming down the road for both the players and interested fans.
Yeah.
Do you put your TTI videos up after your tournaments?
Yeah, they're all up there.
Where can people find you? Are you on YouTube?
Yes, yeah. Take the initiative. We're streaming it on this channel, so some of you might be watching on the TTI YouTube. But if you're watching on Late Night or Maclunky, it's just Take the Initiative on YouTube.
Oh, awesome.
How do we enter the next TDI tournament? You can go to our Substack, which I believe is linked on our YouTube. It's just taketheinitiative.substack.com, and you can join our Discord through that link. And once you get into the Discord, it's pretty easy to join the league. But the leagues always run from the first to the end of the month, and then the top cut is played over the course of the next month. So the next one is going to start on December 1st. If you want to join the November one late, you always can. Because of the way it's structured, you don't have to be in right at the start. This there are 2 of them plays really interesting because it's gonna, in combination with the Cad Pang, fully kill this 7th Sister.
Yeah, it's really cool because he was able to flip Cad Bane a turn early because of the early ramp, and then play the no good to me. I mean, now there are 2 of them just off of his leader. You can flip your leader play now. There are 2 of them off the leader, and he's now got a much better board. He actually finally has some early damage on Vader. Last game we saw the one that Vader won. It was really late in the game before any damage got onto Vader at all. He was way ahead kind of consistently through the whole round. This time, with the early ramp, it feels like the Cad Bane player has a much better board state and much better game state.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I think that is certainly in part due to the ramp. Oh yeah, there's another one, but that's the first ramp card that the Vader player's gotten to all game.
It makes a huge difference in these long control matchups. So we go to 8 damage to 3. Another one of the Power of the Dark Side effects, sacrificing the super laser tech. That's such a good combination this Vader player has latched onto. I hadn't seen that played anywhere before.
Yeah. And now the Vader ability plus the eventual Vader attack is going to take out this Cad, or at least could, theoretically. If the Cad player doesn't have like a no good to me dead or something.
Yeah, that was a great super laser tech sacrifice there.
8 resources. Is that going to be a reinforcement walker? It is.
He's looking at his card, trying to decide. He puts it in his hand. So he drew the card. Only 4 damage on his base. That seems reasonable, but here comes the big Vader flip. Darth Vader has entered the arena and has the damage potential to kill the Cad if he wants to.
He does, yeah. Although doing so puts him in range of being killed by the reinforcement walker next turn. So you're not too mad if you're the Cad player.
And here comes the Reinforcement Walker. He does take out the Vader, and he is going to get to look at his top card, and he will.
Looks like he picks it up again.
Yeah. Again, only 4 damage on the base with no early pressure. Reinforcement Walker is fantastic in control matchups. Just continue drawing cards. So I think this Cad Bane player is sitting in a great spot this game. Wait, he's putting it back. They're discussing something about the top of the deck. Looks like they resolved it, I hope. He's got 5 resources. I think he has them stacked in 5s, right? No, 4s.
Yeah, it should be 8 because the Vader flipped last turn.
Mm-hmm. He's deep in the tank thinking.
It's going to be at 9.
Yeah, we're at 9. I think both players, because he hit the super laser tech, so they should both be on the same number of resources. Unless there was a second ramp I didn't see. But Cad does have 9 resources to his 8. Maybe he didn't resource. And here comes an Emperor Palpatine with no effect. And there's that Relentless again. Well, one thing I did notice about the Vader deck, late game, it had a lot of big bombs that were units. And he wasn't relying on, like in a blue Vader deck, you'd rely on like Rival's Fall and Fell the Dragon and stuff like that, which makes Relentless even more powerful. But here, the Vader player is really relying more on big units. And that makes the Relentless not as effective in stopping Vader.
Yep.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay, you said that?
It's been set.
Looks like I have about 20.
No Devastator in hand for the Vader player here is going to be rough.
Yeah, and this Relentless attack is going to put him only 1 action away from killing Vader.
I think too, because it's a 30 health base, right? It's not ECL.
Right, but isn't it? Okay. Is Relentless at 8/8? I thought it was a 9/9 for some reason.
Yeah, it's 8/8.
Okay, my bad. It's hard. Again, it's hard to see the cards from my view, so I'm having to do all this from memory. I have old man memory.
All right, and there's a Tarkin. Going to try and
Now
find
he can
that
find his
Devastator.
Devastator. Yeah, that's what he did last game. He found a Devastator and a Palpatine. Here, I see a super laser tech.
Yeah.
I think this is more of a whiff. I can't see all the cards though. Let's see what he came up with. He came up with a Snow Trooper and
7th Sister.
Okay,
He's really angry at me for doing that.
7th Sister. Not the Devastator he was hoping to find, I'm sure.
Nope. But it does get him 5 cards deeper.
Yep, that's true.
All right. 20 on the base. And the Greedo hits.
Yeah, Cad Bane's got to really like where they're sitting right here in game 2. So I'm excited that we're going to get a game 3, but I'm also curious what the round timer is going to look like, because these have been fun but longer games. If they're going to go to a game 3, they're going to have to play a lot faster. I wonder if our producer Poem or anyone can find a round timer for us.
Let's see. We could just calculate it from how long the stream's been going, because we started like right at top of it. And it looks like we've been going for about 30 minutes, so we should have about 25 left. So they're not doing too bad.
Well, my YouTube says the stream started 42 minutes ago. So I don't know if that's accurate or not. We have 74 people watching us. Hey, 74 people, let's go. We're having a lot of fun getting a day kicked off of SWU here in the Midwest. There should be some exciting, great matches like we're seeing here. 2 decks that aren't what we consider part of the meta. Big green boys battling, Cad Bane and Darth Vader.
Oh yeah, I reloaded mine. It looks like 42 is correct. So we should have, that's what, 13 minutes left? That might be an issue.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if this game takes another few minutes, it shouldn't, though. The Cad Bane unit and the Relentless, Cad Bane should be able to wrap this up now. because without blue, he doesn't have a super laser blast. Vader doesn't have any of the big blue bomb answers that can help him. He's really trying to draw to a Devastator, but even a Devastator doesn't get him out of the ground problem.
Yep.
Well, no, he could Devastator, kill Cad Bane, and then have the Sentinel in space. So there's that.
I would probably just scoop if I were Vader. I think you're really behind on tempo. Even if you can like solve these problems, like
Well, this Tarkin's going to let him dig
a long
again,
way to
and
go.
there's a Devastator.
Just
It
find a
does have
Devastator here.
Devastator now. Yep, that is a whole nother ball game because now if he can kill the Cad Bane with the Devastator and put the Space Sentinel, he can live. And not just live, he might take over that board state and only get 2 swings in with the Devastator to win. But like you said, the clock is ticking. If we're under 15 minutes in the round, we're down to 12 minutes in the round, and they're going to try to play a game 3. That's also a factor. If Cad Bane can answer it at all, I would scoop then. But I would first try this Devastator play. Because what we saw from game 1 is I don't know what answer a green Cad has to Devastator. His own Devastator. Yeah, his own Devastator is the only answer. And we did see it main deck. He's main decking Relentless and Devastators. So we are getting treated to a real green villain control matchup. That's so much fun to watch. Okay, this is curious that he's thinking.
Who's Xanadu blow?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why he didn't just attack with the Cad Bane. Whoa, and he's
Yeah.
returning the Cad Bane to his hand. What is happening?
What?
That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sure there's some great logic I'm missing. Just swing with Cad and do 7 to the base and leave him at 27 damage.
Does he have enough resources to replay the Cad this turn? I can't quite tell. Because if he does, it gives you an answer to Devastator theoretically. But
He
like,
doesn't.
I'm
Cad Bane is
confused.
limited to only 8 health when he captures, and the
Oh
Devastator
wait,
is going to have 10.
Did he exhaust the resource there? Does that put him at 9? Does that prevent the Devastator from coming down?
Oh, that's fantastic play then.
All right, that actually makes
That
a lot
makes
of
a
sense.
lot more sense. And I'm really not sure why Vader didn't resource to 11. Yeah, that's a kick in the teeth for Vader if that's what happened with the Xanadu blood. That's a fantastic play to stop the Devastator. He's going to overwhelming barrage, but he can't. That's going to cancel the first card played.
Yep.
Oh, look at him sitting back. I think he just realized he messed that up.
Looks like the Cad player is going to grant him a take back though. So
I think he's just scooping.
yep.
I think that's
All right,
it.
I think that's
What a
wise.
fantastic play by the Xanadu blood. I was so critical. It's like, no, what's he doing? Attack with the Cad Bane. And instead he's like, I'll just win the game this way.
Yeah.
What a fantastic play line. What did you think about that, Rebel?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I was initially surprised at it, and I couldn't see what was going on. But once I saw those resources, it was all clear. You got to be aware of the whole board is one thing that if you see there's 10 resources and you can make a difference on them with the play like that, then
yeah,
it's massive.
So what we're about to see is going to be a speed chess version of SWU because there can't be but 10 to 12 minutes left in the round at most.
Yeah, by my count, we got about 10.
Yeah. So they shuffled quickly and they're getting started quickly, I hope. Oh, he's going to sideboard after all. I don't know if they have time to sideboard much. They better hustle. Nobody likes the double loss rule, right? Except us aggro players who never have to worry about it. Then y'all can double loss all y'all want to. But I love playing control, and I haven't because of the double loss rule. There's always rumors it's going to change. What would you do with it, Rebel, if you could change the double loss rule? Would you change it, and how would you change it?
I don't know. I thought about this a lot, and I think it's one of the better ones out there. I think if I were to make a change, it would probably be like add some kind of damage tiebreaker, like whoever's done the most damage in game 3 wins. But they did that in Destiny and people hated it. So
yeah, I don't have an answer either. The only thing is we tried using chess clocks once and it was a lot of fun. I like the chess clock concept. I know it's unusual for TCG players to try playing with a chess clock, but this game really lends it to it. Where you take one action, hit your clock button, then your opponent takes their one action, hits the clock button. It was actually fun to play. We did some of that streaming on our Blonde Sabine channel. But I don't think that'll ever happen. Logistically.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be bad move.
Time is ticking.
Hold there be an official timer on Melee. I'm on the Melee and I can't find it.
Does Melee have a clock ticking?
I don't see one.
I know Loopy just did a great interview with the marketing director from FFG and the Melee, the head of Melee, I think, for our FFG, the Melee team, and they talked about some great changes coming. I think Decklist, for example, Decklist may be included in the future. Maybe there'll be some more quality of life updates to Melee GG for SWU. Yeah, we had some good comments about our 55-minute rule discussion. SPAG brings up the point that maybe you get 1 point for a draw. I'm fine with that. I think the problem is that they don't want intentional draws in the game. And so if the players just stalled out for 55 minutes on purpose to get an intentional draw, yeah, that's different. And Chris McBoober, hey, thanks for hanging out with us today. They're interested in the chess clock idea. It's fun. It'd be a fun way to play, and I think I like it. But and yeah, Loopy's checking in chat, and like I mentioned with the interview he did, you can catch it on his YouTube channel here on his video on demand about it. They are talking about in March integrating Decklist to Melee GG, which I think everybody would love that. Loopy, if you can hear us, how much time's left in the round? Because we are just starting a new game 3. Yeah, chess clocks would be fun to try. So we opened up with a bib 14.
I personally hate the idea of chess clocks, but
wait, once you try it, you'd be like, oh, this is fun to hit the button. Plus, it lets the other person know that you're done, like your decision's done. You can't take it back once you hit the chess clock too. That's another part of the rule we like too. It made gameplay a lot cleaner. But anyway, I don't know how much time is left in the round, but it's got to be in single digits now. We have 2 Sentinels on the board and a bib 14, so we're settling in for a long game for sure. There's a good way to clear it.
In my estimation, we should have like 5 minutes left in time.
Well, that TIE Interceptor in space cleared out the Space Sentinel.
Looks like no ramp cards for either of these players.
And he's going to ambush first, and then he can stack the triggers the way he wants to. So he's stacking the Cad Bane trigger after the ambush, which requires the invader to put the point of damage, which is usually his choice, onto the spaceship.
Yep.
And Bib Fortune, is that the way you say his name? Bib comes in for a damage. So with just minutes to go in the round, can they get this finished in time? Both players are relying on a big end game of bombs, of 9 drops and 10 drops.
Yeah, I suspect this one's going to be a double loss.
No one wants that. We're all rooting against it. Play faster, play faster. This may be where we should add in the background noise of the announcements. And there he goes with the second Sentinel on the ground. A 3-3. Now the Cad Bane player's got to decide if he wants to trade his Forlom into it, because of the 3 damage on the Forlom, it would kill it. And he can't really attack it with the Bib Fortune without it getting an experience token. Great, Loopy. Let me ask if Loopy... Hey, Courtney, can you ask how much time's left in the round? They're spending a lot of time thinking for a couple of players that are deep in the clock. They need to hustle up.
All right,
Overwhelming
Barrage.
Barrage is great.
That's pretty big.
The Overwhelming Barrage should wipe the board.
Yep.
Yep. So Cad's got an early lead in this game, but we saw that too in the first 2 games, and in game 1 especially, Vader was able to out endgame him. So here
Is
we
that
are
a
in game
Force
3.
Choke? Yeah, Force Choke.
Oh, saves him a lot of damage. 6 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan, you're right. Ryan Riaz says he doesn't like the double loss rule. Doesn't know anyone that does. He takes initiative.
I'm here in
So we're
about
back
3
to
minutes in time.
3 minutes? Oh, geez. 3 minutes. Let's go, guys. 3 minutes. Let's go. Play faster.
With only 1 damage done to either base.
We got 29 damage to go in 3 minutes, and we're only on 6 resources. Without ramp, this is the worst scenario these guys could have had for a game 3 with under a time crunch. Yeah, Jeff makes a great point. There's already a point of damage. He wins, 30-0 if you count it out to 30 points. Just multiply both base damages by 30, and that's your winner. Right. Chris Todd brings up the problem with making the double loss rule into a draw rule is that draws are really late game when players are just drawing to get into top cut. Feels really bad. So I don't know if we could ever have a compromise where a double loss on time is a draw, but you can't intentionally draw. You have to play it out. And then, you get into the collusion problem of would the players just look like they're playing and try to create a create a draw from time. Maybe that could be handled by the collusion rules we already have. So the Cad Bane unit, which is one of the big bombs of set 3, comes down and captures the units from Vader. We probably have about a minute left in the timer. So it's getting to be discouraging to think that we're going to avoid a double loss.
Yep. Should be about 1 minute left.
And I think I see a judge standing there right with them explaining to them that they're out of time. They're talking to a judge about something. Did I miss something? Does he only have 6 resources? How did he play a Cad Bane on 6 resources?
Oh,
and why is there 2
yeah,
untapped
you're right about
resources?
that.
They're going on though. There must have been
Okay.
something we didn't see. Maybe there is a 7th resource high.
Oh, he played Now There Are 2 of them. That's what it was.
Now there are 2 of them did it. Okay, thank you. Great cards. They're just showing kind of these are the times that Now There Are 2 of them shine. So many people focus on it as a turn 2 play. I really think it shines more later game.
Double Force Throw played just to empty the hand.
And I don't understand that either because Vader's about to flip. So unless he thought Vader would die as soon as he flipped. He is taking the unit back and letting Cad draw 2 cards. It is a Tarkin, but that's not a win played ability. You don't get your win played ability though. Okay, that's good. I was worried he's about to start drawing for the Tarkin. But when you are freed from capture with Cad Bane or any capture effect, it does not count if that unit has a win played ability. I mean, here comes a super laser tech. The Maul ambush.
All right, the Cad player is trying to find a way to get that damage in.
He is doing it. There's work here to do, but we may be moments away. The key would be, here's the key for the Cad Bane player. They have to get Fatal on the board because when the clock runs out, there's one more action phase. It doesn't matter how long that action phase takes. And if he's got the damage on the board, he could use that extra action phase to get to 30 damage. There is still a chance here for the Cad Bane player to pull this out at the very last moment of the game. He's at 19 damage. I think the Cad player can do it unless they've already called time, which it looks like they already had. And it looks like that's it. It's a double loss. Oh,
All
wow.
right.
Wow, so close. If Cad Bane had one more turn.
Yep.
All right, well, that was a lot of fun casting that with you, Rebel. I want to invite in my teammate, Jeff. Wait, don't kill me. Jeff, are you there?
I am here.
Awesome. We just saw an exciting control match. I know you got to watch it because I saw you chatting. What'd you think of game 1 today, Jeff?
That was really interesting. It was really cool to see a lot of cards that you don't see as much anymore. Cards like the Tarkin out of the Vader player. You see some really interesting uses for Cad Bane unit, which I know a lot of people are really high on in set 3. So it was a really cool matchup to see. So
yeah, I'm glad you're joining us. So the producer Poem is changing over our video now from me to Jeff. This was a lot of fun, Rebel Trader. Thanks for hanging out with me for this round.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, this is a great stream. I hope everybody watches it today. And I will catch the stream and be back if y'all need me. I'll be in chat.
yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that handover, Frank. And man, yeah, that was an exciting round 1. What did you think about it, Rebel?
I really enjoyed it. It was very skillful, very back and forth. Lots of really interesting plays, and it's a bit sad to see a game like that and with both players losing because I think they both won.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really cool. A lot of times, especially with these kind of tournaments in round 1, you don't know what skill level you're going to get, right? Because round 1 is all random pairings. So you see things like, oh no, he bounced the Cad Bane unit. What's he doing? And then you realize, wait, there's actually a very high skill play that won him the game. Yeah. So it's really cool to see such high level play in round 1. And then also, since I think there were some audio issues at the beginning, big shout out to Pastime Comics and Games in Chicago, where this tournament's taking place. I know they do a lot of late night streaming from there, and Loopy says nothing but amazing things about that store. So big thanks to them for putting on these kinds of events that we get to stream.
Yeah, absolutely. People are asking the backstory of your name. Wait.
Oh yeah, so my name is actually Wait, don't kill me. And the backstory for my name is that it is a parody on the NPR show Wait, don't tell me. I had a roommate years ago now who would just very loudly stream NPR while he was, cleaning the kitchen or cooking dinner or whatever he was doing in there. And it was so loud that I couldn't focus on what I was doing in my room. And so I was forced to listen to that show a lot, and it just became my Steam handle, and it just went from there. And it's been that way for years now. My co-caster Jackie is also making an appearance on stream now. Thank you, Jackie. And then for you, Rebel Trader, your name comes from a Destiny card, right?
Yeah. There's a Destiny card called Rebel Trader that was in a few decks. It was not amazing, but there were a couple decks that used it just because it was a 8-point yellow character.
Nice.
But I just really found the lore fascinating, and it became my handle.
To me, those are the better handles anyway. You know, like if someone makes their handle just the best card in the game, then that's a lot less interesting than a card that you personally really like and like to play. So
All right, it looks like players are sitting down for round 2 here.
yeah, one of the exciting things about the show match going to time is less time to fill, and we get right into round 2 as soon as it's done. We may be able to get player names or at least melee usernames for this round. We are working on getting that in.
Loopy's playing, I think.
Oh, excellent, excellent. I
Uh,
see a
That
Django
doesn't look like
Red.
Loopy, so that's Old Sweepy is the melee name.
Yeah, we still have to see who the second player is going to be. Oh, what deck they're going to be on, I should say. Yeah, it looks like we might have Loopy versus Old Sweepy. Looking for verification on that for our round 2 pairing. Loopy, of course, as everyone here probably knows, is one of the late night gaming members, does a lot of content with them. We've already talked a bit about the interview that he did with Brad Nelson and Alicia from FFG. Anybody from the Magic community probably knows Brad Nelson as an old pro and content creator. Always loved his videos. Really excited to see him getting involved in Star Wars. That's really cool to see.
And Loopy is on site there, and it's his gear that we're using to stream this. So
Yeah, exactly.
shout
So
out
thanks to
Loopy.
Loopy that we get to sit here and tell everybody tell everybody what's happening.
And there
Okay,
he
so
is,
looks
the
like
man
Loopy is
himself.
against the Django Red. So now we get to see what Loopy's playing. I'm not sure what he brought to the event offhand. So
Something with Tarkin Town, it looks like. Oh, is it going to be a Jango mirror?
Django
Oh, it looks
mirrors
like
are
he's playing
very
without
interesting
a
to see.
leader.
So
Interesting.
yeah, that makes the mirror a lot harder when you don't have a leader.
Just mono Tarkin Town. First time we've seen this deck in action, probably in all of Unlimited history.
Yeah, most decks really prefer to play a leader. You get a lot in most cases out of having a leader. But you know, this is an interesting strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it plays out for him.
All right, we just got a notification that the round 2 timer has officially started. So it's what, 10:12. So at 11:07, we're gonna be in time. In case we're keeping track of that.
Yeah, good to know. Good to know.
That is Pacific time, by the way. So.
Loopy still has not shown his leader yet.
And they're flipping the coin for see who goes first.
Yeah, good. I like ways like that, either flipping a coin or calling odd even to do initiative.
Yeah.
When you have a cool late night gaming coin, you might as well use it.
I know in chess they always do the thing where it's like you have the black and white pawn and you put them behind your
Yep.
back. Yes.
I thought I saw some heroic cards in Loopy's hand, so it might not be a Django mirror, assuming that he does have a leader somewhere.
Interesting. Those heroic cards are going to be out of aspect though, without a leader.
That is true. He does not currently have a heroic or yellow aspect, so double out of aspect Millennium Falcon in hand for Loopy. Looks like we have a mulligan from the Django player. Regardless of what leader Loopy is actually playing, I'm really interested to see the Django into Hero Red, yellow Hero Red might be a Han Red matchup because that's not one that we get to see a lot. So I'll be interested to see how this plays out with cards like Millennium Falcon against a Django leader. Okay,
Okay, there we
Quinlan
go.
red.
We finally got it. Quinlan
No,
Voss.
we got there. Quinlan is a really cool deck. I've mostly seen Quinlan green to try to abuse things like General's Blade. So I'm really interested in this Quinlan red, where you get to match the pings with things like Tarkin Town and Daring Raid. This should be a really interesting deck. Have you ever seen Quinlan red before?
I have, yeah. There's been a couple in the TTI League
Nice.
top cuts. But it's usually it's like a and now there are two of them deck trying to play things like Anakin early and get advantage off of
Gotcha.
that. But Sabine here is not going to set up the now. There are two of them really, unless there's like a 5-cost rebel unit that I'm missing.
There's Wedge Antilles is a 5-cost, I believe. Yeah, I believe he's a rebel. There's a 6-cost for General Rican.
Those are all in green though.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm so used to seeing in yellow red. There's not any that I can think of. Obviously Zeb Aurelius, but made a moot point by Greedo trading in. Another good point is that Quinlan on the leader side, you have to have exactly the same cost to ping. So the fact that Greedo was a 1-drop and Sabine was a 2-drop, Loopy did not get the free ping, which would have killed the Greedo.
Yeah.
And then same thing here.
Be able to answer this silencer.
Yeah. Yeah, Millennium Falcon continuing to be a strong card 3 sets in.
It looks like the Django player took the initiative there instead of. Well, he probably took the initiative after the Falcon came down, not after the attack. But if he had waited for the Falcon to attack, he could have theoretically used Tarkin Town on it.
Yeah, it's an interesting line where I'm not even sure exactly which line I like better, because the other alternative is you make Loopy either pay 1 and then you can still Tarkin Town it, or make him bounce it to his hand and have to pay 3 to replay the Falcon.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think to me it would just depend on what was in my hand as to which line I'd like better.
He does get initiative here, and there may be some advantage based on his hand to going first.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because Triple Dark Raid is obviously what he wants to play. What you usually want to try to get off of a Triple Dark Raid is a Ruthless Raider, but without the Falcon in play, then the Ruthless Raider gets a little bit worse. He didn't count on Loopy bouncing his Falcon.
He does get the Raider though.
Yeah, and it's still good to get Raider here. You still Loopy can't replay the Falcon right now; it'll just die to the Raider attack. Still gets 2 damage on the base, and then you know that he's just got that Ruthless Raider waiting in the wings for a couple turns down the road.
What happened to his 4th resource?
I believe it's under because he had 3 when he played he tapped a 4th after he played the Triple Dark Raid, so I'm assuming we just can't see it under the others.
R2 into Wing Leader. Okay. Looks like this is a more rebel focused version of Quinlan as opposed to like a Republic Force one.
Yeah, I think if you're not trying to play now, there are 2 of them. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I'm also not the biggest fan of now there are 2 of them in this shell, because all of the 5-drop Republic or Jedi units you want to play all have coordinate, and by definition, when you play now there are 2 of them, your coordinate is off. So it just makes everything, in my opinion, a little bit more awkward than when you do it with the Underworld units to get a Zuckuss out, for example.
Yeah. But I mean, even if you have to wait till next turn to get coordinate set up, if you do, like drawing cards early off Anakin can be massive.
Yeah, definitely. I think Anakin and not in these colors, but in general, Kiadi Mundi could be the best ones. Plo Koon, in my opinion, is a little bit underwhelming because it's going to ambush as a 3/6, and you're using a lot of cards and deck building to set up for that. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how this Rebel package plays out.
Yeah. We've
got Django flip, so everything can be tapped all the time now. The limit of once per turn is now removed with Django deployed.
I
believe he meant to play a Fleet Lieutenant.
Yep.
There's the Fleet Lieutenant. into the Django. I like that a lot. Get a lot of damage in there while you can.
Does that trigger the Django?
Yes, it would trigger the Django, but the R2 is already tapped after attacking, and it would trigger the Quinlan.
Well, you could. Oh, it's exhaust that unit. Never mind.
It's
Okay.
exhaust that unit, yeah.
It's gonna be like you could exhaust the wing later, but no.
Yeah, Django's good enough already. Don't give him any ideas.
You know, wing leader's gonna be exhausted anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, just saving a couple of health on the base, and also making sure that Loopy doesn't have these soft pass actions of just attack for 2. He has to make a real play now.
It's being played to the wrong side of the board.
Space Sabine would be good. Would probably not survive very long in space by herself.
We'll see what it looks like it's gonna be okay. Surprise strike here, going to base.
Okay, just going to base. Going to base.
Now Loopy could flip his Quinlan here, or he could just claim and use Sabine to immediately kill that Django, and then flip the Quinlan next turn.
The
And it looks
nice
like
thing
that's-
about
he's
that
going
line
for the
too
claim.
is when the leader unit dies, it comes back exhausted. So he's basically going to have a complete turn off from his opponent being able to exhaust anything with Django. So Loopy claims, and looks like Tarkentown finished off the R2.
Yeah.
Then we're going to the next round.
Now we're at 6, which means Ruthless Raider is back on the table.
Yeah, Ruthless Raider is around, but one of the big strengths of Ruthless Raider in this Django deck is that you get to exhaust something when you play it as well. And if Loopy spends his first action to kill Django, he nullifies that aspect. So it's still a very strong card, but at least you don't also get a free exhaust on one of Loopy's units from his standpoint.
Yeah.
I would imagine we'll still see it here. It could potentially kill the wing leader before his cartel spacer dies. He might wait until Quinlan deploys to get 2 damage on Quinlan. We'll have to see how the Django player wants to play this.
Yeah. He's also got a fire spray in hand. Okay, but he's gonna go for the Raider.
Yeah, Raider, kill the wing leader. I think this is fine. It stops the free kill on your or the free trade on your cartel spacer, I should say. And now you just have a big unit in space. Loopy's already only has 11 health left on his base, so he's got to do something to stem the bleeding here. We'll see what he can come up with. Yeah, deploy for Loopy. I would imagine he's just going to get his damage in. Okay, so he does replay the Falcon. Now with Quinlan deployed, he does get the ping for anything the same cost or less. So now Falcon can ping the cartel spacer, which it would not be able to do if Quinlan wasn't deployed.
And Loopy's finally getting damage on the base.
Yeah. Yeah, he has a much better ground presence, so we'll have to see if he can how well he can catch back up from the damage deficit he started the turn at. I think discarding the fire spray is going to help. Yeah, yeah, that's huge for Loopy. Then I would imagine at this point he has another interesting Falcon decision of does he pay to keep it out where it gets cleanly answered by the Ruthless Raider, or does he bounce it to hand and replay it after the Raider attacks and is exhausted? Curious to see how he's going to play that.
Pum, if you're listening, I think your audio is getting through on stream. All right, we're going into a new round here. Interesting that Loopy attacked the base with Falcon instead of clearing the spacer.
Yeah, I think he realized that he needs to catch up damage in this race. He might also be looking at leaving Falcon out as it saves him 4 damage if he if the Raider clears his Falcon out.
Yep.
Also interesting to start with the cartel spacer attack. So now Loopy could get in another hit with a Falcon if he wants, but I think this Django player just sees the finish line and is trying to get there.
Yep. Just 7 away. 6 of that is, I mean, if he goes, Falcon or Raider attack, and then if the Raider dies,
Oh,
that's it. Oh, both
looks like another
TDR.
spark. And so yeah, so I believe that the Django player saw the fire spray and his eyes lit up with thinking that he was gonna have lethal this turn.
Well, he's got triple dark raid, and is that a daring raid? Is the other card?
I believe it
might
was
have
a
been.
daring raid. So it looks like Loopy's in a lot of trouble here. He still gets the attack to base with the Ruthless Raider. So this triple dark raid, I think Loopy has to keep his Falcon up to be able to hopefully answer whatever gets found off this triple dark raid, and he just has to hope it's something Falcon can kill. But then he's still really far behind and needs to find something to help this space arena.
Yep. And then if the Django player just takes initiative, he can finish it off with Raider next turn. So
Yeah.
Loopy has to find a way to both. And if that's a daring grade in hand, then this one's as good as over. And
Yeah,
it's just
looks like
best
Loopy
two.
scoops it up. Really hard in yellow red hero to have any kind of space sentinel. And also really hard to do anything to the Ruthless Raider. If you bounce it, it comes back for 2 more damage next turn. If you kill it, you get 2 more damage now. So really really showing the power of Ruthless Raider. Even when you can't tap something with Django, you just get enough damage on, and then they just get put in a no-win situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm curious what these sideboard strategies are going to be. What do you think Loopy might have in these colors to bring in to help against Django?
It's hard to say. Maybe more space units, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean Falcon's already a pretty good one. And
Yeah.
I don't know what else you'd bring in.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. I think if he has something like daring raids in the sideboard, they can help a lot. Django has a lot of either lurking tie phantom type units that can't be defeated, or shielded units like the 7th Fleet Defender, but there's still a lot of 2 health units in that deck, so that could help stem the bleeding against something like the P-38 Starfighter if you bring in daring raids. He could try to bring in something like a bombing run, but that's a lot of resources to pay in your rebel deck where you're trying to be low to the ground. So I'd be kind of surprised if he played that one.
Yeah. It's also possible he has like a pillage.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe Waylay. I don't know if he's main decking Waylay or if he's sideboarding it. Waylay is definitely something I would bring in.
Yeah, I think
Pillage, I
these
don't know if I
Django decks.
would, but maybe it's in there.
Yeah, I think these Django decks really don't like to play against the hand disruption, and Loopy's already running Sparks main, so pillages can make a lot of sense. I think the big thing is can you play the pillage early enough where Django still has cards in his hand, but not fall far enough behind that you're just dying to whatever's on board. But I think pillage could be really good for him in the right scenarios.
Yeah.
Another one, if he's not main decking it, is probably the Ozatec Liberator Gunship, 3/4 ambusher in space. That's really good against the Django deck. Can kill lurking ties, can kill a lot of the ships that they have, and not die in return.
I just realized I've been using the wrong microphone on Discord for a while.
You do sound a little bit clearer now. You sounded fine before to me, but you do sound a little bit clearer now for sure.
Great.
Yeah, Discord loves just assuming that you want to use your webcam microphone instead of your actual microphone.
Yep.
So.
That's exactly what it was.
I'm glad the Nordic Fleet approves of our coverage. Thank you very much. Yeah, and a nice thing about this matchup too is very unlikely to go to time when you have two more aggressive decks both on 25 HP bases fighting against each other. So I think we're definitely going to see a conclusion to this matchup either way. And then I'm curious on the Django side if there's anything that they would want to bring in against this Quinlan red deck. It's probably not a deck they've played against a ton, but yellow red hero in terms of yellow Sabine is a deck that's been around for a while, so you could probably draw some similarities from that. You saw Sparks in the main, so you might be bringing in something where you might be a little more prepared to assume they're going to attack your hand. It's anything to help clear Millennium Falcon, because that's going to be a big potential issue for you. Another key is I don't remember. I believe Django Tarkin Towned an R2 last game. He may want to save his Tarkin Town for a Falcon this game. He had a chance to Tarkin Town at last game and didn't.
Yeah, I think the Tarkin Town play was fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, maybe you'd want to use it on the Falcon, but I don't think it hurt him last game at all, really.
I don't either. I think the main thing is he may be. You may want to do something like try to save a P-38 Starfighter to kill the. I think that's a fairly clean answer to the Falcon. So I think Django's decent against that already.
Yeah.
And here we go, game 2. Looks like neither player mulliganed, so everybody likes what they see. Loopy, as the Quinlan player, gave away initiative because he wants to be able to ping whatever Django plays first.
Jin Urso, all right.
That's an interesting one. A lot of people hesitate at the 2 health. ISB agent comes out to ping it for 1.
And Target is going to be used right away just to get control of this arena. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a really interesting play because the ISB agent could clear it out anyway, but now he also the Django player also has the benefit of being able to use ISB agent to tap down. It's basically a free tap down on the board if he wants to throw it in later that Loopy still has to deal with. I also did you see what event he revealed to the ISB agent? I couldn't see what that was.
No, I couldn't quite see it either.
Like a Greedo in hand. Okay, there is the Falcon. Tarkin Town's already been used. Could be a Cartel Spacer to tap it for 2. Looks like potentially no other plays for the Django player this turn.
Okay,
oh, he just passed. Okay.
Attack. Yep, gonna play out that silencer.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense because now if Loopy wants to clear it, he has to pay 1 to keep his Falcon around. And then right now, I would imagine Loopy is really wishing he had more 1-drops in his deck because any 1-drop could clear this Greedo out, and he's just going to be taking 3 to the face until he does.
Loopy's got a tough decision to make. We'll see if he keeps his Falcon or brings it back. And he's going to bring it back.
He's going to take it back to hand. And I'm guessing that means that he just has a much cleaner way that he needs to use all 4 resources this turn.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see what he comes up with. J-Freak in chat asking if they find suspected play, how would they like to let us know about it? You can comment it on the live YouTube. We don't have the ability to stop the players from playing, but it's still something that I think is worth bringing up if you think you saw something. We may be able to explain it away, or we may be able to do something in between rounds if there was something that everyone missed.
Looks like Greedo goes into the K2 and misses.
He has the backup anyway, so I like that. That makes that yeah, because Greedo has usually about 15 hits in this deck.
Ooh, and so K2 forces the discard, and that's a Vein-Brace flamethrower that gets discarded here. That's an interesting one that has
Yeah.
been in. It's a spicy tech card in this Jenga list, which I think is it's a great include. But I guess
Yeah, I
we
like it a
can't
lot. So
just
Vambrace
yet.
Flamethrower lets you on it only gives +1/+1 for 3 resources, but lets you ping up to 3 units for 1 damage each on attack. You could also just stack all 3 damage on a single unit. So when you put it on Django deployed, you could tap 3 units, and the 3 damage is not terrible on a single target either. So it's been a really interesting tech card in this Django deck, and especially when you just deploy Django and then immediately play the Flamethrower on him.
All right,
Loopy
Falcon
playing
comes
out the
back,
Falcon.
and Quinlan's gonna ping that Starfighter.
But the Starfighter can still cleanly answer the Falcon if the Django player wants to initiate the trade, which
Yep.
I think they do, because otherwise Falcon just kills the Kylo's tie for free. So P38, both when deployed and on defeat, gets to do 1 damage to a unit. So Falcon does have 4 HP, but the P38 dies and deals the 4th damage to the Falcon with his when defeated effect, which is why they trade there, for anyone not familiar with the P38. Real all-star in this Django deck. It's so
Luby's
good
gotta
in this
take his
deck.
damage here. Yep. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
And is that gonna be? Oh, it's an R2. Okay, I was
R2.
gonna say if it was a force throw, that would be pretty big, but just
Like
an R2.
a lot of this also goes back to the Tarkin Town play early. Oh, 1 to base, interesting. I was gonna say that the ISB agent could tap Quinlan if Loopy was trying to leave it up, but the Django player working really hard to just pile the damage on the base, which we saw work for him in game 1. So it's definitely a valid strategy for this deck to just get in all the damage you can. Looks like a Crafty Smuggler might be coming out, and they're okay. Yeah, so putting the Quinlan damage on the ISB agent.
Yeah. All right, Crafty Smuggler. Loopy is just gonna take initiative. 7 Fleet comes out, and Django's hand is empty here, but his board is full.
Yeah, hand empty, but a very large board presence. Loopy still hasn't used his Tarkin Town, but he also needs to get some damage on something. I think he would have liked to be able to have a 2-cost unit to probably try to kill the Kylo's tie this turn with Tarkin Town, but it seems like he didn't have one.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, if he had flipped Quinlan before, he could have put the damage on the silencer when he played the Falcon.
Yeah.
But that does mess with the attack timings. So there's a good reason to play it before any of the units get a chance to attack.
Yeah, it's definitely not a clear that this way is better than that way. Just different lines that it's part of the why this game is really cool with the action economy and how all of that works. Loopy throwing 4 damage on the Django with a surprise strike.
Interesting. Another interesting thing is that Django did not resource here. So he kept 2 cards in hand. And who's going to get to play the P38 and exhaust that?
Oh, yeah. So tapping down the Quinlan before it gets to attack. Still has his ISB agent out as well.
And a Valiant Assault Ship. We'll start getting value next turn for Loopy. But he's going to face 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's going to take 12 damage this turn.
Yeah, he still gets the Quinlan ping, so I'd imagine he's going to just ping some spaceship and then Tarkin Town it. Whether it's it might be best to do the P38 so that it can't trade in and tap something next turn. Because if you ping the Kylo's tie, it just attacks next, so you're not saving any damage by trying to ping a readied ship. He does still ping the Kylo's tie, also fine. Then yeah, it looks like Tarkin Town taking that out. Yeah, really seeing the power of this Django deck with just the ability to go wide, stop Loopy from gaining control of this board back by tapping everything down. And Loopy's in a lot of trouble here.
And Loopy has to find a way to deal with all 5 of these units next turn.
Is he playing Evacuate? Probably not.
Even that doesn't deal with Django.
That's fair. Yeah, non-leader unit. He needs Evacuate plus something else. Looks like he's bringing out the discard to just send a message.
Yep. And Daring Raid for the
Yeah, Daring Raid for the win.
last
Nice.
damage. All right, congratulations to our Django player for taking it down. And
Yeah.
again, shout out to Loopy for playing it through and for making this stream possible. Glad we have him on stream even if he lost.
Yeah, absolutely. And really, we saw a lot of this Django deck at SG Columbus, and I think people that saw it there knew that it wasn't really going anywhere. And showcasing again here just how explosive it can be, and it's really interesting to have an aggressive deck that can utilize these tap downs from Django to make sure they get in the final points of damage. You saw him there playing the P38, which stopped Quinlan from trading in. Loopy just could not get this board back under control with all the tap effects, and Django was still able to get a lot of damage on base at the same time. And looks like we've got 20 minutes left in the round, so we are going to have some time before round 3 pairings come out. And that's a good reminder. It looks like we've got over 100 people watching right now. So everyone watching, please like the video, subscribe to the Late Night Gaming channel. Really helps everything to really helps the algorithms to have those likes and subscribes in addition to the views. Feel free to shoot us any comments you would like. We try our best to keep up with chat when we can. So, Rebel, what decks are you really looking for in this tournament? We saw some breakout decks in SCG Columbus. What kind of things are you looking to see if they either hold up to time or come back with a vengeance in this event?
Well, this Django deck is definitely, I think, the crowd favorite. If you had to bet, I think a lot of people would be putting their money on the Django. I don't think we saw a ton of this at Columbus. We saw a little bit of it, but I think blue-green control is pretty well positioned right now.
Mm-hmm.
Either Kira or Krennic, or even
Yeah.
Palpatine blue could be could make a mark if people bring it. Sabine is another thing that I think is obviously always going to be a threat.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's lots of there's a lot of things that can win because like this Quinlan deck we were just seeing, it's got a lot of good plays. Now there are 2 of them is massive. I think blue green hero could be really interesting if people bring that. Like there's a Luke deck that's going on that's in the finals of the TTI League right now.
Yeah.
Something like with Luke or Yoda or Rey could be really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Palpatine into Django Red matchup? My not as much in set 3, but previous sets experience with Palpatine is that the hardest thing for it to deal with is the space lane, which is what this Django kind of exploits. Did Palp get any cool set 3 tools to help with that?
It depends on which Palp. The blue version I think is going to struggle into it. There are things you can run like Devastating Gunship, System Patrol Craft that do mitigate that a little bit, but it's still definitely a challenge. The yellow version that gets to run things like P38 is, I think, more favored into dealing with the space arena.
Yeah, that's a good point. P38 just really proving to be an all-star in this format in general. Obviously, when you get a free tap with Django, it's insane. But with Palpatine, you get the ping with it, and then you can sacrifice it with Palpatine and get 2 more pings. So it's really good in that kind of deck as well. And I believe Rando Mando got second place in SCG Columbus on Sunday with Yellow Palpatine. He put out a video about that. Really cool deep dive into his deck and his choices. And yeah, showcasing that is obviously still a very good deck.
Absolutely.
And we've got world famous Utah PQ winner Kyle Kraft giving us the like on YouTube. Thank you very much, Kyle. Excellent player. One of the locals near me. Very, very, very cool dude. Jordan deciding not to give us the like. Thank you for being here anyway.
All right, I'm gonna step away from stream for a second. I'll be back soon.
Yeah. I'll hold down the fort.
Awesome.
Yeah, so everybody out there in chat, how's your Saturday going? Mine's going great. I've got a cat currently sleeping in my lap that is completely unaware that I'm live, but she's having a good day as well. But also for me, I'm curious how many more set 3, when we're going to start seeing the set 3 specific mechanics that are probably a little bit harder to deck build right off the bat. When you see things like coordinate and exploit specifically, building a deck around exploit, I think is going to be a little bit trickier when you have to decide what's the balance between what's the balance between token generation, exploit payoffs, exploit units. Can I afford to play things like Gore that if I'm not exploiting for 3 are really hard to play? I'm really excited to see when the top players are going to start cracking that type of strategy and see that more at these top tables, because I think that there's a lot of power available in whether it's Dooku or Newt or some of these set 3 leaders that you can build exploit around. So I'm really excited to see. Hopefully by PQ season we'll see more of this and get a little bit more of that set 3 specific diversity. And then yeah, interesting. Kyle saying Kira was struggling into Boba Red. That is not a matchup you have to worry about anymore, at least. So that's nice. Django Red is still pretty similar, I would say. So yeah, I got to struggle into that. Yeah, and Perilous Position that Kyle mentions, man, one of my favorite cards in the set. Probably my current runner for best card in the set. Not sure how hot of a take that is. It's just a common, but the ability to exhaust something and get -3 or -2/-2, and it stays on the unit is just great value. The fact that it can hit leaders is really nice. The fact that you can get it back with Razor Crest, if you're playing that kind of package, is really nice. You could also get it back with a Fine Edition and Villain. And yeah, Yavin Base bringing up a good point that exploit is too vulnerable to bounce effects. I think that's a fair assessment. So the question that I have is, can you utilize the cheap exploit units so that you're, or exploit units with a win played effect, so that you're not as devastated if they get bounced? But yeah, I definitely think that's one of the things holding this back, is that yellow is still very prevalent, whether it's this Django deck or mono yellow Han, and those decks have a lot of ways to bounce units. So hopefully someone can crack that code, because I do think there's something there. If you're playing Dooku leader, for example, and you play set 1 Dooku, exploit him for 5, it can be a big swing. Even if they bounce your 5/4 shielded unit, you still got the win played on kill effect. And yeah, Han 1 blue is a really interesting one, Kyle. I like that concept a lot. And yeah, Yavin Base with another good point. Another card that I really like in Dooku blue is the 5 cost. I believe it's a 3/5 with grit unit that when played you defeat a unit that costs 2 or less, and it's a space unit, and playing that for 3 just feels so good. Dooku blue also gets both of the units that when defeated make a droid token. So there's a lot of play with that into making sure that you still have units on board even if you exploit. So yeah, I think there's a lot of tools there to work with. Coordinate is a little bit. Coordinate to me seems a little bit harder to make work, just because it's usually fairly face up that you're trying to do it. So your opponents have the choice of, okay, I can take out these units and keep the board clear before you get wide. So it can be interesting. It's interesting to me how well that's going to work out. Maybe it'll work better if you utilize things like the 4 health units, like the set 1 R2D2, who's a 1 cost 1/4. Just something that's a little bit easier to stay on the board. Maybe hiding behind something like the Village Protectors, Shielded Sentinels, to try to make sure your units stay alive more. I'm not sure. I've definitely seen and experimented a little bit more with exploit than with coordinate. It's interesting. Jimmy DeHaan feels the opposite to me. That he says coordinate feels more usable. Both mechanics can feel clunky. I agree with that. And yeah, Jimmy, I think the key with exploit, like you're saying, is are there cards that you're okay either not playing the full exploit value for, or playing just for their normal cost. And the unit that comes to mind is that there's a 4 cost 4/5 Saboteur with exploit 1. I think 4 cost 4/5 with Saboteur is not terrible for 4, and it's really good for 2. So I think the question is there a yellow villain shell that wants to use exploit, because it doesn't fit into the blue Dooku shells or anything like that. So if there is a deck that uses exploit, I think that card could be really good in it. Jake wanting to see Kyle's Han 1 blue list. Well, we'll have to see if Kyle wants to divulge that information. And yeah, Kyle brings up another good point, that the coordinate payoffs are a little bit worse. I think there are a few coordinate payoffs that are decent. Commander Cody giving all of your other units +1/+1 in Overwhelm is a really interesting coordinate payoff. That's the one that I'm the most interested in trying to make work. There are a few other coordinate cards. I think the biggest ones when the set was spoiled to look at were Ki-Adi-Mundi, where you can draw extra cards, or Anakin, where you can also draw extra cards. Plo Koon is probably the coordinate unit that's seeing the most play right now, where it's a 3/6 ambush, but with coordinate it gets raid 3. So for 5, having a 6/6 ambusher is really good. But for 5, having a 3/6 ambusher is a lot less good. So it really depends on how well your deck can keep on coordinate, and if your opponent understands what you're doing. Plo Koon is one of the few coordinate cards that kind of comes out of nowhere, with the coordinate being on an ambush unit, so you can kind of surprise your opponent a little bit rather than having your hand on the table. Yeah, Ahsoka Leader is another a pretty decent coordinate payoff, in my opinion, where the main question is your deck different enough from from a Sabine Green, for example, where you would want Ahsoka instead of Sabine as your leader. So I think you really want to try to build around coordinate and build it a little bit different than you would a standard Sabine deck. But having a 5/6 leader deploy and being able to trade up for free if you have coordinate with the Ahsoka leader side is pretty solid. And yeah, Jimmy's saying that it's easy to disrupt those strategies when you build completely around them. I think that's what's been holding the exploit deck back for the moment, is coordinate. It's a lot easier to just throw in a single, throw in a Plo Koon into any deck with yellow hero and you have a coordinate payoff, versus I need to put a lot of droid manufacturing into this Dooku deck to make sure that I can easily exploit. So I think it just depends on how well you can handle their disruption, what the disruption is, if you can make it work. And yeah, welcome back, Rebel.
Hey.
I've just been talking about coordinate and exploit, and when we're gonna see them at a top table at a competitive event, because I think they're a little bit harder to build to find the right formula.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Coordinate is just hard to set up. I think some of these, like yellow red hero decks, have had some success with it, using the now there are 2 of them play to get Anakin out.
Mm-hmm.
But it's easy to disrupt. But sometimes if it goes off, it goes off. And the exploit, I think people haven't quite cracked the code yet on exploit. Dooku seems pretty strong to me, and I think a lot of people also thought that, but there just hasn't been a deck with him yet that has been game breaking. I think
Yeah.
it's a lot of the big exploit units are vulnerable to bounce. Like if you
Mhm.
play Malevolence for exploit 4 and it just gets waylaid, then you're kind of you're way behind at that point.
Yeah, and I think that there's actually there's a late night gaming Maclunky and Bot the Network show match series that just happened where um, I believe it was Dark from Maclunky Gaming had a blue Count Dooku deck that he showcased on there that just worked really well. There was also some highlights of George the Hulk from Bot the Network doing it was a Newt Gunray exploit based deck that had some really cool lines in it. So there are definitely cool lines there, both for exploit and for coordinate. I think the question is, can they fully function in a deck by themselves, or is it is it too easily disrupted? Like you were saying with the bounce effects or with the clearing out of the tokens and units. So yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out later on into the set. It's one of the reasons I'm excited that the PQs aren't happening until January, February, because it gives the good players and the good deck builders more time to try to crack that code and see if there's something there. So maybe we'll see them by PQ season.
Yeah. I don't know if we've talked about it yet, but there was a big event in the UK earlier today, and they just
Yes,
finished their
UK Games
Swift.
Expo. We have not talked about it yet, but I'm really excited. For anyone that knows me or has seen other content that I've been in, I'm really big on Anakin Blue, and that was actually the most played deck at the UK Games Expo.
Well, unfortunately, we have the top cut, and none of them made it. But one interesting thing is
What
we
can
have
you do?
7 different decks in the top 8. We've got 2 Django Target Towns. We've got a Sabine green, a Sabine yellow, a Palpatine blue, a Palpatine yellow, and a Cad Bane red, and a Bosk blue.
Bosk Blue, probably. Yeah, that's super interesting. I've heard really good things about this boss deck coming back. Basically coming back into favor. It's all a little bit of play in set 2 as a potential control deck. With a lot of interesting lines around doubling up card draw as an example. And yeah, here we can see the metagame report from the UK Games Expo in Birmingham. So 28 Anakin decks, 23 Django decks, 12 Sabine, 12 Cad, 11 Yoda, which is really interesting. And I'm curious what some of those Yoda lists were. 11 Bosks, 7 Maul decks, which is exciting. Maul is a leader that I've really tried to make work. And when it goes off, it's really fun. But sometimes you can just get very punished. 6 Chancellor Palpatine decks, which is also very exciting to see. Have you played around with Chancellor Palpatine much, Rebel?
Not much. I've tried to build him a couple times, and I think there's been a lot of people theory crafting him in recent weeks, but I haven't done a ton of work with him now.
I've worked a lot with Chancellor Palpatine just because the deck building puzzle is really fun to me. I think the obvious way to build him, air quotes obvious way to build him is in a blue shell where you can do things like you can have something like Queel early to give you card draw, and then take that into a Childson, which is most likely going to be able to be a 6/6. And then you have late game blue control cards from villain, as well as some of the hero cards that mix in there really well with both yellow and blue. I think Palpatine red as a more aggressive deck is really interesting. One fun fact about Chancellor Palpatine is that in Palpatine red you can use Steela to find Triple Dark Raid, which is a tactic. So I had some fun doing that, and then Triple Dark Raiding into a wing leader.
Yeah. I just looked at the Yoda stats because you were interested in seeing the color breakdown. It looks like there's 4 mono blue versions, 2 green, I think 1 red, and 4 yellow.
Interesting. That's a
Or no,
spread.
sorry. 2 red, 3 yellow.
That's a nice spread that I like, because I think a lot of those colors have a lot of legs for different reasons. Mono blue, you can do some really cool things. You could potentially play Satine and try to get on the Vigilance Mill plan. Yellow also has a lot of interesting tools. I've been seeing some cool things out of Yoda Yellow. So yeah, it's cool to see that much variety in the different decks. I'm trying to see if the standings I'm seeing are correct. It looks like the only undefeated in Swiss was a Sabine deck at 8-0.
Yeah.
And then we've got, what, 2 Emperor Palpatines. So yeah, a pretty diverse top 8, I would say, with a few aggro decks and 2 Django's and 2 Sabines. We've got a Cad, a couple of Palpatines, and a Bosk. So it looks, it looks like mid-range was a little underrepresented in the top 8, being 0 of 8, but then you've got 4 aggro and 4 control.
Yeah.
So still pretty interesting diversity there.
I think some of these decks, blur the lines between like aggro and mid range and control. Because I think the Palpatine yellow is kind of mid rangey actually. It's certainly not as control as the blue, and the Django is, I think, like it's aggressive, but it's closer to mid range than like a Sabine, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, especially even set 2. I think Sabine Green was closer to mid-range in my opinion than it was to aggro, where your closing lines are things where you want to be playing these pose and wreckers. And I think it's totally fair to say the same thing in Palpatine, where you're trying to do these unit-based strategies that get you to your devastators in the late game. And I think it's fair to say a lot of these, just saying aggro, mid-range, and control, I think is not really fair to the complexity of the game. Where really there's no hard set lines. There are some decks that run very fast, like when you see an Asajj yellow or something like that. But for the most part, I think the lines are a little blurrier. And yeah, Jimmy DeHand in chat is saying that the problem that I've run into with Palp, where just sometimes your draws don't line up. You really need the right lines of villain and control, villain and hero cards. And I've personally been really destroyed by cards like Bazine and Spark of Rebellion, taking either the one hero or the one villain card that I needed to play that turn with my Chancellor Palpatine to play on aspect.
Yep.
And it looks like they just called time in the round. So we've obviously still got some time before we'll get the next round up. I'm trying to check on Melee now to see how many matches haven't reported yet.
Looks like we got 1, 2. Yeah, just 2 left.
Yeah, it looks like we've got 2 matches that should be in time now, and then we'll get round 3 going as soon as everybody is reported. And yeah, Belenik in chat is that's a line that I've taken a lot with Chancellor Palpatine as well. Going a space heavy version with yellow red, you can kill your own units with heroic sacrifice, and that can allow your Palp flip. It also lets you draw more cards, which is something Palp already does really well. But if you're running a lot of low cost space units, having 6 cards in your hand when they all cost 1 or 2 can be really nice to just let you dump and flood the board. We just saw in round 2 how well it can work to just go wide against a lot of different strategies, and some decks just can't handle it, especially if you're going wide in space, where it can be even harder to stabilize. Do you know? I'm trying to find anywhere that says. Do you know, Rebel, if the UK Games Expo has already played out the top 8?
I think they're playing it out tomorrow.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense because it's already pretty late there. And if they did 8, I actually really like that in something where your Swiss is 8 rounds to play the top 8 in the second day. Because man, the fatigue of just playing 11 rounds in a day it's so exhausting.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Palpatine deck, and it looks pretty interesting to me. Like, he's not running Poggles or Magna Guards or Grievous, but he is running. He's running like the Client, which is something we haven't seen in a while. Two copies of Traitorous main deck, 3 Takedown main deck, which is
Oh,
interesting. He's
that's
got 2
interesting.
clones and 3 devotions on the sideboard. This is a really interesting list.
Yeah, that is really interesting. I know that there's I've seen from a lot of tournaments. It seems like the European meta is fairly different from what we'll see in a lot of different places in the U.S. But yeah, I'm curious about the 3 takedowns. Is he running? I'm trying to find the list. Is he running Perilous Position in the main?
Yeah, 3 copies.
Excellent. Okay, so to me, the way those cards work together is really nice. Because let's say your opponent plays a 7/7, you can Perilous Position it and tap it for that turn, and it still puts it in takedown range. So for me, when you're running the full 3 copies of Perilous Position, I think running more takedowns can make a lot of sense if you're trying to take it to the long game.
Yeah.
And then I personally really like Poggle and Palpatine, but there are a lot of new officials that are all really good. I've seen Scanning Officer be played a lot just because people expect a lot of Mono Yellow Han, and Scanning Officer is really good when your opponent has a tech out or when you think they'll have a DJ in their resources. And you can only run so many. It looks like I'm seeing some Admiral Piets in this list, which is interesting. That's one of the ones that I think is kind of falling out of favor a little bit more when you get these new officials that have more abilities that are more useful early.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Jimmy says, Hypertect for Sabine in these Palpatine lists, which you really have to do because that matchup is so hard for Palpatine naturally. And I think you have to expect a decent amount of Sabine. I mean, we saw 2 in the top 8, so there was definitely a decent amount there. Third most represented deck, well, tied with CAD for third. So definitely a good call to prepare for Sabine. Oh man, I could deep dive into some of this data that they have on Limitless all day long. You can see the matchups that Emperor Palpatine had as a leader. He had a 62.5% win rate as a leader on the day, which is really interesting.
Wow. All right. Well, all of our rounds have finished up here in Chicago, and it
Mhm.
looks like we're getting round 3 set up. I will be having to go after this round, but we'll have more commentators come in to replace me.
Yeah, we've got a great run of commentators. We've got a lot of really cool people lined up. So I'm really excited that commentary in this game is getting to the point where hopefully one person doesn't just have to keep covering for for 12 hours. We get a whole lot of people in here with a lot of looks. Oh,
Yep.
okay. We've got a round 3 matchup set up on camera now. So again, this is starting round 3 of the Win a Case tournament, Pastime Comics and Games in Chicago. Huge shout out to them for putting on this tournament. And it looks like we've got Anakin Blue versus Sabine Green. So this is a matchup I'm really excited to see. Really excited
Yeah.
to commentate.
I think Anakin's proven to be one of the better leaders in set 3. Some have even
Yeah,
said the best, but remains to be seen. Sabine definitely one of the best leaders from set 1. Still
yeah.
seeing play here.
Yeah, Anakin's a really interesting leader because I feel like most leaders, when they have a really good unit side, they have a kind of more underwhelming leader side. But Anakin's ability to let you trade up into larger units, it really helps him control the board. And really interesting into more aggressive matchups, how often they use the Anakin leader ability, because you don't want to stack too much damage on your base, but at the same time, when you can get good trades, it's very worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen yet if the players have rolled for initiative or anything like that. Looks like they're still just shuffling up. Don't see a token on either side yet.
No, deck lists are not posted for this event. Somewhere for those asking in chat.
Yeah, this is an event, Paul, where deck lists had to be submitted for the event, but it is not open deck lists in the Swiss, so we can't release any deck lists right now for the players playing.
We'll try to have them up like at the end of the tournament. We've always been able to do that in the past, so eventually.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if top 8 is open deck lists or not. Sometimes we'll get them by then. If the players swap deck lists for top 8, then we would be able to release them. But for tournament integrity, we can't release them yet.
Who do you think has the favor in this matchup?
This is the tough one. I think a lot of it depends on if Anakin can live when he deploys. Sabine Green, specifically with ECL, has a lot of tools to kill Anakin the second he deploys. Poe can kill him in one attack. If you ECL in a Poe, it kills him. Wrecker can kill him. So I think the keys to this matchup are, does Sabine have to use ECL early, which can kind of free up Anakin to get a hit or two in? And can Anakin hide adequately behind a Sentinel? So what I would be looking for is Anakin to try to force Sabine to ECL early, and then on flip turn, if he could play a Village Protectors on flip turn before he flips, that lets him flip and then put something like a Jedi Lightsaber on, which still doesn't save him from Wrecker, but saves him from most of the other effects. So you'd have to discard 2 cards with Poe on attack to kill him, so it makes it a lot harder for him to die. And then can Sabine pile on the damage early is the other thing. Can you put Anakin on the back foot enough that he can't afford to take this time off to try to have a big flip? So
Yeah.
I do think this is a really tight matchup overall. Anakin's usually pretty good into aggressive decks, but this one specifically, where you have tools like ECL Poe, ECL Wrecker, make it a lot trickier. We did see Anakin mulligan with initiative. I believe Sabine kept their first hand.
It looks like Anakin's starting with the initiative.
Mhm.
Restore Dark is a pretty good one.
Yeah, definitely. Restore Dark's a really good one because it'll trade, using Anakin's ability, it'll trade with any space unit Sabine wants to play, and if they play to the ground, you still get that restore in to help heal, so that's a solid turn 1.
Yep. But Sabine does go to the ground, which means this arc doesn't have a target just yet.
Interesting. Starting with the attack. One option that you can do, especially with this Anakin deck, is leave your units readied and don't attack first, because then you can threaten your opponent's unit, so that if the Sabine player, for instance, wanted to play a red 3, you could kill it. If they had a green Squadron A-Wing, you could kill it without dying back. It makes a lot of sense with the Sabine play because he didn't want the Battlefield Marine to just eat his Sabine for free. But it's part of the intricacy in playing this deck, is when do I want to attack first and when do I want to play my units first.
Yeah.
And now I wonder if Sabine is deciding whether they want to use their ECL now or not. It's always to me that's one of the biggest decisions that makes a good versus a great Sabine player is when do you use your ECL, how do you use it, and what matchups you need to save it versus what matchups can you afford to, or do you need to use it early?
It depends on the hand here for me, but if its card is like a fighters for freedom, I think there's a good argument for using it.
Yeah, because you know the Sabine can trade with your Battlefield Marine. Do you want to keep that around? Looks like he is going to use his Energy Conversion Lab. Fighters for freedom into Sabine. Great call. Yeah, the Restore 1 in space looking a lot worse when facing down 6 damage plus Sabine flip on the ground. And the Saboteur is also huge for the fighters for freedom. This Anakin deck really likes to utilize Sentinels to try to mitigate damage and protect his leader, and the Saboteur stops both of those from happening.
Yeah. Anakin it doesn't have a lot of ambush units, and it doesn't have a lot of doesn't have a lot of events that deal with units with great efficiency. So I think if you can use the ECL to get ahead on tempo there, it makes a lot of sense to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be looking for, it's not resource efficient, but something like a perilous position on the fighters for freedom. But even that doesn't feel very good when you know that Sabine's going to deploy this turn and they still have 4 resources. Even if you had that, you might want to save it to see if there's a Dark Saber or something coming. Looks like there is a red 3 in space.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, the Anakin is facing a lot of damage this turn if they don't do something. Or for a Razor Crest,
Ooh,
very
Razor
good
Crest.
card, but does not help stabilize the ground arena. So Anakin is going to eat a lot of damage this turn.
Yep. But it does have Restore, and it does trade into red 3 well.
Yeah. Looks like Sabine has
And,
12 more damage on board for this round. And Anakin claims, I would imagine. Yeah,
Yep.
that red 3 really pumping in the damage this turn.
But at a certain point with Anakin, if you take a lot of damage but don't die, you're actually fine because your Anakin becomes
Yeah, oh,
massive.
absolutely. It can help race for sure. So the question is, is Sabine getting enough damage on?
Ooh.
Yeah, the medal ceremony. I would say Sabine is pretty far ahead right now. They have the Saboteur, the medal ceremony, the red 3. It looks like Anakin scoops it up. It's
Anakin's
too
just
much
gonna
damage before he could even deploy.
Yeah, because Anakin wasn't even gonna be able to deploy that round.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I think it
Sabine
really came
showing
down to
that
that ECL
Sabine's
play.
still around.
If he hadn't used that ECL, I think he would have been in a much worse position.
Absolutely.
Our Sabine player.
Yeah, because Sabine unit can trade up really well with this Anakin deck, so using it early to kill that, especially when you have that much damage on board, really shows. Yeah, the versatility of ECL. Anakin has to constantly worry about is there going to be a Poe coming, but also how do I even get a ground unit to stay around? And then yeah, we don't have exact lists for this because the Anakin deck has a lot of versatility in what removal cards you run, what exact ground packages you have. So not sure what they could bring in here. Could be more Sentinels for the ground, just more ground units in general. Could be an extra copy or 2 of Takedown to help deal with the ground arena. They may have extra copies of something like Kanan Jarrus. What was that? Sorry.
It could be potentially Vigilance.
That'd be an interesting one. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played it with Vigilance too much in my versions. It's obviously always any deck running blue can look at running Vigilance. It's an incredibly strong card. I've seen some versions of the deck play the forces with me, which wouldn't have done anything in that game, but the potential shield and trading up is an interesting concept. I don't think I would keep it in for this matchup. And yeah, Timothy Chapman in chat just expressing how quick Sabine can be, and yeah, it's when Sabine gets their draws to line up correctly, like we saw there, it's just so fast. You just have to have the right answers at the right time. And we saw the Anakin deck basically just going all space except for a turn 2 Sabine unit. They got answered by ECL, and that's just not fast enough. All right, and we got some well, not necessarily player names, but player usernames. We have Foremost on Anakin and Lights Out on Sabine. Make sure to try to give the players a shout out when we actually know their names. It can be hard to tie names together to lists with the way Melee is formatted right now. Okay, turn 1 Sabine unit from Anakin, much better than playing it on turn 2. Should be able to trade into whatever Sabine's trying to do here on turn 1 if it's in the ground arena. Could make Sabine contemplate using ECL on turn 1. Looks like that is what they're gonna do.
That's exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Worked so well last game.
Yeah. It's one of the downsides of Sabine unit. It's really good at trading up, but it really gets a lot worse into things like the Battlefield Marine, even you could ECL a Sabine unit into Sabine unit. The ping is very versatile, but obviously does have its downsides, as we just saw. Village Protector is very good here with ECL gone and Battlefield Marine having 2 damage on him. Really good stabilizing tool based on what we see now. Sabine taking a long time to figure out their turn 2 play. I'm curious what the options are running through their head right now.
Yeah. Village Protector is just a great answer here. I wonder if Sabine might have a wing leader here, which would put the Marine outside of range of being killed by the Protectors.
Yeah, it would make it a trade over 2 turns as opposed to just killing the Marine for the shield. It's always possible. Sabine made something like a greedy keep where all they have is something like a fleet lieutenant. Okay, Fighters for Freedom.
That's a solid one. Gets around
the fact that it has Saboteur, it can just kill the Village Protectors and take the shield with the on attack trigger. So we're really putting a lot more pressure. But since Anakin has initiative, if they don't pop the shield now, Village Protectors can just kill Fighters for Freedom using the Anakin ability. So the fact that Anakin has initiative here still seems like he's in a much better spot than he was last game.
Yeah. Going to crash that Marine into the Protectors, not going for the Fighters play there. And we are
with Anakin having initiative, I think I like that because Anakin is going to be able to kill the Fighters anyway with the first action.
Yeah.
So I think I like getting that out of the way. If you don't have anything in your hand to stop that from happening next turn, you might as well just do it now if they've already claimed, and save yourself an action next turn. And then Anakin does use the play of using his Anakin ability. So taking 2 extra damage on his base, but letting the Village Protectors trade up into the Fighters for Freedom. So Sabine not getting any use off of the when played for red cards or off of the Saboteur. And this is a turn where I could see a lot of complicated lines for Sabine. You're on your deploy turn. There are a lot of options. Playing out a Bright Hope. This is a much less aggressive start from Sabine than what we saw last game.
Yeah.
I would go so far as to say that it's fairly far. Oh wow. Well, never mind. I was gonna say Anakin is fairly far ahead, but then he has no ways to use his 4 resources. So that's
merits, yeah.
did we see a pass claim? Is because Sabine didn't deploy either.
Yeah, it's possible he was holding like a takedown, and
Yeah.
the Sabine player is playing around that.
Yeah, what I'm guessing happened is Sabine played the Bright Hope, Anakin passed, and Sabine claimed to not run into the takedown.
Yeah.
I saw a little bit of the Anakin's hand. I saw a Green Squadron A-wing, but couldn't see everything. So it looks like that there is a takedown in there in hand. It could be a perilous position. I just saw the border of the blue card.
All right, and there's an A-wing.
Yeah, and now it would make a lot of sense if Anakin also has a perilous position into hand. The A-wing doesn't die to the Bright Hope, and the perilous position can still tap the Sabine down on deploy. Two to base, interesting. So not worried about the A-wing.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine. I don't think you have to be worried about it.
Already.
Yeah. The only real punish for that is if it's something like Red 3 and then the A-wing can kill the Bright Hope in one attack. But if that happens, then you're not developing your ground arena. You're not doing anything to stop the Sabine flip. So there is the Red 3.
Red 3.
Yeah, so now with Anakin ability, this Green Squadron A-Wing attacks a unit for 6. So the A-Wing can clear the Bright Hope next turn. That also means taking 2 extra damage to your base. You have no ground arena, so a lot of it's going to depend on what Sabine does with their 5 resources here. So a claim from Anakin. So I think the thing Anakin player wants to see least here is something like a Poe, because that would immediately threaten Anakin on flip, and you'd have to do something to protect him.
Yep. Where are we seeing Sabine's gonna go to base?
Yeah.
Which, I mean, to me that makes it more likely that it's a Poe. Okay, but it's
Oh,
not.
wing leader on the Bright
Wing
Hope
leader's
is
gonna
really
protect the
big.
Bright Hope.
Yeah, so now the A-wing
Yeah.
can no longer kill the Bright Hope and dies from the attack as well.
No second follow-up there, just the wing leader.
Yeah, and it really, to me, really heads up play by the Sabine player. Obviously, I think every Sabine player wants to wing leader their Sabine leader and just go to town with that. But heads up play, realizing that his Bright Hope is in danger and that they need to protect it with the wing leader.
Yeah.
So it does look like Anakin's gonna get to flip here, without threat of being killed on the spot. But there's a lot of there's still a lot of damage getting threatened by the Sabine player. Anakin can't clearly get any units going in space. Oh, perilous position. This is huge. So now Bright Hope is in danger again from this A-wing attack. So yeah, huge perilous position from the Anakin player. Well, we'll have to see if Sabine has something like another wing leader or anything to help save this Bright Hope. Because now we're perilous position, giving -2/-2. Bright Hope's back to the pre-wing leader state, so it's a 2/6 again, and this A-wing can still attack into it 4/6. And then also just saving the 4 damage on your base this turn because Bright Hope doesn't get to attack in for 4. So really big perilous position to have. Sabine player taking a lot of time. I think the lines at this point are very tricky for Sabine. They've got to have something. I feel like at this current board state, Sabine is looking very far behind. Obviously, we know this deck can change very fast from being behind to winning the game. So we'll have to see what they have in store. Rebel, what do you think Sabine is looking for to try to kind of potentially get out of this situation they're in?
I think maybe like Timely Poe would be okay. Wing Leader here is interesting.
Yeah, so they're up to the second wing leader. So now they're back to their Bright Hope not dying. So that was that was huge for them to basically get out from under the perilous position.
Yeah. Anakin still could trade both of his ships for the Bright Hope, but that hurts.
It does hurt, but the other thing is since the Bright Hope is tapped and nothing on board can kill the red 3, you could still deploy Anakin and get the red 3 buff on that attack first. Another thing Anakin could do is not throw the red 3 in and hope they get another perilous position to, at this point, would kill the Bright Hope for next turn. But then you're running a dangerous game of who has initiative and how that's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Moy pointing out that the Space Arena is going ham. That is very accurate. It's interesting to see multiple wing leaders with Sabine leader out. Oh, is that a confiscate? Oh, wow. So that's huge.
This Bright Hope just keeps getting bigger.
This Bright Hope is beastly. So now Bright Hope has 4 health left, and the red 3 doesn't kill it.
All right, Anakin flipping while on 13, not waiting to get to 15 here.
Yeah, but I think
He's
that's
just a
fair
sticks
because
attack right now.
Sabine's next action is going to be attack base most likely. So yeah, so now Anakin attacks for 8. 3 open resources, so we could still see a Jedi lightsaber. With Sabine dead, we could now see a bravado.
Just
Sabine
7,
only up to 6 on
attack
base.
Yeah.
It should have been 3 overwhelm.
No, it's 2. He gains 1 for every 5 damage, and he's 4.
Yeah,
base.
but there's also the red 3.
7 attack. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the red 3.
Oh, I think that was a claim from Anakin. So nothing to spend his last 3 resources on. Anakin has been in a really good position, but multiple turns has not been able to use the resources effectively. So I think Sabine may be turning a corner with that second wing leader into confiscate here. We'll see if they can answer Anakin. Wrecker does kill Anakin now, so that's probably the cleanest answer they could have. Because now they're in the spot where takedown.
Takedown to finally kill this Bright Hope.
Finally kill the Bright. That Bright Hope saw a lot of action this game. It's been a very busy Bright Hope. Sabine looking through their resources. This has been a very back and forth game. Very interesting to watch. Obviously, Sabine wants a Wrecker here.
I think that might be it. Yep.
Yeah. Defeating their readied resource, but if you don't have anything to spend it on, it doesn't really matter. And then now, I would imagine Anakin's just trying to do some cleanup, knowing that this Wrecker poses a serious damage threat. We'll have to see. I mentioned takedown before. Anakin is at 20, not 10. Just for those watching at home, didn't move the 10 style. But yeah, this is where more takedowns would be huge. And Rivals Fall
is hard to deal with here.
Yeah.
Rivals
more perilous positions. Anakin has initiative, but yeah, they've got to find an answer for this Wrecker. And yeah, just another note that the Anakin base is at 20. Yep, there we go. They fixed it. So yeah.
Yeah, we go.
So that is why we're talking about the imminent danger, because lethal is on board right now. Obviously, Anakin has the first action and can take out the wing leader, but currently lethal damage on board between 9 damage of units and Sabine ping. So Anakin has to do something. Luke only to -3, -3 the
alright.
wrecker. Interesting.
If Sabine is a Forakas here, that's going to compensate for the lost damage.
Absolutely. So I would imagine if Sabine has a Forakas, you just get in this wing leader attack while you can.
Yeah.
Force throw could be live now, but would be unlikely to kill the wrecker. Oh, 5 to base with the fleet lieutenant, so that's huge. There is a force throw.
And
Force
yeah, you're
throwing
right about force
himself
throw.
to kill the wrecker. Okay, force throwing the perilous position to kill the wrecker. I like that a lot. Making sure it actually dies. You don't get metal ceremonied or something like that.
K2.
Ooh,
Oh, that's massive.
K2S. Oh man, this Sabine player is just keeping on the pressure. Now Anakin wants to kill the wing leader in space, but you also really need to get in that restore 3 hit. So you just can't afford to take an action to kill the wing leader.
25. So little breathing room left.
Yeah, and if you
for
kill the
Anakin.
K2 with Luke attack, that just negates the restore 3 basically.
Yep.
So I'm curious if he's going to Luke into the fleet lieutenant instead, but then you just still have K2 posing a threat out there. It's yeah, K2 was a really good card to have for Sabine. Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Obi-Wan,
this is
that's
huge.
big.
Very big. Now you get the freedom to take an action to take out this wing leader potentially if they don't attack with it now. You get to not worry about K2 hitting your base. You're gonna get to draw a card. Yeah, this Obi-Wan was huge. Let's see what the answer is from Sabine. Another fleet lieutenant. Okay, so
Fleet.
Obi-Wan dies, but you're still okay with that as the Anakin player because now you get to still kill this fleet lieutenant without it attacking. You get the restore 3 in. They're still in a spot where after the attack with this wing leader, they're probably not going to be able to kill it this turn. Oh, another sentinel.
Okay.
I think they wanted to play that.
But that's
Yeah,
just
they're
game,
not
right?
on board though, so maybe could have Luke attacked first. Slight
Yeah.
missequencing
If
there at
Luke
the
had
end.
attacked first, that would have saved him.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was in a rough position anyway.
Yeah, rough position anyway. You're very dead to for a cause. But obviously the player there could have attacked with Luke into the fleet lieutenant first to restore 3, and then try to clear the wing leader. So still in a rough spot, but obviously could have sequenced slightly differently to not have died to that exact action. Yeah, it goes into the tough skill level of this game though. You're so busy thinking about need to protect this, save 3 damage here, and then you look up and realize you're you're 2 health from dead.
Yep.
But yeah, much better showing by Anakin in game 2. Took it much later, had some lines. But yeah, Sabine showing that even when it gets to the late game, you can still get the last points in. And yeah, Bjorn Lebowski stating it was some tunnel vision on the ground arena. Yeah, it happens. I think focused on what your action economy is to get the next. You just assume that the restore 3 has already happened in your head because you're banking on attacking with Anakin. So yeah, unfortunate ending to what was otherwise, I think, a really good series. But I mean that's what Sabine does. You make one mistake, one sequencing error, and it goes from turning the corner to you've died. Yeah, it looks like we've got about 30 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, that's the Sabine.
Yeah, we've had a couple of
Benefit.
aggro matches in a row. I'm curious what YouTube comments thoughts are on Sabine's staying power, and that they're not really, most of the Sabine lists that I've seen aren't using any set 3 cards at all, really. The main one you might see sometimes is Jen Urso, and that's not even in a lot of lists. So it's really interesting that to have basically another third of the entire card pool come out, and the deck is still consistent and really similar. To me, part of it kind of makes sense when you still want to run the Rebel package and they're pushing new traits like the Republic trait that aren't going to synergize with Wing Leader and Fleet Lieutenant as much. But it's just really interesting to see decks that are all set 2 cards and set 1 card still performing at a high level.
Yeah. I've seen some decks run Yularen or Ayla Sakura, but yeah, it's the core of the deck is pre-existing.
Yeah. Ani Levo in chat talking about Jesse. Jesse's a really interesting card for me. So Jesse's a 4/4 raid 1 for 3, which you see those stats and you think, wow, that's massive. But when played, you give your opponent 2 battle droid tokens. So that's a real cost when you're an aggressive deck, and especially a deck that maybe can't deal with your opponent going wide as much. But still being able to attack for 5 played on the 3 resource turn is huge, especially against decks like Han Yellow, where they're going to want to try to get out Tech and DJ, and you can kill those in one shot. Playing Jesse in the Anakin deck, where then Jesse can attack for 7, could do things like take out Anakin Leader in one shot, take out Django Leader. Jesse's a really interesting card that I want to see more of, but I think needs the right deck that is okay with giving your opponent two 1/1s.
I've played a little bit with it in Nala-Se. Because it into like aggro decks, if you like ECL it, it's an answer to Sabine or to like a Wing Leader ground unit.
Yeah.
And you have like ways to clean up those battle droids with things like your Nala-Se Leader, because she can actually trade into one of them.
Yeah, Nala-Se is a huge shout out for Jesse. Absolutely, because yeah, Nala-Se being what, a 1/7, one something very large leader. Helping to clean those up, and then also you get the blue villain cards and blue cards in general, which are a lot better at dealing with a board that goes wide. So you can also just kill the battle droids easily with all the tools already at your disposal. How have you been liking Nala-Se as a leader? I've seen a couple of decks, but I haven't played around with it. It looks really interesting.
Yeah, I played around with her some. She's not very good because she just doesn't do much. I think especially if you compare her to like Krennic or Kira, she's just worse. Some of the clone stuff is fun. Omega especially is really good, being a turn 1 play that generates you a card. It seems great. I think there's something there in theory. I've seen some people experimenting with like Entrenched to make the Nala into more of a threat.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I've also heard about the new upgrade where you can exhaust the unit you play the upgrade on to play a unit for 1 less. So you basically make it into an Alliance dispatcher.
Yeah.
And just putting that on Nala-Se, where she already has 7 health and is hard to kill.
Yeah, that's another interesting one. I haven't played around with that, but that seems interesting. All right, I think I'm gonna head out pretty soon here. Glad I could make it. Poem, I think, is gonna hop on to cover me. Thank you all for tuning in. Subscribe to the Take the Initiative channel if you're not already, and I will see you all later. And remember to always
thanks a lot for doing a few rounds of coverage, Rebel Trader. Really excited that I got to cast a couple of rounds with you. That was awesome. So yeah, thanks for coming, and good luck with all the Take the Initiative stuff. That league's awesome. Everyone join their Discord, join their TTI league. you get some more stream time. He'll cast your top cut games. It's a really cool thing to do for the community.
And I might be back later today, so this probably isn't going to be the last you'll see of me. And I'm just going to head out, and Poem will entertain you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rebel. And yeah, Jake makes a really good point. Jesse turns off now there are two of them. That's a really hilarious interaction that I hadn't thought of. Welcome in, Poem.
What's going on? What's going on, guys? I'm gonna be in and out for next 10 or 15 minutes here. I got a delivery happening of an appliance.
Yeah, no worries.
But definitely excited to do some commentary on some matches here. So check out what's going on in Twilight of the Republic meta.
Yeah, this is exciting. Do you wanna give yourself an introduction for anybody watching that may not be as familiar with you?
Who's Poem? I like where to start. I'm 6'3". No, I'm just kidding. Right. So yeah, I don't know. I've been part of the late night gaming group since kind of the beginning, and I've been pretty kind of unplugged during set 2, just busy with school and stuff. But on a kind of a break here, so able to help out today. Excited to see what's going on.
Yeah, did you catch any of the other rounds, or did you just get in?
I was sort of in and out. I mean, trying to do some producing for you guys, but I was
absolutely
a little bit preoccupied. I think Loopy just got smoked or something. I'm pretty sure that happened.
Yeah, it was a rough one for him. He was so his Quinlan Red list went up against Django Tarkentown, and man, it did all the Django things that Django wants to do. It was going fast in space, making sure Quinlan couldn't get trades by constantly tapping down the leader. It was just really showcased the power of the Django deck, in my opinion, where you just get this incremental advantage every turn, and it just keeps incrementing up until you're at this unassailable board state.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like you got to kind of factor in that Django Red deck for sure in your planning. It's just
definitely
the actual like sequencing and the things that it's doing. Like there might be some play around that. Like if you thought about it ahead of time. I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, I've tested some things into it, and you're like, okay, like I can really see the power here.
Yeah, it changes a lot of the math when you have things like like in the past examples. For example, in set 1 and even set 2, you say, oh, things like Millennium Falcon are amazing because it has 4 health, and most of the ships that people play have 3 attack, the early game ships anyway. And same thing with like the Ozatec Liberator gunship. But when you look at the P-38 Starfighter, it's a 3/2 ship that pings both when it enters and when it's defeated. So in this Django deck, you can say, okay, I play my P-38, I tap down your ground unit, and then if you have a Millennium Falcon, it just trades for it because it also deals the damage when defeated. So it really changes the math of these 4 health yellow hero ships being good. And I think we saw a lot of that in the Loopy match where he played a Falcon and Django just didn't really have to respect it because the P-38 can take it out so easily.
Yeah, it seems like that P-38 is really a nice addition to that deck. I wonder where exactly it would be fitting right now, meta-wise, if it wasn't for that ship. I mean, it'd probably be pretty good, but that thing kind of takes it over the top for sure. The on play and on defeat sort of exhaust, plus the action, the additional kind of damage to kill, like you said, those 4 health ships. I mean, it's a pretty solid card. I mean, one of the best cards in the set.
In my opinion, that is
deck.
the best card in the deck. In my opinion, it just makes the whole deck run. It's so good.
Yeah, that thing is. And I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. And then just so folks at home know, we have 20 minutes left in round 3, as you can see on the clock. We just finished our coverage of round 3 at the Win a Case tournament at Pastime Comics and Games in Chicago. stream is
Yeah,
being
5
put
stars.
on by Late
Yeah.
Night Gaming.
10 stars.
In
10,
coordination
10.
with the Bothan Network, Maclunky
Okay.
Gaming, Take the Initiative.
Yeah, you get 10.
There's my cat Jackie walking in front of the
Okay.
camera.
Thanks, guys.
So we have we have a
Once
lot
it's
of
done, then we
teams
start.
coming together for this coverage.
bye,
which is
guys.
really
Have a great
exciting.
rest of your
Big
day.
shout out to Loopy
Need
and the whole
anything
Late
to
Night
drink or
Gaming crew.
anything?
Without them, none of
You
this
got stuff?
would be happening
Okay.
for this
Bye.
stream. So yeah, I'm really excited to be a part of it. And now you can see my co-commentator Jackie. He is trying to find the correct spot. Yeah, everybody out there in YouTube land, how's your Saturday going? Have you been enjoying the matches so far? I think we've had some good ones. I think the Sabine versus Anakin match that we just saw shows that Sabine is still really powerful into even the new toys of the new Anakin deck. It was the most played deck at the UK Games Expo, but didn't top 8. So it's really interesting to see how that deck evolves and how it holds up now that people know it exists. Once you've been hit for 14 by Anakin once, you respect it a lot more, and I think a lot of people are learning how to attack against that deck.
No.
And then I don't think I ever introduced myself fully either. I am Wait Don't Kill Me, also known as Jeff. I'm a member of the Bothan Network competition
they just did
team.
it for free. I gave him $17 cash.
Been on that team really. One of the founding members after George the Hulk and Frank started. It's really good group of guys and gals. Really enjoy.
Sorry, those guys
really
just
enjoy
showed
being
up
able
and did
to
it for
work
free.
and practice with them. Highly recommend you go to our teammates' channels that we have, like Rebel Resource. Ryan's awesome. Also, obviously, follow all the Late Night Gaming guys, the Maclunky guys. There's a lot of really good Star Wars content going out right now. I think with a lot of really good teams.
Get the chat open here.
Sounds like there's some hot mic action going on. I can't hear it in Discord.
Oh, what are we seeing?
People saying that they're hearing eating on stream, which would I personally, oh man, that's like one of my biggest pet peeves. Thankfully, I can't hear it in Discord, but unfortunate that the people on the
it must have been. Oh, I don't know what that is. Eating. Nobody's eating. Really hoping there's no hot mic. I'm
not sure. We're the only ones in the Discord call right now, so yeah,
It's bizarre.
But yeah, people in chat, if you hear something like that, please keep bringing it up. Because sometimes, like for example, I couldn't hear that, so I didn't know that you guys could hear that.
Oh, we heard the whole convo. Whoops.
Oh, gotcha.
I thought I was muted.
That's interesting
Sorry.
That's interesting because I didn't hear anything, so it must have been something weird with the.
Oh, they heard the whole. They heard the
out.
whole delivery conversation with the delivery guys. I could have sworn I hit that mute button. Jesus, that was bad.
Well, thank you for helping me, Phil, with your DoorDash conversations poem.
I'm like, I was like, all right, I'm going to the delivery, and then I thought I hit the mute button. I must have hit some other.
It must have been
button.
something Discord only because I didn't hear anything.
No, there's been
sure.
like I'm on like number 3 of my audio problems for.
Oh yeah.
For today, unfortunately. So, like, we had the kids crying at the beginning. I played a a YouTube video on how to embed a timer over the stream. And then you guys just heard me talk to the delivery guys and fill up my water.
Yeah.
Cool story.
Well, for those of you at home, Poem is currently multitasking and is also being fundamental in running the actual stream itself, in addition to now doing the casting job. So it's a lot of hats to put on. So there's a lot going on over there. I have the easy job. I just have to sit here and talk.
Usually we got like Loopy doing this kind of stuff. I'm usually just.
Yeah, we need Loopy to scrub out of the tournament quickly so he can help.
Yeah.
And then what do you know? I assume we don't. Do you know if we have any stats about the deck representation at this event yet, or is that not going to be until later?
I don't know. I mean, I can go and look on what's on Melee, but that's all we really have access to here.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't. So I think we should have that by later then, I would imagine. That brings up another quick plug to the late night gaming video where Loopy interviewed with Alicia and with Brad Nelson from Melee, and Brad mentioned that they're working on getting deck list integration. It's hard to put a timeline to things like that, but they know that it's something that everyone wants to make it really quickly to just see player and deck list. Obviously, that also goes into whether it's an open deck list event, but it'll really help get leader statistics out quickly and things like that. So I'm really happy that Melee is so invested in making a platform that works so well for Star Wars.
Yeah, I kind of remember like at the beginning of the set they were using the embedded like Fantasy Flight software, and there was a lot of complaints about that. So it sounds like that's gotten sorted out a little bit.
Yeah, the other thing that I'm really excited about is with the Fantasy Flight software, no one really knew how the tiebreakers worked in terms of standings, and that's incredibly clear with Melee. So it's really nice to just know going in, hey, this is how this is going to play out. I can see what standing I'm in, and I know why. Versus a lot of guesswork. So the openness with the Melee formula is also really nice, really good to see.
I will say that there's some drama with the whole, I don't think it's a Melee thing, but the whole like under 18 like situation to get like a SWU ID. Like that's a real disaster. They really need to figure that out.
It's really hard. Bot the Network has a teenager on our team, a French person named Junior, who's an amazing player. So I really hope that they sort that out. But I think it's really hard when you look at the fact that they're also doing competitions in Europe and EU. The European Union has a lot of specific laws, I think, about that. So I think there's a lot of legalese tied to prize support and things like that. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I have no idea. That's just what I'm guessing. But hopefully they get that sorted out, because there are a lot of young players that are really good at this game. Oh, we got a statement in chat that says the under 18 issue was resolved already. So that's good to hear.
Okay.
I am fairly out of the loop with all of that from the FFG official standpoint. So I'm really glad that got sorted out, because we have a lot of young players that are really good, and they need to be able to showcase their talent at this game. So
yeah, I'd like to see like an official kind of comment on it, as opposed to like, because there was quite the stir on Facebook there about that. So it's just trying to figure out. You know, my son's been waiting, because I told him like, hey man, like it sounds like we're in a holding pattern until we get some confirmation. So he wants to know. I mean,
yeah.
But if it's been resolved,
came through the judge Discord. Got it.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, thank you for that that clarification, Tennessee Feet Monk.
Looks like we got 10 minutes left in round 3. So we had a Sabine situation here that went pretty quick, so we're just filling in.
Yeah.
Just chatting. So, what kind of decks you been playing there? Wait.
The deck I've been playing the most in set 3 is definitely the Anakin Blue list. I got on that pretty early in set 3 and made a list that did really well and some bought the network internal testing. I actually put out a YouTube video on that list with Jonathan Fisher and Lego Pizza Ian. You can find that on Jonathan R. Fisher's YouTube channel. But I go really deep, talk for about an hour with Ian and Jonathan about the deck, the card select choices, some of the matchups. I go pretty deep into the Django matchup in Mono Han. It's a thing that I could talk about forever. I really enjoy going through those kinds of things and talking about that kind of stuff. And I really like the Anakin deck. It's a really cool deck with a lot of different directions you can take it and a lot of utility into different matchups.
Yeah, Anakin, I mean, right out the gate, you get him in a draft, you're probably winning the draft. I mean, so that's usually a good sign that the guy's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, that was what made me start the deck. I played with it and against it in a pre-release, and I said, I think there's something to this that we can do here. And one of the first things that drew me to it in Constructed is how Jedi Lightsaber works with Overwhelm. So Jedi Lightsaber on attack gives the defender -2/-2. And if the defender is defeated by an Overwhelm unit at any point in the attack, the full damage still goes to base. So one of the best strategies is people try to play like a Village Protectors as a 2/2 shielded Sentinel. Well, if you put a Jedi Lightsaber on Anakin, you kill the Village Sentinel on attack and still deal the full damage to base. So it makes it really good at clearing the ground arena while also piling on damage to base.
I see. All right, that seems pretty good. I think with Anakin, I've been kind of focused on, I mean, I haven't, vetted it fully, but I kind of just like philosophically like the early shielded units in yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Just to kind of get the little 2-for-1 there or whatever. Just like, or kill their guy and stick my little, just clean that shield off of my crafty or my L3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think yellow has some really good lines for that reason as well. And Anakin has the ability to hold your opponent's board hostage. You play a crafty smuggler, and if they play a 4 health unit, you just get to trade it for your shield on the crafty smuggler. So there's a lot of cool lines in a lot of colors.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Sabine, I'm probably ECLing my Sabine unit turn 1. Like that's what I'm doing. So I mean, I think there is some counterplay to it. There is ways to kind of like get in the way, just kind of disrupt that a little bit. But
the deck's definitely not infallible. I mean, we just saw it get beat 2-0 by Sabine, so it's definitely not a it's not some kind of auto win deck. I just really like the different lines that you have, the different ways that you can build it, and the way that it kind of makes you. It kind of fundamentally changes the way you think about the game in terms of what units are good, when you want to attack base versus hold up the Anakin ability, how much you want to damage your own base. There's a lot of really interesting lines that make me that draw me towards liking that leader.
Oh yeah. I've been into Anakin, and then I do like Yoda. I just think Yoda. I don't know how good like he's gonna end up being like in the totality of things, like in the hierarchy.
Yeah.
But he's so fun to play with for sure.
Yeah, Yoda's great. I love the card selection. I discounted when I first saw him how easy it was going to be to turn on You're My Only Hope. And I don't necessarily just mean playing things for free, but just playing Luke a turn early. Things like that it's just so easy for Yoda to set up between the suite of blue removal spells that you have and then his ability to just put whatever you want on top and then get it out. It's been very consistent at helping you cheat out resources with You're My Only Hope, and you just get to churn through your deck and find whichever cards you want. His on deploy is great. Yeah, I'm a huge Yoda fan.
Oh yeah. I mean, just that like on 6, You're My Only Hope into redemption and just like heal your whole base and just just kind of reset things, and then I don't know, there's some pretty good lines in there.
Yeah, definitely. And you can even go more heavy on the card draw side of things, combining it with things like Set 1 R2D2 and Foresight and C3PO, where you constantly know what's on top of your deck, and you just keep drawing so many cards. The card advantage there is really interesting. And then he has a lot of cool synergies Yoda does with just old and new cards. Yoda's been really fun.
Yeah. I think his little, like, kind of philosophically, his weakness might be like hard or soft control, like villain control into him. And like also the other thing to think about is like smaller units could negate his flip if they go a little bit wider. So these are some of the things to think about, but exactly, like I played in the show match against Palpatine, the new Palp, and I just got smoked by it was like one of those, it was a very interesting build. It was like, you have the yellow blue, so on the hero side you can play like sparks and stuff to like go in there and get the hand, and then you just have all the late game Snoke and all that, so it was pretty cool build. I just got completely smoked.
Yeah, so, I actually watched that match. Shout out to anyone who wants to go watch the YouTube VOD of Poem's Yoda versus Palpatine match. But if you've ever wanted to see Blue Hero play Avenger, you should watch that match.
Yeah. I don't know why it was in there, but it was, it was in my sideboard.
I mean, it was very close to working. It just looked kind of similar to some of the other, when you get these, when we would get the Kira mirrors as an example from set 2. It was I really enjoyed watching that match. I thought it was really cool to see both builds and to see how it played out.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, you're my only hope or whatever into an Avenger kind of thing. I don't know. It's just, it's a thing that can happen. So like, on curve in a way that's logical. But
yeah.
It's like, so what's the side, you almost need your whole sideboard to be like off aspect, like hand hate or something. I don't know. It's those control mirrors are what I think turn off a lot of people from even trying out that archetype is, what's going to happen.
Yeah.
What's going to happen when you just, who's going to pack more of the tech cards that can deal in the mirror.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people, I think, like they like the control into everything except control, and then they really dislike trying to do the vigilance mirrors. I think it takes a special kind of player to be good at and to be good at that kind of gameplay. I certainly, it's probably the worst archetype for me to try to pilot. I'm just so bad at that, at understanding the intricacies of Avenger versus Avenger and vigilance versus vigilance type of gameplay. So I really respect the people that do it well.
Yeah, you almost have to just really play that archetype a lot and just kind of know what's going on.
Looks like we're getting our round 4 matches set up here. To see, we've got another Anakin Blue, so that's exciting. A little redemption arc for Anakin Blue. Hopefully, we'll see how it does this time. I have to try my best to be unbiased, but this is a deck that I've been a huge fan of. And then, yeah, so for those just joining us, we are about to start round 4 at the Win a Case tournament at Pastime Comics and Games in Chicago. Big shout out to the store for hosting this event. Big shout out to Late Night Gaming for doing this this hopefully excellent coverage. Oh, we have a Bothan Network coin. You love to see that. This may be, I know there is a Bothan team member at this event, so this might be Yoda Killer, aka Carlos. I am not 100%. I know he loves his CAD Red. I'm not 100% sure if this is him or not. Haven't gotten confirmation. But I do see the Bothan coin.
So it's Anakin. That's the new blue base.
Yes.
And
Yep.
a Cad
Anakin
red.
blue versus Cad red. So this is Cad has a lot of good tools in this matchup to help control Anakin. The biggest one is if you get Forlom and Zuckuss, you get a 7/7 Saboteur that can go past all the Sentinels and just kill Anakin right on deploy. So that's a big thing that the Cad player is going to be looking for. Cad Red is also just a lot of people try to compare Cad Red to Django Red, but to me they're fundamentally very different decks. Django wants to go fast and uses tap ability to make sure you can't come back, whereas Cad just wants to use his ping ability to make sure that he maintains control of the board. And Cad is a little bit slower, but going to be way more comfortable taking the game late.
Yeah, he's just trying to over the course of the game to generate value off of that free
Exactly.
damage. Yeah.
Yep. All right, we finally got a coin flip win. Looks like Anakin won the die roll for initiative.
I think the Cad player is just hoping that they remember to pack their no good to me deads. I think that's
that's another huge card.
Is it
really good against...
is there 3 main deck? That's the real question.
The interesting thing is I don't think Cad even needs 3 main deck because you have so much. It kind of goes against your ping ability a little bit when you think about the fact that once you tap something, your opponent may just kind of have given it up for dead already. But No Good to Be Dead is so good against anything that wants a big thing, whether it's Anakin trying to swing in for big damage, even if you just use it on a triple dark rated unit so that it can't attack you that turn. There's a lot of good utility in No Good to Me Dead that I think it's hard to keep out of any yellow villain list at the moment.
I haven't cut a deck in 2 years. Don't tell anybody. Don't.
Well, now I know whenever we play, I'm just gonna stack my deck and shuffle so that it stays stacked. I've got your number.
It's just you start doing it's like becomes a thing. Like I don't want to stop the streak.
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's just your thing now. And yes, we just got confirmation. This is DZ on Anakin versus Yoda Killer on the Cad Red. So yeah, Yoda Killer is a member of the Bothan competition team. He is a very skilled player. I don't know much about DZ, but he's obviously on a very good deck because I love Anakin. We saw a turn 1 Queel, but quickly answered by Cad Tarkentown. I think Cad is totally on board with just using his Tarkentown early, especially with a unit like Queel, who threatens so much card draw.
So what's the sequencing there? Like, can the Anakin player just pass and just force the mercenary gunship to come down first so that they can safely play the Quill?
You can, but I think as Cad, you're okay with taking this long. So I think as Cad, if that happens, you just claim and let them miss their first turn. Oh, wow. Now there are 2 of them out of 4. So in this case, he probably wouldn't have done that if he has now there are 2 of them. So yeah, Cad's starting exactly how it wants to start out. A clear board versus a Forlom, and Cad is living the dream right now, I think.
Yeah, this is really rough. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that's the kind of thing. Yeah.
I was just interesting to note that Anakin's running the Concord Dawn Interceptors main. I would imagine this is a nod to expecting a lot of the Django Red decks. Perilous Position coming in clutch again, stopping the Forlom hit.
The pass thing is like it's something you really got to think about for sure. Like when I was playing Boba Red Tarkentown in San Francisco over at the PQ. I mean, I was cleaning up Sabines all day. The one guy that beat me did the pass, and it just kind of makes it a little bit more awkward. Definitely, like
Yeah.
when your whole game plan is centered around like swarming and controlling and such.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think just passing is heavily underutilized in this game. I think it's a really important tool that players need to know how to use and to use more than a lot of them do. I did not see what trick Carlos picked up off of his Jabba. So I'm not sure what so there's probably some known information that the Anakin player has that we do not, because I didn't see it.
I just don't see how we come back from this board state. It's just gotten out of
It's
control.
really tough. If the CAD player has a Zuckuss, then Anakin is really in trouble. A takedown there.
Okay.
So that makes the Zuckuss a little bit less intimidating, but all Anakin's doing here is just trying to answer one thing at a time, and still took 2 cards. Oh, he got Maclunky. Thank you, J Freak. Okay, so we know that there's a Maclunky in hand for the CAD player off of the Jabba. But all this removal is just getting held up for the Anakin flip turn, because Anakin isn't able to develop a board. They're spending their whole time trying to answer CAD's board, which really just plays into what CAD wants to do.
Yeah, I wonder if what is it? DZ needs to kind of like rethink that turn one. It's really just lines up perfectly with now there were 2 of them in into the Zuckuss and all that. It's just, what are we gonna try next time? What's the plan?
Yeah, I think especially when you consider now there are 2 of them, it makes the pass a lot more appealing, because if they claim, they're not gonna, now there are 2 of them. I think Poe is a really good start. It's a big threat that the CAD player has to try to answer before Anakin deploy. It's answerable for sure, but I think it's a good start. You have to start asking questions rather than spending your whole turn trying to answer the CAD units.
I mean, he's got enough on board just to clean that guy up with his units.
He can, but if he just attacks Zuckuss and trades with Poe, then Anakin flip gets a lot more free. So I think that's what he's trying to. The nice thing is, since CAD for CAD, since Poe got played this turn instead of last turn, he doesn't have to answer it right away. He can take his time and wait to see what the Anakin player is going to do next. Anakin's pretty much out of actions. It's either flip now or forever hold your peace, right? You're either running into this Zuckuss. This is a good example of where passing might be good. But I think CAD is still pretty far ahead on this board state. Oh, wow, that's huge. So playing the Hotshot Blaster with Smuggle so that Jabba can take out the Poe, and he still has the Zuckuss up.
Yeah, we
So
got
so
we played a Greedo, got a ping, and then we went gun kill, and we're just riding into the sunset.
Exactly,
baby.
yeah. And CAD leader, when deployed, pings for 2 instead of 1. So that plus the 4 damage from Jabba plus Blaster was enough to kill the Poe. So yeah, Anakin is in a lot of trouble here. We'll have to see what they can come up with. Note CAD is still holding up this Zuckuss. It doesn't kill Anakin right away because there's no Forlom, but it is still 6 damage into him. And he wouldn't die back. And yeah, Anakin just claims and doesn't flip. It's hard to overstate how good this Zuckuss is against Anakin, because usually you want to try to hide behind Village Protectors or Obi-Wan, and he's just sitting there with Saboteur ready to be able to take him out regardless of the Sentinel play. Starting with so I think what happened was Anakin passed and CAD claimed. So CAD missed out on some damage to base, but made sure that the Anakin flip didn't happen that turn. So and now CAD wants to shoot first or something to that like that card.
Oh, that is savage.
Yeah, it's a good response though to get the Luke back. It's about the best Anakin could hope for, and because now CAD has to have something else to be able to clear this Luke. let's see. CAD mulling over his options.
I'm live on YouTube.
Oh, interesting. Maclunkying the Jabba back to hand. So he loses the blaster, but he'll get another Jabba when played to try to find another trick, and gets 5 damage on the Luke. So that lets him kill the Luke this turn pretty cleanly with the Greedo. And just replaying the Jabba. I'm gonna try to pay attention this time to see what he gets.
Get another shoot first and keep that Greedo up, baby.
Oh yeah. See a Ruthless Raider. I'm not seeing anything.
Looks
It
like
looks like
maybe
he missed.
bricked. Yeah. Poor guy.
Yeah, so missed on the tricks, but still pretty far ahead here.
Yeah, just losing the Greedo.
Yeah, so Greedo into the Luke, CAD doing 4 to base. So no Zuckuss on the table that the Anakin player has to worry about, but still needs to find a way to catch up on board. This CAD leader is a 2/8 raid 2, so it's a pretty big beating and kind of hard to take off the board. So it looks like there's another Luke in hand for the Anakin player. Not the biggest deal when both of your opponent's units have 8 health. So maybe the Anakin player can hope to try to develop something on the board this turn, have it die next turn, and Luke then. That's a potential option.
Yeah, I think
We'll have to see what else they have.
I think kind of the better option is concede and see if there's a taco truck outside. I don't know, or you know what I mean. I mean we're not.
Yeah,
we're not.
There's
we're
some
not
merit
coming
to
back
just taking
here.
it for game. Yeah, there's definitely some merit to just taking it to game 2. When you're both playing decks that aren't super fast. Forlom plus Zuckuss now. So the Forlom killed the Cassian. Oh, Zuckuss going to base. This tells you the CAD player thinks he's really far ahead. Oh, sorry, that's Jabba for 2. I don't know why I thought that was Zuckuss.
I think he's just pushing in.
So he's pushing in. The Poe is going to stay around, but this is a lot of health to go through.
Just a waylayer. Is that what that is?
It might have been a no good to me dead.
Oh, okay, no good to me. Okay.
Yeah. So Poe not going to get to attack this turn either, which really that is lethal on board if the Anakin player doesn't have a Sentinel to throw in the way or a removal spell for this Forlom. We know there's a Luke that could come down, or there should be a Luke that could come down to kill the Forlom, but still obviously in a very rough spot for the Anakin player.
When I hit the mute button, I'm just not getting muted. That's what's going on.
It must be something because I'm not hearing you in Discord when you do that, so it must be something about what's going to the stream. If I had to guess, I'm not sure.
Yeah, there must be like another mic.
Yeah.
Going in.
And yeah, so Anakin player does go for the Luke to kill Forlom. So not dead on board right now, but still obviously in a very rough spot. Another hotshot blaster.
I see. I had a hot mic. Yeah, I found it. Yeah. I think.
So now 4 health left on Anakin's base. Big decision here now. Do anything else or try to claim. Only 2 resources left, so not much that the Anakin player could do.
Yeah, no, I had another Yeti. That's like my backup mic that just happened to be on. I think it's resolved now.
Okay, so yeah, please keep letting us know in YouTube comments if you hear a hot mic. We think we fixed the issue. Anakin player going with a force throw to try to get lucky, but does not get lucky and is now dead to the CAD attack. So on to game 2. Really good showcase from this CAD deck of just what this deck wants to do as a whole, and I think a really good showcase of why it's different than the Django deck. A lot of players seem to think these decks were fairly equivalent, and should you run CAD, should you run Django? I think this was a huge example of why this is just a fundamentally different deck, even though it's in the same colors.
Yeah, I think the Django in particular really there's like a very narrow set of cards that need to be included in that.
Yeah, definitely. Like it's going to be more space heavy. It's going to be based around triple dark raid. It's going to be based around being aggressive and trying to stop your opponent from controlling or from clearing your board. And this CAD deck is much more just going to control the board and kill you in the long run. It's also really good use of both Forlom and Zuckuss, I think. Utilizing the extra pings, the value of them together. I think they weren't as heavily utilized in set 2 as a lot of players thought they were going to be when they were spoiled, because we ended up getting to like the Boba yellow decks that were more aggressive and didn't run as many copies of those specific cards. And I think this deck really showcases the power of both of those units together.
Yeah, I remember when those guys were first spoiled, everyone thought they were going to be in every single villain yellow deck. But yeah, like you said, we tried to pump in a little bit more with the Bobby yellow. But now, just the value of those guys makes sense to jam them in.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially with now there are 2 of them, because now the curve can be turn 1 play into turn 2 Zuckuss into turn 3 Forlom. With now there are 2 of them, and you just get this 5/5 ambusher, and you already have a 7/7 Saboteur sitting there. Like that specific play line, while it's unlikely to happen statistically, is just it's such a beating to have your deck have that potential where you can just make that strong of a play that early.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit telegraphed, like I said, to where it's deck building that can solve it. There's also like just the decision points. I mean, can you, is going later really too big of an issue for you to kind of mess up their curve?
Yeah.
I mean, because the Anakin has late game answers. I mean,
absolutely
there's the unit Anakin himself comes in and does stuff, the Lukes and things like that. So I mean.
Yeah, some of these decks are running Crate Dragons as top end. You can change, you can mess around with a number of Obis and Anakins. This deck can go late depending on how it's built. But yeah, I think we'll see if this goes the same way for the CAD player as Game 1 did, or what kind of post board answers Anakin may have to try to make the matchup a little better.
Yeah, I just don't think you can just set the quill down and just hope for the best. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to work.
Yeah, and I think we maybe. CAD mulligans. Yeah, so I'm curious if we'll just see a pass out of Anakin to start.
Shielded, I think turn 1 shielded units we had talked about a little bit before, but if you can even just consider playing like a security complex to try to like prevent some of this kind of stuff too, could be there. So this is not what you.
We do not see the
a
pass,
problem
so...
here. We're seeing it's the same issue here. We've got the underworld unit down. We're killing that Sabine, and if we have the combo, we just win this game.
Yeah, it is an interesting thought though that if the Anakin player had passed, they could just get the Sabine taken out of their hand. Not that would necessarily be the end of the world for them, but it's a tough one. I think trying to navigate this matchup as a whole is really tough for the Anakin player with all the variety of lines that CAD has.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you pass and they just play the guy, and then do you really have a way to like kill that guy right away to where they're just going to end up in the combo anyways? It's tricky.
Exactly.
It is very tricky for sure. Again, that's kind of where my mind went with Anakin, was shield base security complex to prevent that kind of situation from happening to you, and then or the yellow with the shield guys.
Yeah, so we see the Village Protectors, which we knew a couple of in hand. Punishing One, just honestly really good as a 3/4 space unit for 3 coming down. This deck doesn't play around much with the defeating an upgraded unit, but just playing it as a big space unit that can help make trades there has been really good from what I've seen from this CAD deck.
Yeah.
Now this Village Protector is set the die to either Bayesian attack or another CAD ping.
Yeah, this CAD's looking real smooth.
Yeah. Yeah, just really firing on all cylinders and really showcasing here that, you have the now there are two of them for Lamzaka stuff, but you don't need it. You're still a good deck when it doesn't happen. And I think that's the key to making now there are two of them good. You need to have a functional deck when you don't draw the combo, and then an insane deck when you do. And that's what I think we're getting with this CAD red deck.
I'm leaning towards Tarkin Town really being one of the kind of like the premier cards in this game. I mean, it's I feel like maybe set one it wasn't really kind of like I just over time like just some of these it's seeing more use right now for sure, but it's just such a good card.
Yeah, and I think both the CAD and Django decks are showcasing why Tarkin Town can be so good, but both the decks based around doing small amounts of damage to get value, and then just when you have the right numbers line up, you just get to kill. In this case, just try to always kill a turn one play, or try to finish off that other unit. It just makes trading less efficient. I agree. I think Tarkin Town is going to be a big player in this whole set.
I think we're still in the early stages of our meta. I think that
Absolutely.
We're still in like the aggro mid-range part of this journey, and I think that eventually, once the threats kind of reveal themselves, then I think the control leader or the control decks will be ready to begin their attempt at.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think always the problem with control decks is you need to know what you have to answer, right? There's a huge variety of answers that we have everywhere, so you need to know what the questions are so that you can have the right answers. And I think pretty soon we're gonna get to the point where people know that. Really heads up play here. Another great thing from Cad Bane. So when you play Forlom, you get to choose the order of your when played abilities. So in this case, Yoda Killer said, you have a shield, so I'm going to use CAD to make you ping the shield, then I'm going to ambush. So that lets this 4/4 unit kill a 2/2 shielded with just the ambush and the CAD trigger. So showcasing how sequencing can be really big and some of the other benefits of CAD. Takedown on the Forlom, but Forlom already did his job, so I think you're okay with that as the CAD player.
I feel like these Village Protectors in the last couple matches have just gotten smoked. I don't know. I know a lot of people are like very high on that card, like slam it every time, but I don't know. I'm not a huge Village Protector guy.
I think it depends on the deck. I like Village Protector a lot, specifically in Anakin, because of how the costs line up of 3 cost plus another 3-drop on your deploy turn. But specifically, this CAD deck is so good against Village Protectors, where you have a combination of Saboteur and CAD pings for the shield. That this is really a deck where Village Protectors does not shine. And I think that we also saw it against Sabine with this Anakin deck, where Anakin was just behind the whole time, and the Village Protectors couldn't do enough to help him keep up. So I do think it has its place against a lot of decks, but we definitely have not seen it do well on stream so far as a card. Yeah, but we're on both leader deploy turns now, so interested to see where the players take it from here.
Yeah, DZ on Anakin here has had to kind of overpay a couple times for some mitigation, doing a takedown on a 2 health remaining unit and such.
Yeah, and doing a takedown on 6 resources is also awkward because it's a lot harder to spend the last 2 than it is to spend 3. So, Ian in chat asking, yes, correct. Yoda Killer is on CAD red, and then we have DZ on Anakin blue. This is game 2 with CAD taking game 1. We see another Jabba coming in, probably looking for maybe a shoot first, maybe a Maclunky. Could be looking for a waylay. Looks like he whiffed again. So that's the second time we've seen him whiff on Jabba. but I think in general he's still okay with just getting a 2/8 Underworld unit out.
There it is.
Has
There's
the
that
no good to me dead.
So
Yeah.
I'm thinking,
that
I'm seeing Jabba getting a lot more play as well. I think the play line of like the Jabba find the now there are two of them into the CAD is maybe pushing that, and also is generally fairly good into discard type hand hate strategies just to have the extra card draw. So end stages of the Shadows meta, I started putting Jabba in my Boba Red deck just because the weak matchup was actually into like Han 2 blue and things like that, like pillage you out and then you're just kind of hosed.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I think in set 1 everyone saw Jabba and always said, man, when we get more and better tricks, this card's going to be really good. And I think we're at that point now in set 3 where like you were talking about, a lot of the new tricks and the old tricks aren't bad, but you just get a higher density of them now, along with the stuff like now there are 2 of them where you can try to get you can get a lot more value out of this. And then just having a 2/8 body with things like the Hotshot Blaster, we saw that used to great effect last game. That makes Jabba work a lot better.
Good old Hotshot. All right, we've got still in poem math, we've got CAD up 3-2. Got three cards on versus 2.
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
Oh, CAD unit coming out. So only getting to capture 1 unit with the Yoda. He can't capture leaders, but just having a 7/7 sitting out there is huge. Village Protectors looking a little bit better now, actually protecting Anakin at the moment.
Yeah, could we have dirtled there a little bit more? Maybe hit him with the punishing one and just kind of wait and see if another unit comes down before that CAD pops.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair, because if this CAD gets to capture the Village Protectors too, then that would have been even better. It's possible that Yoda Killer on the CAD would contemplate taking initiative rather than swinging with the punishing one, so we might have just wanted to present an overwhelming board state and say you have to do something or I'm going to claim and hit you a lot.
I don't think this game's going to be tilted either way based on that decision point. It was just interesting to think, discuss why it kind of happened.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very interesting to discuss because it goes back to all the sequence and things that we had talked about, where those are really big in this game. Like what order do you want to do actions in? When do you want to basically soft pass to set up like a better CAD unit versus making your opponent have something to answer what you're playing. Yeah, Noxum brings up a good point in chat that we were, I think, already there on tricks in set 2, which is what Poem was talking about, how he started using Java more at the end of set 2, and then Boba destroying CAD Tarkentown, and that's not something that we have to worry about anymore with Boba Leader being suspended. We talked, a lot of people talked at the time about what decks that freed up to potentially play, and I think this CAD Tarkentown deck is potentially one of the biggest benefactors of the Boba banning. You also get to add the set 3 cards like CAD unit. Now there are 2 of them, and then you don't have to worry about running into Boba anymore. So
a big mid-range vacuum that's trying to be filled at this time.
Yeah, and I think we have CAD Red, we have this Anakin deck. We've already seen multiple mid-range decks put up some decent results early. So yeah, there is a big vacuum, and we'll see what ends up filling it. There are a couple of front runners. I think this CAD deck is a big front runner to potentially fill the mid-range vacuum.
I tend to think, and it's like hard for me to shake it, that resource advantage, some type of resource cheating, ultimately has to just be the best deck. It's hard for me to kind of get away from that.
Yeah. I agree. That's why for me, any leader whose leader activation has a resource cost, that's a very big downside for me. I know some of those leaders have still put up good results, but even leaders like Rey or Luke, where you have to spend 1 to either put the shield or experience counter, I think those are working the opposite way of the way you want the game to function, of cheating on resources like you were saying. And so when I see leaders like Cad or Anakin who don't have resource costs and still have powerful actions, or obviously we look at a leader like Boba who went the other way and gave you resources back, Han 1 and Han 2 who both cheat on resources. I agree. I think those are the big things from a game fundamental standpoint, to look at how you can break the resource curve as it was designed.
And even just simple, I mean, in addition to your leaders, certain types of upgrades, like, you know, your general's blades and whatever's, just things like that. I don't know. Bring back the Alliance dispatcher, shield that baby with Luke, and just can't get killed Tarkin Town, and just push out a Kanan. Start humming, you know. Just the like resources, you know, fundamentally, or like where my mind goes in games like this. So
yeah, absolutely. What's exciting for me is how many more ways we have to do that now. You know, in set 1 it was Boba, and there weren't a ton of other ways to do it. But now there are 2 of them with both the Han leaders. There are a lot of ways to cheat resources. And here we're seeing Cad take out Anakin leader, and I think maybe Anakin is deciding if they want to rescue the unit to get 2 cards. Looks like they don't. Does that mean the Luke unit's probably coming? Yeah.
Okay, we've got a Luke on the board. I mean, that's a A+ unit there, and a little bit of restore with Yoda. So this game, not completely over. Kind of curious to see what Yoda Killer has in hand on this.
Yeah, the game's definitely not over. We'll see what the force throw is not very nice here.
Okay.
Looks like a cartel spacer. What is? I can't tell what
that was. Kind of looks like a Greedo, honestly. Sadly.
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, 100%. That's a Greedo. Yeah, one damage there. So Anakin has a lot of health on his base left to play with. By this point in game 1, Anakin was basically dead. So he's got a lot more. It looks like a waylay on Luke. So Yoda Killer buying some time there into Boba unit.
Yeah, still some unspent resources there for Yoda Killer. I'm not counting Anakin out here.
Oh, definitely not. The health on Cad's units line up awkwardly into Yoda attacking for 4, so Cad's got that going for him. But we know there's a Luke in hand. We could see something like just Luke turn the Boba into an 0-3 and then Yoda can kill it. We could see Luke could just kill the punishing one. So there's still definitely some plays that for Anakin to make. I think Cad's gonna have to have something else big to close out this game. We'll have to see what that ends up being.
Yeah, I kind of like the just Luke kill punishing one. We'll see.
Yeah, just save the damage on your base, clear the arena that you're not in, and then you still have this Luke that they can't answer on board. I think it could be a totally fair tactic to say I can just take 3 damage in space every turn with my restore unit, so I'm going to clear the ground. Maybe the Anakin player's thought is if my Luke lives, it's much better for me than killing the punishing one. So their thought is to try to make plays to make sure Luke survives. I think that's a fair line of thought to take as well.
Yeah, try to clear out the ground so Luke can just keep giving you that restore every round.
Exactly. You'll find something to deal with punishing one later.
Yeah. The issue is could be their thought. I mean, this play. I mean, I kind of see that coming a mile away a little bit there, though. You know, you hit into the Boba, and now he just cleans you up for free.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But now that turns Luke on, so Luke could also kill Jabba. Okay, so still killing the punishing one. But the Boba has already attacked, so you're much less likely to have your Luke die this turn. Another force throw.
Okay.
An interesting line to take could have been to use the Anakin ability on Yoda attacking into Boba, because if you're planning to play this force throw, then Boba would only have 1 health left instead of 3. So it could be a big... Okay, Yoda Killer discarded a 4 cost, so it's all the same anyway. But it's an interesting thought of you're behind on damage, so is it worth the 2 damage to make sure that you kill this Boba unit? Is that another waylay on Luke?
Waylay, gotta pack your waylays these days, guys. I mean,
You do, but you've also got to pack your expensive units having on-plate abilities. So I mean, he's the Anakin player is still getting a lot of value out of these Lukes, even though they keep getting bounced. It's already the Lukes have already killed 2 units and is still sitting there in hand. So
Luke is so good. What
absolutely.
a card. I mean that card is just absolutely crazy. Glad we got some excitement here in game 2.
Yeah, I'm glad Anakin's putting up a fight at least. We'll see how the matchup goes. It looks like we just saw another Jabba in Yoda Killer's hand.
I think just these force throws are potentially causing some problems just from like a card availability standpoint.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw a Bosk just get pitched. Like that's a card that would be great to have into this Luke. To just to help clear it over a couple of actions. Forlom, so we're getting 5 damage into Luke. Jabba cannot kill the Luke because Jabba's been given -3/-3, but still, oh, he did no ambush, so just 1 damage into the Luke from the Forlom. So that might signify that a Zuckuss is coming. Bool is asking in chat, what is the matchup score? This is currently game 2. Cad Bane took game 1 in a rather convincing fashion. Game 2 is much closer. We're getting a much better game, where much more even game out of game 2 so far. Really interesting choice to not ambush the Forlom. To me, that means that maybe there's also a Zuckuss, and he wants to get the Zuckuss ambush in. But we'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I think the math kind of works out.
Oh, so he plays a Sentinel, but that does not matter for the Zuckuss. The Zuckuss could still kill Luke if that's what's in hand. We do not know what's in hand. It could just be that he didn't want to lose his Forlom for no damage. Because without Zuckuss, this Obi-Wan is looking really good.
I think that Zuckuss would have come out.
Yeah. And yeah, I agree with Bool. Cad is a pretty tough matchup for Anakin in my testing as well. Carlos, the Cad player on stream right now, is on my team and has brutalized me with this Cad deck when I'm playing Anakin before. It can be, a lot of these Cad lines are really tough for Anakin to deal with. But Anakin's putting up a really good showing this game. He's the Anakin has done really well, even without getting big hits in with Anakin, which is usually the way this deck wants to win. Got a sneak attack off of the Jabba this time.
There was definitely some advantage early with the CAD. It seemed like some of the trades and the board state kind of, but as we turn the corner here, we're advantage seems to be Anakin, if I had to guess.
Yeah, Anakin stabilized really well. Force throws played a huge role in that. I would say there was a lot of Luke into force throw. Luke got waylaid. Luke into force throw lines that really helped Anakin stabilize, getting multiple win plays off Luke. So the Cad player was able to not have the restore 3 happen from Luke, but the multiple win plays and multiple force throws really have set Anakin up to be in a much better spot this game.
Yeah, not having any other way to just kill Luke and just having to bounce him every time is definitely not ideal.
Yeah. There's another Forlom. I'm gonna imagine, yeah, putting the damage on Obi, and then the Cad player deciding if they want to ambush. Bool asking the game plan for each side. Anakin can go long. It really depends on the build. So some builds are running things like Crate Dragon, which help go long. Bravado to ready Luke. I like this a lot. Even without the crates, any deck that's running Luke unit has the ability to go long. It's just any kind of blue-red hero has a lot of tools to eventually go long. I think with Cad going long, the biggest additions are things like Cad Bane unit, because right now Cad Bane unit could clear both of those and make Luke have another answer. That's a very risky play because you could give them back the units with the Rivals Fall. So it's very tricky, I think, taking this matchup late. Ivan Ator saying they play 3 redemptions with Anakin. That's certainly another way to potentially take it late. Get to heal a bunch off of your base and have a big space unit. Yeah, the CAD player has to have something here. Maclunky to kill the Luke. That's huge, and then ping the Obi-Wan because Maclunky is an underworld card. So that's another one where you can take you can use
that was
action
crazy.
equity.
That was so good. I mean, he doesn't get the
so
card
good.
draw. I mean,
yeah,
that was
that was a
insane.
huge Maclunky. Now you get to replay the Jabba, get the win played again. So
Yeah.
now it looks like Anakin needs something else again.
What a play! That was incredible.
Yeah, huge to not get the win defeated on Obi-Wan to get to draw another card. Looks like we see another Maclunky there. Yeah, huge play by CAD there. And it shows the punish of when CAD played the Forlom last turn, my first thought was you put the damage on Obi-Wan because that's a Sentinel that's going to die first. But when you're playing against this CAD deck, having any unit at 1 health left it can be a huge liability, and we saw it there. If Obi had 1 more HP, then it would have lived through both of those triggers. So it's a really interesting play line that I certainly would have played into the Maclunky as well. But it's just something to think about when you're trying to make these intricate plays.
Okay, so that damage if it had gone onto the Luke, we just don't that whole line doesn't work, or can he have done it opposite, like to where there was?
Well, if he had put the damage on the Luke, I think Luke and Obi both would have had 2 health left, which means either one would have still died to the Maclunky, but neither would have died to the CAD ping.
So I thought they were both at 5. So if we put the damage over there, then on Luke, then he's at 6 and he's dying.
I think Luke was at 5 after the. You might be right. I could be misremembering the game state. But either way, it's interesting to think about how multiple turns later these CAD pings, like where you put them, can really matter, and what cards you're playing around.
We've redeveloped our board state here on the Anakin side.
Yeah. Yeah, Poe and more Lukes, and Anakin they just keep asking questions. It's one of the things that I like about this deck, that this deck is just full of questions, and you, as the opponent, you have to have the right answers at the right time. And so far, CAD has, but we're not done asking questions. Anakin's still saying, here, now I've got another Poe and another Luke. What answers do you still have? Correct. Anakin has already deployed and died, so it just doesn't have the X counter on it. See that question in chat from Mr. Jonathan Fisher. Yeah, so this is the last Luke. Either this is the last Luke, or we're gonna get a game loss for illegal deck building. One of the two. So last Luke that Yoda Killer has to worry about.
We're coming up against a time constraint here, still in this long extended game 2 with only 16 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, we're at the point where if the CAD player thinks they're out of answers, it could be a strategic scoop. And I think that's what we're seeing here. I think he wants to make sure that there's enough time for game 3. Yeah. Because there's only 15 minutes left in the round, and neither of these decks are especially fast. Yeah, it looks like we see a scoop by the CAD player going into game 3 now.
Both players looking like they're shuffling as fast as they can. I see hands flying around.
Yeah, I think they both realize, like, no one wants to go to time here. Everyone wants to try to actually finish these matches out. And then CAD choosing to give Anakin the initiative. Both games so far, we've seen Anakin just play out a turn 1 unit that will die to Tarkin Town.
I just don't love it. I don't love it. Wait. I think you gotta just be like, pass and just see what's gonna happen. You know, what are they gonna do?
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think the now there are 2 of them lines really exacerbated that line, because I think set 2 CAD would be kind of okay going into turn 2 with no one playing anything, but this set 3 CAD where you're playing these now there are 2 of them lines, you really just have to play your turn 1 out at some point.
And we saw how, as the game extended, the Anakin was favored. I mean, just the healing, the card advantage, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think this CAD really needs to get the early to mid game advantage and try to hold on to it before all these Lukes come out. We'll have to see how it lines up in game 3. But it was a really intricate game 2. There were a lot of cool lines played there. Maclunky killing both Luke and Obi-Wan was really awesome from the CAD player.
A lot of people saying pass for sure. Anakin should not play a turn 1. Yeah, I mean, you really gotta. I mean, we've been talking about it a lot, but it's happened both games. Just kind of like bringing that little 2-3 out there and just like shooting fish in a barrel.
It looks like they did pass this time, so playing differently already in game 2.
Okay, is there another? Nope. Okay, no other turn 1. We're at least getting an attack off from our ship before we get Darkened Town.
Yeah, there could be a Maclunky, but then you're not getting, now there are 2 of them. Yeah, there's 3 to base, so Restored Ark's getting in. Turn 1 did not get immediately killed, so this is already a much different game than we saw in the first 2 games.
Do we see a pass there?
We saw a Greedo attack into deploy Yoda. The Anakin player played Yoda, I would imagine, so that they could potentially kill any ship with the Restored Ark.
It looks like maybe we bricked 3 resource turn.
Yeah, no 3 resource play from CAD is not a great start.
That is not a good situation.
Yeah.
All right, nice.
Orlum to kill the Yoda.
Nice little kill there. Stays alive. The math lined up there on that. And the ping.
Yeah, and then also get 1 damage into the Restored Ark, so you get to Tarkin Town it.
Okay, all right, we're covering. We're bouncing back.
Yeah, and then the Tarkin Town uses up an action, so you have the Greedo to potentially run into any 4 resource play that they try to make, or you could just attack with the Greedo now.
Oh, you love to see Greedo just hit off the top rope on whatever, maybe a Kanan or something that comes out.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, like yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Anakin not playing into that, sticking to the space arena. And now we see that, so that was excellent sequencing from Anakin to make sure that Greedo doesn't just get in the free trade onto Queel. Now they have to use their action this turn if they want to do that.
Queel, what a card. That guy is so good.
Oh, absolutely. I think Queel suffered earlier from a lot of decks not wanting to have a blue base. All the blue-red hero decks were like Luke and Rey, where you have the red base and you want the blue heavy cards. But that's one of the things I like about this Anakin deck and about mono blue Yoda, where Queel just really shines. Perilous Position to take out the Forlom is really big. Didn't get in that 4 damage with it, and makes Zuckuss not have ambush for the upcoming flip. So that was a huge Perilous Position for the Anakin player.
These guys are going lightning speed, man. It's just
they're going
bam,
fast,
bam,
and
bam.
Yeah, the damage is adding up. This game is already going to be a lot faster than before. We have 7 damage on the ground for CAD and 5 damage in space every turn for Anakin. So we're zooming.
Yeah, these guys, it's quick action. So we might see some mistakes in that scenario when you're trying to just rush.
That's a really good point. A lot of times, in the faster you try to play, the more mistakes you make. But I at this rate of play, I would be surprised if this round goes to time, because I think they're both very conscious of that.
Yeah, they've gotten all the way into kind of the mid game with still 10 minutes left. So I think they're probably going to be okay. I think they still need to keep it up. They can't go in the tank.
Yeah. And this is one where Maclunky would be huge here to just completely clear the space arena between the Bosk ping and the 3 damage. But he might be Carlos might be trying to save something for the Anakin flip, so you probably can't afford to spend all your resources clearing space right now. Oh, playing a Bazine.
Is that?
Ha! The hand is 2 Jedi
Okay.
lightsabers. So
Whoa. Okay.
yeah. And Yoda Killer leaving up 2 resources, so ready for the potential no good to me dead. I would imagine if you're Anakin, you just have to flip into this anyway. But DZ going 3 to base first because it's also the CAD flip turn, so there's a lot of potential damage ready ready for this Anakin when he tries to flip. Because also with the boss scout, anything like a shoot first is going to let Anakin die in 1 action to Cad attacking for 5 and then Bosk pinging for 2. So we know the 1 card left in Anakin's hand is a Jedi lightsaber. They drew Yoda off the Bazine and played that. Yoda Killer with a lot of cards in hand. We don't know what they are. It looks like it was a pass and claim, so no Anakin deploy and a bunch of damage left on base for a bunch of damage left unattacked for Yoda Killer. Ironically enough, Yoda Killer choosing not to kill the Yoda.
That's like the C3PO has to. What was it? He has to say 3 every time. Is that
Yeah,
what it is?
he's not named C2PO. You know. Oh, CAD unit. So that gets
Ooh,
everything.
okay.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, CAD unit cleans up the entire board. So Anakin still could deploy.
CAD's exhausted.
Out of resources now for Yoda Killer, so it's a
Okay.
clearer deploy. Oh wow,
Yeah.
looks like a rival's fall to immediately get the units back.
I confused the 2 CADs. Rivals fall. I don't know. You gotta pack your like vanquishes and rivals falls and stuff. I mean, they're.
Oh, absolutely.
Those are just. You gotta
I
have
think
them
Rivals
there.
Fall is another one. Yeah, we had talked about Target Town being big this set. I think Rivals Fall is another one. That there are just so many must kill units around right now. Worth noting that because of that, unable to play the Jedi lightsaber on Anakin, so it's going to be able to be cleaned up by all these units. But that's a lot of trading to do when you're already behind on damage. Already at 13 damage and only on the target down, so it's only 12 health left for Yoda Killer here, and he's staring down 5 in space every turn, even after he kills Anakin. So it looks like Anakin has decided to enter race mode, which I can't say I disagree with given the current board state.
I'm really liking
Now
this Anakin
killing
build.
the Yoda.
I'm liking the threats that you can put down. Like there's just good red cards. Like you.
Yeah.
Just the way
Looks
this guy's
like
got it built too. It's aggressive. It's getting in there, but there's
Yeah.
also the mitigation to deal with threats as they come through. It's pretty solid
Looks
stuff.
like DZ did not draw their card off of the Yoda death. Unless I missed it. So that might end up mattering. They're pretty low on cards in hand.
That does matter for sure. That is an
I
important.
think it matters a lot in this particular state. But that I think a lot of that goes back to both of these players are trying to play very quickly. No one wants a draw. No one's trying to go to time. You saw how quick they were acting after Anakin claimed. There was a lot of just, I'm going to do all this damage. So I think we can probably chalk it up to that.
Yeah, these guys are still going lightning speed.
Yeah, which you have to do. It's one of this time limit can be really restricting in some of these intricate matchups. So yeah, they're both trying to just rush through this game 3 and get there.
Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah. So it looks like 23 damage on Yoda Killer's base. He's not immediately claiming, so it makes it seem like he has something.
Yeah, we'll see what he drew off of that Bazine draw.
Yeah.
Losing a Poe gets a takedown.
Oh, takedown. So that means no CAD trigger. So the Maclunky play to kill 2 things no longer works with CAD defeated.
Waylay.
Waylay on the A-Wing, but it looks like there's enough resources to replay that.
Yep. I don't know if the Waylay is good value there because we know how few cards are in hand.
Yeah.
One second.
4 minutes left in the round, going into another key turn here. There is the Maclunky, but after the Waylay, there's not enough damage to kill both units. So that is a fist bump. There should have been a Bosk trigger in addition to the CAD trigger. So he should have been able to kill both of those units, but it looks like...
Yeah, we're just running in a frenzy trying to remember stuff, and we had a Yoda trigger forgotten by DZ, and maybe the boss trigger forgotten there by Yoda Killer.
Yeah, so it looks like the space lane should have been cleared unless we're missing something. But yeah, there was a Waylay that didn't have a Bosk trigger the last turn, and then this Maclunky didn't have the Bosk trigger anyway. So I think that boils down to both players are trying to go incredibly fast. And you hate to see rounds end like that, but kudos to both the players for just making sure it didn't go to time. They spent that entire game 3 playing lightning fast, and yeah, so we brought it up at the beginning of game 3 that when you try to play really fast, you're more prone to miss triggers and make play errors. But yeah, that was a super tight matchup, and unfortunate that we saw it end on that particular note. But still, outside of those, it's still really well done to get that much of a game in that little amount of time. Like that would have normally taken 20-25 minutes, I think, if both players sit and think through everything, and they did the whole thing in about 10. So
yeah, they really powered through that one.
Yeah. Yeah, huge shout out to DZ doing what I could never do, which is beating Carlos with Anakin when he's on CAD.
All right, I'm gonna do a little mic test. I'm gonna try to mute myself. You guys tell me if you hear me at all on the stream, if possible, just to see if I resolve the hot mic. Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. Okay, were you able to hear me when I was doing jazz hands?
I could not hear you in Discord. I'm still waiting for the stream to catch up. I think it is resolved.
Okay.
Oh no, I did hear you on stream, I think.
Still heard me.
We're about to hear if chat could hear you too. I was trying to unmute the stream to hear it, but
I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
But yeah, we're fairly sure that Anakin won. Unless we missed something, and maybe they noticed the triggers and Anakin scooped. But I wouldn't think that was the case. I'm trying to check Melee to see if the results have been reported.
Jonathan,
they have not reported yet.
I think was it Jonathan? Who's Red Dragon? I think is going to be doing some casting with us coming up here. I'm not sure exactly
yes, I
when they
believe
will be here.
He should be stepping in shortly. So yeah, we'll see. It looks like Red Dragon may be coming in for me. We're still waiting on confirmation of that. Make sure that they're completely ready. Yeah, we're running at about 10 seconds left at round 4 now, so we shouldn't be too much of a delay before we get to the next round.
Okay, Red Dragon. Let me sort out this situation. Get him on over here.
Okay, so yeah, Red Dragon's coming in, so that's that sums up my casting for now. I'd like to thank everybody in chat for hanging out and for listening to me talk for forever. Big thanks to Late Night Gaming for having me on and cast. Thank you very much, Poem, for hanging with me through these rounds as well.
You provided great commentary. Everybody was lucky to have you for sure. No doubt about that.
Thank you very much. Hope everybody has a good rest of their Saturday and keeps enjoying this amazing coverage.
See you later, bud.
Have a good one.
All right, and we're just going to be on a little bit of a delay here while we get sorted out. We'll get Red Dragon in here for our guest commentary for round 6. Round 5 coming up. And it looks like we're already in action. We're already getting this baby fired up. So I got a lot of work to do to get us ready here. Hey, Red Dragon, welcome in, bud.
Hello. How are you?
I am good. And let me send you a couple messages that I have some questions for you real quick, Red Dragon.
Sounds good.
Okay. And we're getting this thing fired up, and I don't know if I can get this timer ready quite in time. Takes me a second. But we've got a Anakin blue against that looks like a Bosk blue. And Red Dragon, are you able to see the stream okay?
Yes, I can see the stream.
Okay. Okay. Still working on a couple things. Oh. Okay. Did you get my PM there, Red Dragon?
Let me check. Yes.
All right, we're going in. We're going in for this match right now. We're resourcing and we're ready to start round 5 action. Okay. And we'll be getting Red Dragon and face cam in here momentarily. Quill coming in, followed by an open fire. The mitigation has begun for Bosk Blue. And an A-wing coming down. So Red Dragon coming to us from Maclunky Gaming. Definitely a solid group of players over there at Maclunky. So lucky to have you here. Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you for having me. So, game's underway. Seems like it's going relatively well for Bosk right now. Client setup is a pretty big play for a lot of control decks. Once they stabilize, it allows them to start regaining all the health lost.
Okay.
Bosk with a bounty onto Green Squadron A-Wing. A-Wing is going to hit for the 3, bring the damage up to 6, so now the bounty can be fully claimed. Double bounty with Bosk, potentially.
Just working on some technical stuff here. And it looks like we've got Red Dragon. Say hello to Red Dragon. Got his face in there.
Hello.
And so Maclunky Gaming. Do you want to just do a quick little introduction while we
Yes.
view this match here? Tell us about your channel there.
Absolutely. Maclunky Gaming is a team based out of the Northeast. We've had a couple showings across the Northeast PQs, including the Rochester PQ, won by Philip, and top aided, or no. Yeah, Rochester was won by Philip, drawn in top 8 by Philip with another member of Clunky Gaming that I do not remember the name of, along with top 8 finishes in the Flipside PQ, and then Philip's win in the Red Seal PQ. So we've had a lot of tournament representation there, as well as streaming across many of those events in the Northeast for the most part.
That looks like a Rivals fall on Bosk. Solid play there from Anakin. Keep going there.
It is looking pretty good for Bosk here. The Rivals fall kills the tempo for Anakin a little bit. Base damage is pretty non-existent for the time being, along with the client fully established with the shield still. So Anakin's not going to be able to take out the client, unfortunately, which seems pretty good for Bosk long run, assuming that they have a concise answer for Anakin on this turn.
I think one of the real questions in these blue hero kind of mid-rangey decks is, how do you deal with a late game villain package? Like, do they have the answers for Avenger and Snoke and such?
Agreed. I think the client activate onto the Anakin makes sense. So he is seeming to plan to kill it. Since the Anakin's only hitting for 4, he does not gain the 1. But it is a big question on whether or not the heroism decks are able to beat the late game between Super Laser Blast for board clearing, Avenger to restabilize on whatever they decide to play on that turn, and the inherent lack of game closing, especially when the base is not on a lot of damage. Good 4 damage from open fire on the Anakin, setting it up to presumably removed by a second event here in a moment.
Looks like maybe
so ping from Bosk.
Maybe a takedown or something like that.
Might be a takedown. Might be. He puts it in daring raid range with the 1 more damage, but he seems to be waiting to decide how to kill it. Seems like that might be a blood sport, so 2 damage to everything.
Definitely
so pops his own shield.
Definitely not exactly how the boss drew it up, but he'll take it, clearing that Anakin.
Very correct. It does make the Luke kill the client, which was kind of being set up for, but not the worst case scenario.
Especially if we have Super Laser Blast in hand here, just clear this out and start over.
True. Boss ideal right now is probably Super Laser into a follow-up Avenger, so he has a Super Laser. We'll see how Anakin is able to repopulate the board. So he gets the...
It's that Mandalorian ship to grab an upgrade, and then drops Anakin's ship. Razor Crest, that's what it's called.
So it gets back the Perilous position, which can be good on the Avenger to tap it for a turn, but it is not going to be able to put it in range of takedown. I can see the Bosk Blue does have a second Super Laser as well as an Avenger in hand.
Anakin would be wise to not overcommit to this board. Okay, the Avenger coming in.
Avenger's a good play here. It's going to answer one of the 2 space units. And then if Avenger does get vanquished, you'll get a claim into potentially another Super Laser if Anakin dedicates a lot, which he is kind of in the need of dedicating some units, with his base only being, with the boss player's base only at 7 damage.
So what does Bosk Blue gain from set 3? Have you done any analysis on this list or on this archetype?
Not extensively. It gains the perilous position, which is helpful. Potentially, it gains equalize for 5 resources mainly from the sideboard, as it's helpful in the Django space side matchup. But the additional -2/-2 cards are very good for balancing out lurking TIE silencers for their bad matchups.
Yeah, you
But I
haven't
don't
seen
know.
as much Phantom out there with that Perilous. People are a little spooked on that.
Yeah. Perilous is very good at solving the silencer or just tapping a big thing for 1 turn and making it a much more reasonable body. So Smuggle Cassian following up after Cruel to get the 3 damage on base. The Avenger is set to kill the space unit potentially. Then the fight will turn to ground for the Bosk and Anakin players.
Probably not necessary to do the second blast in this circumstance. Maybe kill that Razor Crest, wait for a couple more units to come out and try to catch him with it. Anakin.
So the Avenger is going to attack the unit.
Obviously, like Anakin inherently is kind of almost like a little bit of a control guy himself. Like he wants to maintain board control and kill some early units and things like that, use his ability. And that's a little bit negated in this matchup. So you're just trying to figure out exactly what the Anakin's able to do to kind of turn the corner.
Agreed. We are getting a deck count from the Anakin player.
I can try to get a counter back up. I was a little distracted before. So let me see what I can do there for us on that. I don't have an exact time. I think we've been going for maybe about 15 minutes or so if I had to kind of ballpark it.
So we got the bounty onto the Cruel. Set up removal and the draw 2 from the Bosk. Anakin is taking the opportunity to add potentially a Poe. It is going to be a Poe. So choosing to do that before attacking with the Cassian. Bloodsport's going to add 2 damage to everyone. So the boss ping will finish off and collect the bounty to draw 2. Bosk with like 5 cards in hand, 2 of them appearing to be super lasers. Yes, the Avenger does get to destroy a non-leader unit, but it did attack at a space unit, and the attack at the space unit caused him to use the on-attack trigger to sack the attacked space unit. This takedown will clean up the Poe. So the board is pretty stable now for the Bosk player. The Avenger looks to clean up the Cassian after the attack potentially.
Yeah, I just don't.
Resource from the Bosk player.
I just don't really see a way to kind of recover from this. It's tricky.
Agreed. It is not looking good for heroism. especially with double super laser. Even if he's able to take down the Avenger with something, then
You saw 2 super lasers in hand?
yeah, I saw 2 super lasers in the back of his hand. Can't quite make out anything else currently, but with a follow-up to the Avenger and a seeming lack of removal for the Anakin on the Avenger is not looking ideal. The ship was not a Sentinel. He did just opt to attack, I believe. So a perilous position on the Avenger, which is going to keep the Cassian alive for the time being. And it's responded with another perilous position, putting the Cassian down to a 1-3 with 2 damage on it. So ideally the Bosk would like to put a bounty on it, which is going to be top target, and clean it up with the Bosk activated.
Yeah, we're getting into scoop it up so we have time to win 2 games territory here for Annie.
Yes. With the death mark applied for the draw 2 coming up, I do agree with that. It's not looking ideal at all for Bosk. Excuse me, for Anakin. Draw 2, regain 6.
I just don't
Avenger's
see...
still going at it.
I just don't see in the color palette unless he's got a sideboard with maybe hand hate or something like that. I don't know.
He's hoping to get to Force Throw. I don't know if he has Pillage's main board. We haven't seen any of them from the Anakin player this match, or the previous. But even so, the death marks have kept the hand plentiful. It's seeming like Bosk is opting to stop resourcing now. And the client established is going to mean that he's very quickly going to get down to 0 damage on base.
Yeah, we are just burning clock at this point.
Agreed. Though it does highlight the importance of control players having ways to close the game. The Avenger is a good way of doing it. It will have to attack a Sentinel this turn. Probably after the client activates on it. Yep. Client activate. Sentinel gets in for 1. Not the best card for this matchup. Very good in the Django match. Another perilous position will keep a unit alive. Instead, Avenger is down to a 4-4, which puts it in takedown range.
We're chipping away at that Avenger. It's just there's probably another one in the hand, you know. It's like
yeah,
we're hoarding those. We're hoarding Avengers and Blasts and Snokes and all that kind of stuff.
So Vanquish to enable claiming the bounty, going down to 10 health. Yoda does not seem like it's going to be able to apply enough pressure to actually start closing this game, unfortunately. But he is populating the board, as Super Laser is probably not going to be coming out from the Bosk player as long as Avenger Client is set up.
Got some interesting lines with like Sabine being able to get that shield off of there and then being able to hit in.
Anakin activation on Sabine could put Client to 1 health. Lines it up for the potential to have it die in the future. The Avenger did attack the space unit, and the restore arc was then sacked to the on-attack trigger. So the Avenger stays healthy, but the Anakin player has more units to continue attacking with. So Yoda's going into base for 2, so he's choosing to ignore the client still. Seems like a bounty onto Sabine will enable the Bosk player to return down to 10 health if he gets hit by this Sabine after this. Bosk player appears to have a Vigilance prepared in hand to kill the Sabine, but it will be a question of is he going to mill or will he restore 5 more? So he started with a death mark, the third one. So it'll be the last card advantage the deck has access to for this game.
What do you think here, heal or mill? What's your evaluation of the current state of things?
With an established client, I would opt for mill, especially now that the Avenger died the action prior. I don't think that. I mean, he's going to go down to 10 damage on base after the client activates, and I think having a way to start aggressively closing out the game is better. But he will opt for the 5 health. Super lasers give a lot of insurance for now, it appears. Infinite Perilous position, it seems, as a second Razor Crest brings back the one of the 2 that were played.
Yoda kind of helping, soften the blow of the Super Laser Blast with the card draw he enables.
Card replacement will be helpful. The amount of cards in the Bosk player's hand is pretty scary for the deck. It does seem that one of them may be a restock, which is a little weaker in this kind of matchup. Although it may not be. Can't quite make it out.
I did see gray flash in there, and he had it in the front.
So he's going to be in for 2, getting him back to 7 for about the 3rd time this game. It's really unfortunate for the Heroism decks to try to close out against control. So the second Super Laser of the game will come up, clean up the board, cause a draw from the Yoda for the Anakin player, clear the client, and claim the bounty the client placed on in the previous action.
I don't know what that card is.
I don't know the name, but it does get back an upgrade from discard and plays it. So he gets another death mark out to continue the card advantage this game. Another Kanan. So a Kanan after the Village Protectors. The shield will come off of the Bosk activation, seeming to line up something like Daring Raid. Clear that, draw the 2. Board is down to just Kanan. Planning to save the Super Laser Blast for later, it appears. Use just a targeted removal, as his health is pretty high. Chat has pointed out a Fine Edition is the card that brought back the death mark. So I can see another Avenger, which, after the Kanan attack, I presume that will be the planned play from Bosk to start closing out the game. Kanan milled a Fine Edition from the Bosk player.
Just back to that mill. I mean, we were pretty stable, and we chose to heal. And it's like the card, the deck count is pretty relevant this deep into this game.
Agreed. I think the mill strat is something that is often undervaluated in matchups outside of control, despite the ability for control decks to deck out mid-range decks oftentimes with the amount of card for card removal you are playing. He has opted to not play the Avenger and go 1 for 1. Seems the card I thought was restock was a Pillage. So Pillage down to 1 card, Anakin plays his last for it to be a Poe. The Bosk player is seeming to speed up his gameplay a little bit in an effort to avoid time. As if this match goes to game 3, it's something control always has to be conscientious of.
Fell the dragon on the Poe. We still need to get some threats on the board at some point here. Establish a win condition.
Agreed.
And we've seen
Bosk
Anakin
has drawn more cards.
We've seen Anakin running some, I think we saw Vanquish and Rivals Falls and this and that. So maybe he's able to kind of clear out these late game answers.
think Bosk's main plan now should be to either mill. I would personally, I would opt as my main win to be mill from this position and use my Avengers as removal. Because if you play an Avenger to remove one unit and force them to vanquish it or rivals fall it, they end up being so much slower, and you're forcing them to prioritize keeping removal into a matchup that they need to be the aggressor. So I think beginning the mill chain early, I did like, although he is at a very healthy 6 damage on base. So there is the advantage that the 5 health kept him alive. Seems a question from the judge on Merciless Contest, I believe is the name of the card, where it says each player chooses a non-leader unit and defeats them. And I assume the question was whether or not it works when the player playing it doesn't have a unit. So it does. It is the effect of Power of the Dark Side when no units are in play.
Yeah, kind of a poor man's Power of the Dark Side.
Agreed. Looks like deck count is around 8 to 10 for the Bosk player, and I would say somewhere around 14-ish for the Anakin player. Bosk has the main board restock. There is the potential for restock looping once the deck runs out, which would be even harder for the Anakin deck to be able to win from that position.
I don't think there's any way to get that restock out of the hand either.
So it seems he did just draw the restock. Yep, definitely drew it this time. Anakin, yeah, force throws presumably are in the main, but one card will not be enough to gut the hand of the restock. And Vigilance is unlikely to see main board play in Anakin decks, which means there's no way to mill it. Although if a Kanan's in play, there's a chance a Kanan could knock it off the top. It seems unlikely that unit would stay in play, though, by this point.
And we're I had halfway time here, 30 minutes in. I don't know. It's tricky. But I don't
Definitely
see,
tricky.
yeah, I don't see necessarily the next game going like this. Anakin's not like an aggro deck. It's not gonna be able to like get underneath this thing. It's gonna have to fight this battle on the Bosk's terms.
Agreed. One of their best options is establishing Anakin, as it doesn't die to many things with a lightsaber, but it's difficult when Anakin lands only 2 turns before Super Laser, which is enough to have the leader potentially kill. But between Perilous Position, Power of the Dark Side, Rivals Fall, and the boss coming out the turn earlier to help stabilize and remove other units on the field, it is very hard.
All right, now we're cooking with gas here.
Yep. So he's going to scoop to the Krite Dragon, as he will be dead in probably 1 turn after that readies. So it does look like we lost a lot of time in that match. I don't know if it would be right for Anakin to scoop early, as I don't know. It's hard. He's going to need 3 games to be able to win this, so there is a mindfulness in scooping there, but there is an argument that control is unlikely to ever be able to close out a 3rd game. You could if you win game 2, it would end up being either I win or we both lose. Although both losing is never good for either player's breakers. So
yeah, there's almost you're disincentivized, I think, to get the double loss from the breaker standpoint, right? Like
very much so, especially when we have 2 players at, I believe it's 4-0 at this point.
Because then your opponent that you just played against, that it matters what their record is for your breakers. Like you don't want them to have the loss. It's definitely very interesting, this whole situation.
It definitely keeps contention all the way through all the rounds, and it prevents the 5-0 people from being able to double draw in 7-round events, which has been very relevant in the gameplay so far. Oftentimes, They are just about locked based on the fact that their breakers are so good, but a double loss at any point doesn't help your breaker because instead of having an opponent at 100% win rate, you're going to have an opponent at that 80 in this case, which not beneficial for anyone. Boss player seems like he knows exactly what he wanted to board in this matchup. Boarded very quickly. Anakin is taking a little more time to decide what to cut.
Be back.
I think heroism decks have some options. Discard's a little harder with a lack of K2 in Anakin's deck, but there's the potential that pillage would be enough resources lost to merit playing sideboard. I would assume we are going to see a tech at some point in game 2 to give Anakin more ability to continue playing cards, but there's no real way to insulate the tech from hand removal saved for it the way Double Yellow Han is able to with Spark and whatnot. So boss player will begin drawing his hand while the Anakin player shuffles up. Anakin, while the initiative in game 2, boss player is up in the first game. So it appears both players have decided to keep and are deciding resources. Anakin will start with a Cruel to have a chance to draw some extra cards. The death mark will be placed on it, and 1 damage will ping down from the Bosk. Star Wars Unlimited released in March of this year. I believe it was March, early this year, so it's about 6 to 8 months old by this point. The Cruel attack will draw an Obi-Wan, putting 2 damage on the base of the Bosk player. Bosk will put a second ping, lining up for it to kill next turn with the activation. But a Bloodsport will come down now instead, applying 2 damage to the Yoda, claiming the bounty. And Anakin's claim will send us to turn 3. Boss looks in a fine position, 2 damage on base. Not the worst. Going to depend on Anakin's turn 4 to see how well Bosk is able to manage going into his leader's flip turn. So Daring Raid will clean up the Yoda, leaving 3 resources for the Bosk player. Lining up potentially a Merciless Contest or a Power of the Dark Side to kill the unit played. It will be a 1/5 space, Concord Dawn Interceptors. Not an ideal card in this matchup. Doesn't apply much pressure. We will see a fine edition coming out once more to bring the death mark back. And a ping of 1 damage from the Bosk player. Bosk has had many answers for what Anakin has done so far. The Bosk flip currently doesn't really answer anything, but does give the chance of a double bounty claim to draw 4 cards. That is a fair point. Anakin's activation, just to increase his damage, so the leader flip will bring out something stronger than a 4/7. Gives a better clock on the leader flip, which I think there's merit in, since the deck does have to be very aggressive, and it wants to be more of a mid-range deck in most games. So he's thinking about the attack, but seems to be deciding to play a unit. So he's going to tap 3 resources, and it is a red 3 coming out to line up the extra damage with the interceptors. The interceptors will get the raid 1 from the red 3, get in for 2 damage after the Bosk flips. 5 Vanquish on the Concord Dawn interceptors to draw the 4 cards with the Bosk double bounty claim. That will be the only play from Bosk this turn, but he will hit with a leader. I think this matchup showcases the worst matchup for the Anakin deck. Not much ability for Anakin to close the game out early, and the late game just gets dominated by Super Laser Blast and Avengers, as well as a Krite Dragon to close out the game. We'll be on 6 resource turn now. Anakin will have the opportunity to flip into a pretty empty board, which is not ideal. There is a red 3 that the Bosk will not be able to kill for free. Red 3 will get in for 3. Got a top target coming down on the red 3 with a potential double claim. But there is a Rival's Fall for the Bosk this turn. Merciless Contest will clear the red 3, draw. Excuse me, no draw, just heal for the Bosk. Healing 6. Red 3 is the unique. Anakin chose not to flip off the chance of Power of the Dark Side, passing action for a claim by the Bosk deck. I think the saving flip was a good choice. There's a lot of lines that punish Anakin flipping and getting in for only 4 damage. So he starts out with a red 3, followed by a play of Savage. Savage Oppress, I believe is the card's name.
Savage Oppress or Savage, yeah, that's... So what happened there with that?
I believe...
Does he come in ready or something like that? A certain
He comes in ready if you
situations?
control fewer units. So he
Okay.
placed him in ready at first, but because of the unit himself, he does not have fewer. But it is a 7/7. It's coming down not ready, unfortunately. I think he was hoping it would ward off the Anakin. But he does threaten to kill the Anakin if the Anakin doesn't grab a lightsaber.
So there's a set 3 card in the Bosk blue deck. Curious or an interesting include. I'm curious to know exactly the thought process there, I guess. Just assuming your opponent has more units than you because you've been controlling, and so he can come in ready and maybe kill something priority target.
Agreed. I think the 2 best set 3 cards we've seen so far for Bosk is a Fine Edition, which gets to bring back both top targets and death marks, as well as Merciless Contest, which gives you an extra copy or 2 of Power of the Dark Side. Anakin did attempt a force throw on his opponent to try to discard something larger, but a Fine Edition came out dealing 0 damage. The Anakin will grab a Jedi lightsaber and get in for, I believe it's 7 damage.
So
8 with the red 3.
So we have to dodge a blast or dodge a, I don't know, Rival's Fall or something.
Seems so. The Savage Oppress, unfortunately, is not going to be able to kill the Anakin anymore, which is quite the downside. We will see the Super Laser killing Savage. Boss does run Perilous Position. I believe it's in his hand currently. I think he did play one last game, so that does also come back with a fine addition. So it seems like it is a fine addition. We are going to see the K2 out from Anakin, which seems like he has the chance of discarding, but with the amount of cards in hand, I would say once that dies, it will be 3 damage to base. But Bosk is losing the board currently, resources up to 9. Seems he has a Vigilance among a handful of other removal spells as well. Anakin is down to, it seems like about 4 cards in hand. Takedown will kill the K2, and he will think if he wants to discard from the 6 cards or deal 3 damage to base.
Able to get a good look there. Looks like a Crate Dragon in the back. It's going to be coming out pretty soon here.
Yeah. I think if the K2 chose discard, I would definitely consider discarding the Crate Dragon, as closing the game is something that can be done by Vigilance in a deck like this. But he is considering his options. Seems like he's tapping 4 for a takedown. Didn't quite have enough to use the Vigilance this turn. Another Sabine is a follow-up for the Anakin deck, along with an Obi-Wan.
Definitely placing threats, just seeing if there's another blast in there. That 4/6 stat line dodging, some mitigation, can't be takedown, can't be felled, so it's kind of in between. I like those 4/X kind of guys.
Agreed. The 4/6 has been a very difficult one to answer for control decks. I think the addition of Merciless Contest gives you a couple more answers to it. But the Bosk deck can put on a bounty, ping, and put it in takedown range, although we did just see 2 takedowns played. So it is going to be a Vigilance for the kill and heal. Now it seems like he's hoping for the Obi-Wan attack and line up a Merciless Contest to clean the rest of the board up. So Anakin will attack for 4, putting base to 16. And the Merciless Contest will take out the Obi-Wan. Unfortunate position for Anakin from here. Less cards than his opponent in hand. It seems like one of them is a Bravado, potentially. Definitely has a takedown. Yeah. 5 events in a unit does not spell a very good chance to win this match for Anakin. The second Merciless Contest of this game will take out the Obi-Wan. And we are pillaging the Anakin unit after the 2/2 was played, which is going to cause the discard of a Force Throw, and I believe it's a blue event. Unsure which one.
Kind of a weak turn there for the Anakin. Just didn't have a...
Anakin's draws have been very poor so far. It seems like he got a Kanan as well as another event, which is not exactly where you want to be, especially with a client being established this turn. Removal on the client, I think, was very important here. But the Crew will attack for 2 on base, mill the Cassian, which will not go to hand.
Yeah,
bounty will be put down.
Yeah, we're going to start stabilizing here with client.
So after solving the board, it seems that the Bosk player will now put his health total back near starting, although maybe opting to try to close the game out instead. Interesting play. Aim to close the game with a Krite. There's going to be a follow-up from a Fell the Dragon, which will cause the Cruel to be removed and fire the bounty claimed for the turn.
So we are just a shout out to a couple of the partners here. So this this tournament is taking place at Pastime Games and Comics and Games in Chicago, Illinois. So thank you to the venue for hosting. And then obviously shout outs to all the other partners here. So thank you, obviously, Red Dragon from Maclunky for helping out, and some of the other groups, TTI, is it Botha, how do you say it? Bothan Network, something like that. And Late Night, obviously. I don't know how to pronounce that. It gets me.
Seems we did have a Vanquish take out the Kanan after a client activation, which allowed Luke to kill the client. And another removal took the Luke off the board. We are at the point that the two players will most likely be going card for card with one another, which is not ideal for the Anakin deck. Especially with less cards in hand than the Bosk player.
Personally, I feel the pain of just the Anakin player here. It's like when stuff like this happens to me, I'm like, okay, what do I like? It makes me affect my entire deck building. Like, how do I beat this kind of thing? As my starting point too. Sometimes it's like I go on a little bender of just I'm not gonna lose to that.
Understandable. I think we saw last set Han 2 Blue had a much better chance of winning these matches with their ability to curve out with K2 on turn 2, followed by a Pillage on turn 3. That guts the hand of most control decks. The insulation of Deathmark and Dr. Pershing as potentials in the control decks helped a lot, but I think the lack of that curve for Anakin makes it much harder for them to try to close the game. We will see a Krite Dragon though. It's a base with 12 health. It's not quite an auto win. You will see a client activation on the Krite Dragon. Definitely one of the better cards to find on Anakin's side at this point. Seems like a super laser is being considered to answer the board. Don't think he has a removal spell that can kill the Krite directly.
Great, making this a little bit exciting.
Agreed. We're going to see a Vigilance come out to kill the Sabine.
He has to take 4. Opting not to Super Laser Blast.
So it seems he gained 5 from the Vigilance, 5 from the Bounty Claim, and then took 4, net gaining 6 health, followed by a Power of the Dark Side, which he seemed to... Excuse me, the Bounty was on the Krite, which gains here. He just gained the 5 from Vigilance, causing 1 damage added.
I think that was like the window there. We needed Anakin to have some other, just the one extra unit there to look like prevent that Power of the Dark Side play. But I think we probably just Super Laser Blasted in that scenario.
Agreed. I think with the Krite here, a Fell causing 4 damage on the base, as Krite cannot hit space units. Second Restored Arc, solidifying space. I think Anakin's best bet early game is trying to go space, as there's less answers. The events can answer, but the Bosk flip is unable to do much about them. But I think with the addition of Perilous Position and Merciless Contest, there's a lot more turn 2 answers the deck can play. And the bounties give the Bosk deck the ability to just ping over the course of 3 turns to eventually kill the turn 1 play in a lot of situations. You'll see the third Krite from the Bosk deck, I believe.
I'm not seeing a quick answer to that. Great.
Appears to have the Luke in hand that will answer the client, potentially. But Luke does die to the Krite Dragon, I believe, on play.
A Poe. Doesn't he just die?
Poe, thankfully, is a 6/6.
Oh, okay.
So he'll take the 5 potentially, and I think he will just die to the client, but he opted for the damage to base. Bosk is prepared to end this game, being that he matches damage on base for 12 to 12, and then a Krite Dragon attack to base would put him at 22, or he can hit the Poe and overwhelm, which will give Anakin the chance to Luke it. So he's going to hit the Poe, overwhelm 4 damage, putting the base to 16. So we are getting a back and forth now.
We are at 7 minutes left though, and we're still in game 2 for the Anakin player, so
I do think the Avenger seals it, as Anakin is not the one playing Super Laser, unfortunately. But he will play it out until the end. So it seems the Anakin player is deciding on whether or not to play the Luke. I believe he read the Krite to see if it would survive or not. So he is considering the 7 resources. He's going to opt to tap 3 instead and play a Yoda. Krite will deal 3 to base, bringing it to 17. Bosk opts to ping the 1 damage. He is holding client back still, so he could apply a bounty, but I think there is no way for the targeted unit to be removed. But I also don't think Anakin has any way to win this game by this point. Seems Anakin is still considering. He has the 7 resources available for the Luke in hand, and a restored arc has died this phase to the Avenger play. He is going to opt to claim instead. Client will get in for the 2 damage to base. And we will see if an answer can be found for the Anakin player. Although I believe he's dead to everything.
I mean, he's got the Anakin ability with the heal to kill the Krite. Yeah.
So he does go to 19. That does give him an answer for Krite that doesn't cause him to take damage. He will take the 8 to base, putting him to 27. Anakin will be forced to claim here if he does not have removal for the Avenger. I guess not, since he's dead to the client as well, if he claims. So he does have to answer both of the units this phase. We know he has a Luke, which can answer the client. If he has 11 resources now, he may be able to fell the dragon on the Avenger, but we have seen 2 of those already. He's going to check his resource pool. There is a tech buried in there.
This is sort of like checking your hand in poker right before you're about to fold. Just make sure you didn't misread your cards.
Agreed. At this point, I believe the players are going through the motions as time has not yet run out. The Luke will land answering the client with 2 resources left. The Bosk player could claim to have lethal, but he will power the dark side clear out the Luke, showing a dominant performance on board. But this does give Luke or Anakin a chance to draw a removal.
That decision happened really fast to oh, there's the game. Okay.
Yes. I think the decision to play the power is kind of when you get to the point in a game where you're playing quickly from time constraints and you autopilot, you start to think just I need to answer everything on board, and you start playing the event to remove before considering the fact of maybe I can just kill him or use the Avenger trigger to kill.
Yeah, just claim and win. But wasn't punished. Alrighty, so that was, I believe, round 5 here in Chicago. And I think we're on commentary for round 6, and then we'll be joined. Looks like Savage Dragon will be coming in. And that is Jonathan Fisher will be on taking over for me after round 6, I think. Taking us into the top cut.
I think it's an interesting sideboard choice for the Savage Oppresses to come in against Anakin. I believe he is a 7-drop. 7/7? Let's find out. Yes, he's a 7-drop 7/7, so he does come out the turn after Anakin, which is not the best. Seems like the Bosk player had 2 enticing rewards that never came up this game. I believe they may be sideboard. 2 enticing rewards, 2 bombing runs, and 1 copy of a blue event or a blue upgrade that removes all abilities from a unit. I believe is what it does. I don't remember the name though.
So, what have you been high on lately in set 3 there, Red Dragon?
So set 3 overall, I think Han 1 yellow seems like one of the best decks to me currently. It has a great control matchup between having 3 Spark Rebellion main board as well as 3 Bodies. And then it pairs decently well into aggro due to Cunning being an extremely powerful card. But it has seen a little... It's a pretty close matchup in the Django Tarkentown potentially, as space is something that it doesn't play many units of, and double yellow doesn't have many options for. But it does seem like a strong deck overall. I would say control is something I've played the last couple sets between Krennic ECL in set 1, followed by played Boba Blue towards the end of set 2. So seeing Bosk perform as well as it did against Anakin does intrigue me to consider it a little bit, but it is a deck that struggles against the faster aggro decks. Sabine's not the best matchup, although Sabine doesn't seem to be doing great against a lot of the mid-range decks that are in the format currently. And I would say Heroism Control, like maybe a Yoda Control, double blue Yoda, but having your only real planned win lines being milling with Vigilance into decks that have Rights and Avengers can be a little hard, especially with the lack of the villainy-based removal in Super Laser and Power of the Dark Side. I think the format has a lot to develop still as we move forward. I don't know. What have you been playing this set so far?
I talked about it a little earlier. I like Anakin, but I think I like the yellow a little bit better because the shielded units can kind of like deal with some of the ping crap, and then you have like Spark and stuff that you can board in to like maybe deal with the control, but obviously
Agreed.
I'm not like as deep into testing as some of you guys are, but it looks like, hey, we've got our next round ready to go. We've got CAD Red, that CAD Tarkentown. That is this the Yoda killer? I'm assuming from earlier. This just would be a wild guess there, and against that Bosk Blue again. So let me get the timer sorted. And I do like Yoda. I was talking about that earlier. I'm a big Yoda guy.
Yoda is definitely a deck that intrigues me, with Yoda's ability to put the top card on and utilize You're My Only Hope.
Yeah.
I think the double blue gives them Equalize as a 3-drop, which is pretty scary and pretty strong in the Django matchup. And then having Vigilance as a 4-drop makes it a much better piece of removal all around, being able to defeat almost every space unit, as well as gain 5 on 4 resources, is absurd. We saw the attempt of double blue in the Iden decks at the end of set 1. Double blue Iden came around, utilizing the restock looping as the main plan to close that game out.
Yeah, I like Yoda. I've been, there's obviously yellow, I think, with some of the, kind of cheating with the now there are 2 of them kind of stuff, and then the blue, just survivability with the blue. Equalize, do you think Equalize really lines up well into a lot of the aggro decks? Like, what if you're playing Sabines and they have 3 health guys?
I think into Sabine it's a lot worse, unfortunately, so I think Equalize may be relegated to a sideboard card once the format starts to figure it out a little more. But I don't know. It seems like it might have potential in boss despite being a 5-drop with the pings from bounties. But against Django space, it kills 7 Fleet Defender, Lurking TIE Phantoms, Crafty Smugglers, Greedos. It lines up very nicely. And even playing it to kill a 7 Fleet Defender and -2/-2 on the 2/3 space.
All right, action starting here with looks like a
Cartel space.
Cartel, that's the one.
Just forgot the name. Recognized it.
Couldn't remember. The 2/3 guy. So what do you thinking here?
Killer back.
Yeah, what are you thinking on the matchup here? These 2 guys.
So Cad Bane is another deck that likes to go. It's a little slower than the aggro decks, but it's faster than Anakin. It doesn't have a lot going for it in the fact that the leader is again blanked almost entirely. The ping can take off the shield from client, but it is going to be a deck that just plays units and swings. Missing turn 3, I think, is very good for the Bosk player, as the board is now empty going to the 4 resource turn, and they can start playing the removal they have in hand on the next card played. Bosk does also get to come out the turn prior to Cad Bane. Although Jabba is not an easy card to answer, so he is hoping for a power, but he does have a Perilous Position, which will make it a 0/6. And potentially not be useful. Although the Maclunky kind of blanks the Perilous Position.
Interesting deck placement over on the side.
I think that comes from a lot of Magic players, if I had to guess. It'd be a while to stop putting it in the upper right corner when I play. So I think the Bosk choice to claim instead of just playing any removal on turn 4 was a good decision. He doesn't really end up behind it all, and he can play a Vanquish onto the Jabba and hope that the Bosk flip answers what's played next. Much cleaner than either using the Perilous Position or just playing useless cards, especially after seeing the Maclunky come into play. So I think the Bosk unit is a good sign for the Bosk player, as it is not the strongest 5-drop the deck could have deployed, and it does die to the takedown that I believe is in the hand of the Bosk player.
It looks like I think this is John. I'm assuming this is John versus Yoda Killer. So we've got someone asked the record. It looks like Yoda Killer's 4-1 and John on the Bosk is 5-0. And Top Gamer said a left-handed Magic player like me.
So a shoot first is going to come down, which is going to allow the Bosk to kill the Bosk leader with the Bosk attack trigger, or the event trigger, dealing the 2.
Yeah.
But it seems like he's opting to have the event trigger happen second. Or I guess it is required since the event needs to resolve first. So he will take the damage. The shoot first will not allow it to go damageless. And it will then die to a vigilance. Cad Bane flip here is pretty strong. This is not the best position for Bosk to be in, as the board can now insulate. I think if he has the Greedo as well, it would have been a very difficult position for Bosk. Unfortunately, Greedo is not available. But he will have 2 units, both attacking as 4-power units, the Cad Bane having 8 health, which takes it out of range of pretty much everything, but it will die to a potential rival's fall. Although I don't believe we've seen any from the Bosk player in the last match.
I'm seeing like an entrenched in there. Looks like a perilous.
Entrench and Perilous, I think, are very nice into this board, but
Vigilance, maybe a power. Top target.
Definitely top target. Looks like he's resourcing the Entrenched. Don't know if I like the Entrenched resource. It seems like a good answer to Cad Bane. Perilous Position is an option to be used, but it doesn't solve the fact that it has Raid 2.
Seeing some video issues on their end here. Bringing the video in.
So it did cut a little bit. It was while the Bosk player played a Power of the Dark Side, which took out the Forlom. And the Cad Bane player played a Cloud Rider, which is a very good decision, I think, here. It allows you to have a unit to sack to a potential second Power of the Dark Side and not have it be a strong unit. The top target will be played on the Cad Bane with 3 resources left. Potential of a lined up Perilous Position to reduce its power. Though it's not the greatest answer. We have seen 3 resources tapped for a smuggled Hotshot Blaster. And Cad Bane played this turn really well. Cloud Rider Insulate never opened up his leader to the potential Power of the Dark Side and allowed as much damage as possible to go through. But he did have the Super Laser, which will clear the leader. It will gain the 6 from top target, putting it 4-4 on bases. And I think from here it is not looking great for Cad Bane. He really needed to fade the Super Laser. He will only play 1 unit with a claim from with Bosk. Bosk has the potential of an Avenger clearing the board and really claiming tempo for the remainder of this game.
So are we just hoping just the super lasers, all 3 of them just get tucked on the bottom of the deck and just that's how you win? Like that's our plan here.
I think main board it's very possible that that's the plan. I think sideboard there's a good chance that he's bringing Bazines in and you have the ability to smuggle Bazine, not discard a card from your hand, maintain a lot of cards, and Bazine both insulates the Cad Bane from a Power of the Dark Side while also stripping the Super Laser, which allows you to go a little wider on the board. We do have a punishing one followed by, there can only be 2, which allows the Cad Bane unit to be played for 5 total resources and capture the Avenger.
That was pretty hot.
Definitely a good step forward for the Cad Bane player. It was a good recovery. It's going to be harder to answer both units, so you are once again hoping to fade the Super Laser, which I think is a statistical odd that you need to play toward once the first one comes out, especially in a deck that can't go a whole game.
That's not what you want to see. Just a perfect answer, fell the dragon. Just bam,
Yeah.
Get my Avenger back. I mean, that is not great.
Thankfully, the Avenger will not trigger one played when it comes back, but it does not look good. Cad Bane player has played very strong lines. I think he's played very smart. I think this matchup is just not one the Bosk player really has to worry about overall.
Bosk
So it is going to be an Avenger for a Vigilance to start the mill, remove some of the resources, and go down to 2 damage on base.
Just really good stuff coming out of the Bosk player here. John G.
He's going to Bazine. We're going to see a Daring Raid, a Death Mark, and a Perilous Position. Not the best hand overall. I think the Death Mark is very strong.
Just let him keep him.
I don't know. I think I would have taken the Death Mark. Because between Death Mark onto Bazine, I guess with a Cad Bane follow-up, it makes sense not to take it.
Getting the Cad Bane, getting that Avenger again. Interesting.
Seems like they're... Can't quite tell. I believe he drew a Bloodsport and potentially drew a Vanquished.
We're making some progress right now. We're just trying to figure out exactly how this will pan out.
I think the board development was very good. The Bloodsport will come down, deal the 2 to Bazine, the 2 to the Cad Bane. Cad Bane is currently a 5/5 with 2 damage. Only at 3 left. Is dead to Vigilance, or the Death Mark, Ping from Bosk, and Daring Raid will be able to kill it. But yeah, I think the Bazine... I would have wanted the Bazine to take Death Mark, I think. Because though it gives him the card, it prevents the draw 2 coming out later, and prevents the Bosk tap ability from being able to go online. Although it does prevent him from just drawing answers. Bosk seems to be thinking about what he wants to do next. He has to solve the current board, and there are a lot of resources available for the Cad Bane player.
I mean, this is the Cad's Yoda Killer's chance this game. I mean, this is the one. We gotta get the win here.
He has the Maclunky. Oh, huge.
That is really
Maclunky
good.
To blank the draw 2 from the death threat, as the unit will be bounced and not defeated. Bounce is the only way to circumvent bounties. Daring Raid will clear up the punishing one. The Maclunky was forced to put damage onto a unit. Punishing one was the one chosen. But we will see the Bazine... Nope. Crafty Smuggler come down. Seemed the Bosk player even thought the Bazine was going to come back. Hopefully there's something else big. I think the Zuckuss play is very good. I think a Super Laser here would probably be game, just about straight up.
Looks like Merciless.
Because the Avenger
Merciless, Entrenched. Can't see the middle card.
The card appears to be a client.
Looks like a client.
Yeah, definitely a client. Not really what you want to be seeing, unfortunately. He will get in for the most amount of damage possible for the 6 from the Zuckuss.
Entrenched does put a hamper on that Cad there. He was already weakened, though, with the Merciless, or shrunk.
I think he's trying to slow as much damage as possible and prevent The Cad Bane's not one that he wants to bring back with Maclunky, as the Avenger would come back and he'd have to replay the Cad, which he has the resources to do it, but I think it is a better play to at least have the Avenger have the chance of coming back. All in one turn. So you're praying for the second Super Laser. The deck does run 3. Is what he's trying to find. Merciless Contest is not exactly where we want to be here. We'll get rid of the Punishing one. A Bazine will come down. See a Fine Edition and a Client.
Just let them keep
He will
them.
let them keep them. Yep. Definitely the best option there.
Just need to push here. We need some kind of just pump in there. Some blaster or something. I don't know.
Blaster would be nice. Get in for the 8, especially knowing that there really is no removal that you have to worry about currently. We will see a top target come down on the Zuckuss, which I think is a good choice since kind of has to. He knows the Cad Bane has to take the actions to start attacking, so he has at least one play. So might as well line that up. If you can get to the Super Laser, it'll insulate your health total for a little while. Cad seems pretty happy about... She should be pretty happy about the way the board is positioned right now, and it'll be a question of how much more he wants to dedicate. He only has one real attacker in the Zuckuss, and if a Vanquish comes out with initiative, it's not the best.
Looks like another bricked hand. I'm seeing like a Client, a takedown. A takedown, I guess, does do some work.
Well, a takedown will do it now, but only after taking 6. But a Bazine to try to clear out what would kill the Zuckuss. So the takedown will be gone. He's hoping for a redraw on something that does something. A pillage is not going to do much, unfortunately. Bosk player is not looking to be in the best position anymore. Cad player has played this exceptionally this game.
Yeah, Noah Lee making a good comment about Bosk and maybe Palp being in a good spot meta-wise with the low amount of Sabine in the event.
So the Client did end up dying to the Forlom ambush, as a Zuckuss being in play gave it +1/+1 and Saboteur. So it took 2. It seems it then got Daring rated for 2 damage, which I don't believe should have killed the Zuckuss. I believe that Forlom should have lived through the Daring raid.
The Zuckuss giving it extra health, so it should have survived it. Yeah.
So good draws from the Bosk player, finally finding some of the removal. Yeah, agreed. The Forlom appears to... Unsure if the Forlom should have died. Forlom probably should be alive, which means the Cad Bane player should have a little more pressure on board. True. True, the Forlom would have died the turn after to the Fell top deck, so I think ultimately it does not matter. Perilous position to solve the Ruthless Laters for 1 turn, allowing Cad to only take 3 damage here. He is in a very bad position, as 1 attack for 4 will leave him dead to the Ruthless Raiders' death trigger. So I believe it's Super Laser or Bust this turn. Believe?
I'm not seeing a Super Laser in hand.
I am not either.
I think we're going to game 2.
Perilous position onto the Ruthless Raiders. Tap it down, make it a 0-2. Would be 4 in from Bosk, putting base damage up to 28. And a Krite, unfortunately, will not keep him alive. And we will be going to game 2. Cad Bane up 1 game.
Nice job by Yoda Killer there to navigate his way through.
Very well piloted. Though very unlucky for the Bosk as well to not find the second or third super laser.
I think we're just seeing really good piloting here. Like we had the one miss trigger, but I mean, besides that, it's just been really clean from both players, really.
Agreed. So going into game 2, Cad Bane, we know has Bazines in the main board, which is definitely going to be a strong aspect in this. The Maclunky package, although not the strongest into removing units in this matchup, being able to recur the Bazine is very strong, as well as being able to bounce any units that have the bounty placed on or that were entrenched. Gives you a pseudo upgrade removal that's pretty strong. Yes. Top 8 Gamer has pointed out that there might have been an option for the Bosk player to deathmark the Cad Bane and then ping it with a Bosk and kill it with a Daring Raid, which would have given the chance for the Avenger to come back. And that might have been able to stabilize the board from there, especially if Cad Bane didn't have another way to follow up and answer.
Yeah, maybe prioritize trying to kill that Cad, get that Avenger back. We didn't really see that. It was interesting seeing the boss player just in this top deck mode, whereas last time against a previous opponent he was flush with cards.
True.
What do you think?
First match he saw.
Yeah, what accounted for that?
First match he saw. So in the previous match he saw, I think, 3 death marks and 2 fine additions that brought back death marks, along with 1 death mark being a double draw. This match, he only saw 1 death mark and ended up playing Fine Edition once, which accounted for 4 draws instead of the, I think, 12 that he would have gotten in the previous match. It's also the control deck's main board. There's a handful of cards that are required for aggro countering, which cause your hand to sometimes flood with multiple top targets, multiple clients, which is not where you really want to be. I think he ended up with a lot of removal that, while good against the more typical aggro decks, didn't line up well into the predominant 1/3s that Cad Bane has as their cheap units between Bazine, Cartel Spacer with 3 toughness. We will see a Bazine kick off for the very first turn, showing a power of the dark side, the client, perilous position, and super laser blasts.
You just grab that blast, right, and just make him play with 2.
Tempting. It's definitely a strong option. Removing the client now is also not horrible if the Cad Bane's player's hand is fast enough that he thinks he can go under and get enough damage on base. Cad could potentially be boarding in Krite Dragons, so if he can get the base to above 25 damage, Krite Dragon can just spell lethal because of it. I do think the Super Laser being removed and planning to go a little longer is a fine option. Probably the best one, unless the hand really allowed for a faster play. We'll see the power take the Bazine out with a Boba rededicated to the board.
I think Yoda Killer is really happy with this entire sequencing that just occurred here. We got this super laser in the discard. They had to use a power of the dark side on a 1/3 Bazine. And then we followed up with a strong, 3-cost unit.
I think I would have wanted to see the Bazine or the client come down the turn prior. The client will die to the, I believe it was the Tarkin Town that took the client out. The Forlam attacked, triggering the Cad Bane to ping the shield, apply 4 damage. I believe he used the Tarkin Town to clear the client out. Good use of Tarkin Town, as it is not very relevant in this matchup. And health points also don't really matter on the Cad Bane side. So I think the option of taking advantage of the Tarkin Town at any opportunity definitely merited. So the top target landed on the Forlam to allow the perilous position to kill it. Net gain the 2 health from top target healing 6, Forlam only dealing the 4. Boba into base this turn again, bringing it to 4 damage, followed by Bosk flip. A Zuckuss play for 1 damage on the Bosk, and it seems like the Bosk player chose not to use the Bosk attack. This hand's looking like Krayt Dragon, Vanquish, Entrenched, and Deathmark for the Bosk player. Although I'm a little surprised he's holding the Krayt Dragon so early. We will see the Entrenched onto his own Bosk, bringing the stat line up to a 7-8.
And the Deathmark in hand can be hard to really stop that 4 draw, which is going to get him closer to his late endgame.
Agreed. I think that was a very smart play by the Bosk player. I think the choice to put the Deathmark on the Boba also highlights that he wants to vanquish the Zuckuss next turn and have less damage on his Bosk, although he will...
Ooh, that is really strong. That is really good.
Very well-timed Maclunky. Going to prevent Bosk from being able to pick up any extra cards this game, it seems. And it will leave the Bosk player's Bosk not quite dead to the Cad Bane flip, unfortunately.
Maclunky really doing some heavy lifting here, man.
Yeah. Card has outperformed what it should do in this game. For sure. Seems the Bosk player passed action back to Cad Bane. Unsure if he wants to attack the Bosk at the Cad Bane leader. But he will get the 1 more damage, so he is now dead to the Cad Bane attack. Should he choose to attack the Bosk? We will go looking for a trick. So I assume he has found options, as he's now checking his resource pool and his hand. He's gotten an additional Maclunky. So the Bosk will trade with the Zuckuss now, as saving it is not very much an option anymore. Cad Bane will flip, attack for 4. We will move on to the next turn with the Bosk with initiative. It's looking very good for Cad Bane right now. It doesn't appear to be any... Oh, very unfortunate. Vanquishing a Jabba the Hutt, although it's one of the few pieces that actually kill it, you are forced to use a card on a 2/8. think this might be nearing the end of this match. I think if Super Laser is missed this one turn, it might be over. Cadbane answers are going to be few and far between. I think a top target client draw is not where the deck wants to be. So it does appear that he will be taking 8 this turn, putting him to 28. A Hot Shot Blaster will spell lethal. A 28 is a number that will cause Ruthless Raiders to kill him if it dies. The top targets would heal first.
Just really smooth stuff here from Cad. I mean, the stuff's coming in just perfectly.
He has drawn what he needs, and he has played them very well throughout the end. He's maintained the resources up to do whatever he needs to. He's played very slowly. He's insulated the important units, kept a lot of power on base. Bosk, I believe, will be forced to claim here and hope to draw Super Laser. Bosk draws have been very bad. He's drawn a lot of top targets, a lot of clients. I think he saw all 3 clients this game, with one being played, one resourced from the starting hand, and one resourced this turn. Top targets, there's 2 in play, and he played the one. I believe he played one earlier on the Forlom this game. So he has found all 3 of both of those. No draw of a Super Laser will spell the end for the Bosk player. Cadbane will take this 2-0.
All right. So, just some really exciting stuff here. I mean, not really the result I was expecting. Villain Yellow being able to kind of punch through the Bosk without any real. I mean, I guess the Bazine did some heavy lifting there. Could provide some answers there.
I think the Bazine was really strong. Any matchup where your hand is not a safe zone for control can be very difficult, as trying to hold Super Laser for 8 turns becomes less powerful. I do think that there was Bosk held a Krite Dragon for a very long time, although his draws were not fantastic. We don't know what he was resourcing. I don't know if holding Krite necessarily is the best plan early, but the inherent problem with the Bosk deck does become the fact that you're playing 3 top targets, 3 clients, 3 death marks, 3 fine editions potentially. You have a lot of cards that don't really answer a card in play, that when you start drawing them clumped together, doesn't matter how many death marks you put on a unit if you can't kill the unit.
All right, and I want to welcome in our friend here. Let me get him on over. We've got Jonathan Fisher from the Boston Network joining us to provide commentary.
Yeah, is my audio working?
Yep. Welcome in.
All right. Yeah, thanks.
Let me just get your video over.
It's good to see my teammate winning here as I come in. That's great. Hopefully, I assume this means he's in top cut. It's going to be awesome.
I guess, 5-1, you just beat a 5-0, you're probably safe, I'd say, regardless of the outcome of the next match here.
Yeah, looking forward to it. This man's hard to beat. I played him a lot, and it's tough.
Yeah, my experience against both your guys' teams there are just very, very good there. It's good stuff. No joke. Jonathan
will be progressing.
Jonathan,
we will be progressing to quarterfinals now, I believe.
Did you want to tell us a little bit about your, I don't know, just anything about yourself, like what got you on video there now? So welcome in, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Just tell us a little bit about, I don't know, just your experience with the game so far, or your relationship to the Boston Network. Oh, We lost audio. Lost Jonathan audio. Are you hearing Jonathan? Did I lose my audio? Dragon, are you there?
I'm here. I can hear you. I cannot hear Jonathan either.
Okay.
You guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so I came from playing Magic. You know, a lot of people come from other games coming into this one. And I did there was an early tournament in Atlanta where I met Frank and George the Hulk and some other players there. Um, the weekend after that, they went to Orlando and met some players. And that just started off the Bothan network, really. It's really started with Frank reaching out to us and saying, hey, we should play more. We should get together. So we did. Frank and George played a lot in TTS. They played a lot with the guys they met in Orlando. And then life was busy for me, and I joined in a little bit after that with these guys. And then we just started bringing on new players as we met awesome people that we love playing with and just creating this team. So it's been a lot of fun. That's kind of how we started. I've been dabbling in content a little bit. I love, outside of gaming, I love teaching. I work in tech. So it's a good mix of getting involved with presenting materials, talking about things, and it's just been a lot of fun.
Alrighty. You got some solid dudes over there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know for sure Frank, that guy can really put it together.
Yeah, I mean,
And then obviously,
you know, the vibe.
George too. I mean, that guy's a freak.
Yeah, great players. We're trying to we try to focus on community building a lot too. You know, we just recently had this Bothan Brawl where we had an idea where, hey, let's just put our players in different channels, set up tables, and play meta decks, and let anybody that wants to come into our Discord and battle our players. You know, our PQ winners, our top players. George had a table, and anybody that wanted to could come in and practice against us. We did that for the Europeans because they had a major tournament that's going on this weekend. So we wanted to let them get that meta practice with us, and it went great. We love doing stuff like that. It's very rewarding, in my opinion.
That was a pretty good idea.
Yeah, we look forward. We've gotten a lot of great feedback from that one, so we're looking forward to doing it again.
Definitely important to, like, I think at this stage, like, I don't think anybody's really trying to, like, found a secret deck that they're trying to hide. I think it's more important to just,
Yeah.
get the practice against the good players and kind of see where you're at.
Yeah, honestly, like part of it for this moment was that there's some time before PQs, the next round of PQs. There's not any major tournaments. So, you know, when Ian last weekend went and made top cut with a brand new deck at SCG Con 2 times, and one of his personal testing partners, a friend of his, also made top cut with Anakin Blue, we decided let's just do a deep dive and publish that on YouTube because we didn't feel like we needed to keep any secrets, right? Like there's not any, don't have any PQs coming up. Let's just make this content, put it out there, and let people have fun with this deck. So my YouTube channel is Jonathan R. Fisher. It's a small little channel. I don't have a lot of content or anything, but that's where that video can be found. And I'm putting together a math series right now where I go into using mathematics in Swoogs. My background's in mathematics. I have a degree from university in mathematics. So I like teaching and kind of sharing what kind of tools players can use when they're playing games like this. So I'm working on stuff like that right now.
What were some of the big takeaways that you might just kind of like, does anything jump out like when you started just thinking about like the math angle of things? Like,
I mean, the most obvious one, and a lot of players have heard of this, is hypergeometric calculators. And that's what this first video, I'm putting the materials together. I've been working with George the Hulk. George loves getting into probabilities and mathematics around deck building in particular. I mean, he likes gameplay mathematics, but he really loves getting into deck building math. And so this first video that I'm putting together is going to be about how to use a hypergeometric calculator to think about things like mulligans, things like if for a cause I believe in, if it's very important that you never do less than 3 damage, then what kind of numbers do you need in your deck? So this is the kind of tool that you can use to calculate those kind of probabilities. So I'm going to teach people the anatomy of that tool, where to find it, basic understanding of what it is mathematically. I'm not going to, my idea here with Math with SWU is I'm not going to explain the math. I'm going to teach people how to use the tools, because there's lots of resources out there. If you want to understand the actual mathematics, you can go learn it yourself. I don't need to teach that to you, but I can show you how to use the tool and explain it to you. So that's the approach that I'm coming with right now.
Yeah, I've seen my experience with George on the probabilities and deck building was when he was kind of talking about like, like I've seen that side. I've seen that side of him where he kind of focuses on that a little bit, just trying to find a combination of 2 cards. Like what's the odds that you kind of see those and stuff.
Exactly. So. Yeah, I mean, another thing we want to do, and we already do this kind of stuff, is put together spreadsheets. Where in different games, I mean, we can just keep talking right while we're waiting on the players, but in the different games, you have different numbers that matter. In this game, we have 3 copies of each card. Our deck is 50 cards. We draw 2 cards per turn. We start with 6. We resource 2 at the start. Like there's these core numbers about how the game works, and so you can make reference spreadsheets that will help you get a good idea of where some breakpoints are when you care about hitting certain percentages in your deck building. So that's another thing we're looking at, and I meet with George to it's at Jonathan R. Fisher. I can type it in chat, but it's at Jonathan R. Fisher, the YouTube channel.
Yeah, there's people that are interested, so.
Yeah, so you'll have to go to YouTube. Look, I don't like links. If anybody that's like worked in security, I would prefer that you take that and you go to YouTube and you find my channel than me give you some link that you've never seen or you don't really know me. But yeah, in preparing for this math series, George and I have just hung out to talk about it. And we've created some pretty long planning documents. And we just talk for hours about how to use math and different areas of the game where these probabilities come into play, things to think about. I'm pretty excited to get into this stuff and start publishing it and just kind of see what the community thinks of it. There's a guy named Troy. I wish I knew. If anybody knows his channel name, please mention it here. I don't know his channel, but he's put out a couple mathematics-based videos that are also really great. It's just something I'm passionate about, so I'm gonna put it out there and see what people think.
Would you say that you have a certain type of play style, like when it comes to collectible card games?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've been playing control decks in Star Wars Unlimited the whole time. I played Palpatine Blue right at the start. I've been playing Palpatine since the start, and I still play Palpatine. I keep trying other control decks and just love Palpatine. Flipping Palpatine and stealing a guy, it's just so much fun. It's hard to get away from how fun that is if you enjoy control decks. I mean, popping big bounties on boss, that's cool too. But man, flipping my leader and just taking your Luke or taking your Kanan, it's it's such a huge swing. It's addicting. Um, you know, so George and I on the team, we're two of the guys that like to play those styles of decks. You see George play Hondo. So that's where we'll kind of nerd out a little bit over that kind of stuff from time to time when in practice sessions.
One of those guys. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah.
Controller
I
guys.
I mean, how do you think I feel about Sabine players? I don't know if you're one of those guys, right? There are some Sabine players that I do love. I should clarify, Frank, Ryan, Jeff, Michael. These guys have all
Adam
played
said
Sabine.
he went looking for your channel and found a channel that hadn't posted in 16 years.
Oh, it's Jonathan R. Fisher. So
Okay.
you gotta copy it exactly. I don't know. I don't know what odd channel you found. Oh, well, I mean, look, this is my this is my personal channel. I think there are. Thought I took them down, but there were some really old videos, like a silly going and visiting a waterfall, and I was like trying to learn how to use YouTube, and I posted this just video of a waterfall. That might have been my channel. Maybe I failed to. Oh no, you missed the R. You missed the R. Okay,
You
yeah,
missed the
that makes sense.
R. That's good.
So, what are your thoughts on the position of Palpatine in current meta?
I mean, I think it looks good, but I still think Sabine's very good, which is a little scary. I like one of the things I would always plan on going into tournaments playing Palpatine is how prevalent are the decks that can beat up on Sabine going to be. If I didn't think that a lot of those would be showing up, I might try something else. In the end, I almost always convince myself to just play Palpatine and just jam it. But that's what I'm thinking about, right? Like I want the Sabine bracket to not be favorable for them. So if I run into a Sabine, okay, so be it. I'm gonna try to win, and I might win, but I'm probably gonna lose. As long as they have hard brackets, so I'm not running into 3 or 4 of them, I'm still happy to be battling with Palpatine. So I mean, from what I've seen people playing, I still feel good about it, honestly. And we saw Rando Mando do it with Palpatine Yellow, and that had some excellent new tools. The new CAD unit's amazing. The P38's amazing. Blue Palpatine's got a lot of new tools. The officials are so much better now in blue. They're really fun to play. I mean, the green Poggle's amazing. There's a lot of cool stuff going on for a lot of decks right now.
How's the Django matchup for Palp Blue versus Palp Yellow and whatnot?
I haven't been testing that. I've been testing all my stupid ideas that don't work lately.
I'm with you.
That's where I've been putting most of my time. Throwing a lot of stuff at the wall and not much of it sticking. But, sometimes that's how it goes, and you just keep going until you figure it out. I think, just thinking about the deck, it doesn't make me all that nervous. Ruthless Raiders doing damage when they come down and when they die is painful, but that would be the unit I'm trying to steal from them a lot of times when I flip my Palpatine. And, when you've got a splash of healing to, once you stabilize, get out of that burn range from their Daring Raids and their Ruthless Raiders. So it looks favorable to me, but it's not something that I've put time into yet.
Fair.
Yeah, I put a lot of time into the new Palpatine, the Chancellor Palpatine. I haven't found anything that I really like for that deck. It's really hard to play. Actually, I don't know. Have you put any time into that guy?
I The first set 2 draft I played, or
Draft.
sealed. I played sealed Palp, and it was so much fun. That card is
Wow.
fantastic. I don't know how strong it actually is, because I did get run over by a Captain Rex because he deployed and I kind of could never kill his
Yeah.
leader.
Yeah.
But
Man,
it's
that sounds fun in drafts because you can draft all the so many colors. You don't have to stay heroic or villainy like everyone else gets trapped into. I haven't done that yet. How did that feel drafting and being able to look at like, oh, look at this rare bomb in heroic, and now look at this rare bomb in villainous.
when you have the option of him, you really start out just drafting yellow cards. Because if you draft, like, you start like yellow heroism drafting, because if you just stop seeing heroism, only get villainy, you need to switch if you only get one or the other. Or if you
Yeah, yeah.
draft really split from the beginning and don't get the early game triggers to get that initial flip of Palp, or have an extra unit or two to have in play, you end up
Yeah.
in a scenario where you're like, oh, activate Palp, make a clone trooper, and they're like, cool, kill the clone trooper, and you're like, I will never flip over from my heroism side.
Yeah. Yeah, now I'm stuck on villainy side. I mean that's how it felt building a premier deck for him too sometimes too. It was very difficult to line it up against opponents that are thinking about these things and are ready for it and know what you're trying to do, which is all your opponents presumably.
Yeah. Once people start to know how that deck is functioning, you end up in a weird position where you want enough non-aspect cards to always have a card to play, but you also never want a non-aspect card played only, because then you don't flip. And if you're not flipping, by the time your opponent's leader comes out, you didn't generate enough advantage prior to be able to continue like maintaining board state from the leader disadvantage.
Yeah. Yeah, that was interesting. I was looking at I was thinking about that leader disadvantage and thinking about it in terms of, well, okay, it is a disadvantage that we don't get to flip a leader, but also our leader never dies, right? Like, you can't kill my leader. I don't have this piddly little weak front side that occasionally activates or does a minor game effect. Both sides have a reasonably medium game effect instead of a minor game effect. So I was first trying to play very aggressive versions of the deck and try and flip every single turn, try to burn them down. But I was finding to get an advantage from his strength of never dying, I probably want the game to go a little bit longer. I still want to be flipping as much as possible, but the more I flip, the more I'm getting more value out of my leader than potentially my opponent is.
It does create the unfortunate kind of moment of you have to play some cards that aren't great. So you have to play enough 2-drops that are heroism that trade with your opponent's turn 1 play, but you just have the inherent issue of my opponent played in a different lane as me, and I will not kill a unit now. Or because you can't play like Merciless Contest on turn 2 because you start on heroism. You can't play power, just play the removal. You have to be planning to play units. And if they play into space, there's not as many. Like, they play a cartel spacer in space, how are you trading in space? How's your unit dying? Because you're probably playing like either Restored Arc, or you're playing some of the other 2/3s. There's not as many 3/2s that are already heroism. It's mainly just 2/3s.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And something I love about brewing in this game is you brew around a leader and maybe it doesn't work out, but you but you see a lot of you see the problems, right? You see the gaps, you see those holes, and then when another set comes out, you are aware of them. So you're thinking, okay, uh, this is how this leader tends to play out. I would love to see more cards that do X. And so
Yeah.
when you're reviewing a new set and you see a card that does X because you spent all that time brewing that leader, now you know to come back. Oh, I'm gonna look at that leader again because now I see a card that fills a gap that I wasn't able to find when I tried to make him work last time.
I think Dooku is one of the biggest leaders right now that is going to be looking towards future sets to really fill the gaps of it, because as much as you have like one of the best cards in Dooku Blue ends up being Dooku from set 1, which is really fun aspect that they actually put in
Yeah.
like the separatist text on him from set 1. I think that was really smart, and it becomes a really good reason to play that deck. But if you don't draw the Dooku unit, you really start to suffer from the fact that your leader comes out at 8 with minimal board impact, or excuse me, 7, and your opponent's leader is coming out on 5.
Yeah, yeah. I've tried to make Hunter work many times, and it feels like I don't even have a leader that
I
has
was
the same problem of not coming out till 7.
that was funny. Hunter? Oh man.
Look, I opened a showcase, so I feel like I shouldn't give up. Each set, I'm gonna try again.
Looks like maybe deck checks or something here. We're prepping for the top 8 here in Chicago. Thanks for hanging in there, everybody.
We have a very nice upside down view of the Bosk's entire main board, it seems.
Yep. Is it all hyperspace? Is it almost?
Looks
I
like a
think it
normal
is.
foil. Is it a normal foil super
Yeah,
laser
yeah.
on top? Potentially, but it does seem predominantly hyperspace, which is
Great job, great job.
yeah.
What's your preferred card, variant?
Aesthetically,
Yep.
I have a soft spot for all hyperspace decks, but this was the third game I started playing with Magic as the first, a legacy Magic player, so far too many cards. As the first format I really played, and then I got into Lorcana just before this game came out, and now play this as well. So cards I own is all the normal non-foils. My
Yeah.
biggest gripe a little bit is that the foils, they curl very quickly. And from having like Magic where old foils didn't really curl, new foils are a little worse with it, it is a little bit of a frustration. So I've erred to the side of the non-foils and have been very happy with them. But it is difficult for me to not try to fully non-foil hyperspace a deck.
Yep, yep. That's what I like. Non-foil hyperspace. I think I'm scarred from all my Pringles sitting on my shelf in other games like Magic and and even Star Wars. I know that I double sleeve my decks, and I do find if you double sleeve these hyperspace foil cards, it's fine. It's not all curly. The deck looks fine, but I'm definitely emotionally scarred from all my
Yeah.
other foils. Prefer non-foil.
I have foil Magic decks. It's like deck box, double sleeved, perfect hards, silicate packets, like the whole 9 yards. Star Wars was just it's a lot of effort to do it a lot of time. Yep,
Yeah,
dehumidifier. I keep a dehumidifier in my room that runs about half the day.
I put
Definitely.
those little do not eat
Yeah, those are silicate packets.
dehumidifier packs. Yeah, the silica
Great,
packets.
great.
I put those in my storage boxes, like drop one in my deck box.
Yeah,
Just gonna keep those in there too. And it depends on where you live and where the the humidity where it's manufactured and the humidity where you live. Um, that's
interesting. I never even
that's how
thought
that
about that.
works. I mean, the way it works is where they manufacture the cards, whatever humidity is there. If you have a different humidity here, then your card where you live, the cardboard in the box will absorb some of that moisture, and the metal in the foiling will not absorb any moisture. So the cardboard is expanding slightly, and the metal is not. So then it starts to curl up from
Yeah,
that
so then that
effect.
layer on the top
Yeah,
pulls it in either one way or the other.
yeah,
Whereas
right.
cold foil, as pointed out in chat, is a treatment, which is nice to. Lorcana does cold foils. You have the
Yeah,
treatment layered right on top. Doesn't Pringle, but you don't quite get the same shine, unfortunately.
yeah. I think that's a good trade off, in my opinion. I like the Pringle is too much, so I'll trade that for a different style of bling.
There was like one of the first foils that they showed off on like an FFG live stream from like a prize kit or something, and they pulled it out of the package. It was so pringled, and I was
Oh
like,
no.
"Oh my
Oh
god!"
no.
Right away, I was like, "This is what's
Yeah.
going on here."
You gotta do a test run, boys. Let's see how it looks on camera. That's pretty funny.
Literally.
Like they pulled it out of sealed packaging.
Yeah, like it was. I think it was like when they were showing off like the prize, like the weekly play, like prize kits or something. Like I don't remember the whole details. I'm not good at telling stories, but
You know, the ones in the pre-release, or not the pre-release kits, like the dual decks, the starter decks, those leaders, they definitely come out a little bendy. I guess the packaging doesn't protect them as much or something. Might have been that.
yeah, something like that. So maybe someone in the chat remembers that whole situation. They had the top-down camera zooming into the Xander's over there. It's just like, oh man, this was like like very beginning of the game's life. Just cracked it open. I shouldn't say too
Yeah.
much. You know, I'm a FFG partner or whatever. You know, we love
Yeah,
you,
I get
Fantasy
it.
Flight. Thanks for all you
We
do.
do. Yeah, what we're talking about right now is the pain that we could feel from them in that moment, and our love for them, and how we didn't want them to experience that pain.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I wonder how long it'll take these guys to.
Yeah, maybe I can
Is
get.
there 7 rounds? Is there 7 rounds or a top cut? The
think we're
player count, I
going-
was expecting 6.
I think it's supposed to be top 8 coming up, just based on the melee.
Yeah.
Okay.
On 37 players, you are going to see a 6-round cut the top 8.
Yeah.
It looks like all the results are in from 6. I can't really tell exactly, but
So
yeah.
I don't have the melee link. If all the results are in, you
Yeah,
want to like read out top 8 or something?
yeah, it looks like I've got.
That is true. We do have round 6. We do have round 6 standings.
We don't have deck lists or even know which leaders, but
It is true.
no 6-0. It looks like Yoda Killer, who we've been seeing here on the CAD, is number 1 here with the 5-1. And then I believe we've seen John G. Forget what he was playing. Was that the Bosk player? He's also 5-1.
I believe John G was the Bosk player, yes.
And
Okay, that's exciting.
Then we've got DZ. I think we saw DZ early on.
I was at a Friendsgiving party earlier. I pulled up the stream and I believe I saw DZ defeat Yoda Killer, right?
Yes, DZ defeated Yoda Killer on Anakin and then lost to John Griffin on Bosk the round after. He did, it appears, then win his round 6 match to be 3rd seed for us in top 8.
Okay.
And we've got Ada K12. Haven't seen that player on stream yet. 5-1. Our last 5-1 is Evil 1 with Evil 1, I guess, with a 5-1 record.
Okay, so a couple where we don't have prior knowledge of what that person's playing, but also an Anakin, a Cad, a Bosk. What else? Anything else that we know of?
Just those 3 players, I think, are the ones we've seen. John Schroeder kicking aces and Old Sweepy pulling up the top 8 there.
I know Loopy was playing today. I was hoping to see him make it to the top cut. That would have been great.
Out, 3-3 with Quinlan. Didn't
well, you
quite.
just gotta love the guy. You gotta love the guy.
He asked me last night.
I want to see him get there.
He asked me last night. He was like, "Should I play Sabine or Quinlan?" I was like, "Definitely Quinlan. You don't want to play that Sabine trash, like, you know."
Oh, what did he play?
He played Quinlan.
Which color? Because I've seen Tarkentown do really well
I think I don't actually know, but he was asking if he should play Sabine, and I was just like, I told him it would be so much cooler if he got a top cut with Quinlan. You know, might as well just like take the shot.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Quinlan has interesting play in blue of being able to bring Luke out on leader flip. Just sweet. With there can only be 2.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
nice
yeah.
synergy.
It's a little bit of Christmas Land, but
Yep,
There's
shooting for the moon.
inherent logic there, like a game plan. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you guys think about now there are 2 of them? How's that been going for you?
I haven't been playing it much. I don't know.
it is a card that I definitely want to play test. I think one of the most interesting things, like just mindscape of that card, is playing it in Yoda Yellow and having both You're My Only Hope and There Can Only Be 2 to bring out Luke on
Yeah.
5 resource turn is interesting. It's just you need a lot more setup to be able to get the Luke out. You need like either Kanan in play, you need a unit to die if it's going to give -6/-6. With There Can Only Be 2, but if you pull it off, like how do you lose? Luke on 5 I think is a good bridge for the fact that Yoda doesn't have a deploy until 7, but playing 7 drops on 5 is a great way to pretend like you have a leader.
Yeah,
That comes out
yeah.
earlier.
I've seen a lot of inconsistency. I think I've seen a lot of players talk about um, not seeing it be as consistent as they'd like, which makes sense. I mean, when you read the card, it's going to have consistency issues. Um, and I've also had people use it to play a 5-on-3, and I didn't have too much trouble recovering from that because there's not as much power scale there, I think. But playing a Luke on 5, that's a really powerful play.
We did see it in the previous match of Bosk versus Cad Bane. Cad Bane utilized There Can Only Be 2 to get out the Cad Bane unit on only 6
Right.
resources available, which was a way of a pre-existing Cad Bane that got killed. Avenger came back. He played another Cad Bane to steal that Avenger on a resource board that didn't appear it was possible, which definitely looked good. But I think that the reason Cad Red is playing it so well is because that deck very much doesn't need it to function. It doesn't need it to stabilize. It just uses it because it enables those like better lines or those
Right.
just scenarios where you almost win the game instantly by doing it.
Yeah, yeah, and a game where you can resource any card in your hand. You've got some slots to spend on, hey, if I draw this card at exactly the right time, it's going to be incredible. Otherwise, I'm going to resource it.
Yeah. It also scales very, very well.
Got players coming to the table. Head of hair there.
Yeah. They seem to be okay. Now they're collecting this deck. It's interesting, the deck list rule, where you have to share your deck list in Top Cut, but not during Swiss. Do we know if they're doing that at this tournament?
So I just got notification, sorry, that we have a intermission. I know we've been waiting, but I want to let the viewers know that we have a 30-minute intermission right now. So I can put us on a stream pause, unless you guys want to keep chatting for 30. Just let me know.
Let's see what we got.
And I know Dragon, if you're good to hang in here for some of the top cut till Rebel Trader gets back.
Yeah, works for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good either way. If we want to pause the stream or if we want to keep chatting, I don't even know if this is interesting for people. Like we're just hanging out, right? Like
I mean, we're getting some
some
engagement from the
chat.
chat and stuff. People are interested.
Yeah.
And now there are 2 of them, and people are chiming in
I don't
about
care.
the foil conversation. So as long as you guys are cool to keep chatting, I think people would be interested. But
Yeah, I'm down for it if you guys are.
I'll hang out.
let me let everybody know when we're gonna be.
So I wasn't here during the Swiss. What were some exciting moments today that I missed?
I came
think
in round 5, 6, 5. One of the two. I don't remember. So yeah, round 5. So I saw the Anakin versus. Oh wow, words are hard. Anakin versus Cad Bane, where Anakin ended up pulling out the win, which was definitely a shocker. It came down to a very, very close game 2, where the Cad Bane player opted to swing the 7/7 Cad unit at the Anakin leader to kill the 6/7, and then a Luke play killed the Cad Bane, returned a unit to the field, and then Anakin managed to pull out game 2. And then in a very close game 3, managed to overcome the Cad Bane player just from a tempo advantage gained early.
Okay, was this with Carlos and DZ, or with Yoda Killer and DZ?
Yeah, that was round 4 with those two. Round 5, the Anakin player stayed, played against Bosk, and Bosk looked dominant throughout the entirety of it.
Yeah.
Just big ships coming out after super lasers. He had at one point 3 super lasers in hand with 2 other removal spells, or an Avenger and 1 other removal spell, and was just sitting there with that on like 7 resources, and it very, very good looking for the Bosk player. But then we saw the flip side of that in that last match where Cad Bane came, played against Bosk, and Bosk could not draw the cards in the right order, could not draw cards, could not get the bounties off. Very good plays from Yoda Killer on the Maclunky timing to prevent any extra card draw, the Bazines to very see the hand and very intelligently in game 1 choose to leave the opponent with all of the cards, and then made the most of the board state thereafter. So we've seen very tight play for the most part. Some sweet plays, but no, I wouldn't say anything super crazy, just really tight, smart play.
That's good. That that means we should have really nice top cut matches if we got a lot of great tight players making it into top cut.
I'm gonna take a little break, but I'll be back to make sure we're all.
In our testing, we also found control to be challenging for the Anakin deck, but it does depend on how you build it. It's kind of like the Ray Red and Han 2, just kind of the blue red hero shell, where you could play pillages, you could play ways to attack control a bit harder, but you have to make those choices before you register, right? Like what do I think I'm going to be playing against?
Agreed. And the curve on Anakin, I mean, I can say from playing both Kira Green and Boba Blue against the Han decks, right, or both Han and Ray decks, Krite Dragon coming out on 8 resources versus coming out on 7 resources is very, very different on how scary it is.
Yeah.
Because you just have so much more time to answer it. I believe it's 9 and 8, not 7 and 8. 9 and 8. Because having your Avenger come down the same turn, if you can clear that board out entirely, you position yourself really well. That if you can afford to just take the 9 damage to base and have the Avenger eat the Krite, it feels great. But when Krite comes out on that 8 resource mark, it's brutal, especially if they pillaged you and K2'd you and whatnot. So it's trying to figure out how Anakin can emulate that when the leader flip on 6 gives that deck a lot more time to do the setup. The control decks to set up.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Clarios, talk about math more. You love math too? Yeah, I think I wish it would be easier if I could have visuals to go with it. But again, I think just to talk, I'll mention something interesting with the hypergeometric calculators. what you can, the basics of it is you can say how many cards are in your deck, how many cards are you drawing. So I'm going to talk about mulligans real quick. How many cards are in your deck? How many cards do you draw in your opening hand? And then what are you looking for? So let's say you're talking about ramp in a deck that has 6 ramp cards. You're playing 3 SLTs, 3 resupplies. And your deck functions way better when you have at least one of those in your opening hand. What you'll do is you'll enter 50 for the deck size, 6 for your first hand size, and then 6 for how many copies are in the deck, and then 1 for what you're looking for, like how many hits you're trying to look for. And then it'll tell you the percentage of how often you're going to see exactly one of those, how often you're going to see one or more, which is what you generally are really looking at. Because I don't care if I draw a laser blast or a super laser tech and a resupply. I just want to see at least one. So you look at the part that tells you your odds of drawing one or more, typically. So if anybody that's listening, you can go in a browser tab, type hypergeometric calculator. It's like StatTrek is one of the top ones from Google, and you can punch in those kind of numbers that I'm talking about, and you can see it for yourself. But what's interesting, like let's say it's 75% on your opening hand. Well, then when you mulligan 25% of the time if you're really trying to dig for it, right? So then 25% of the time you're drawing a fresh 6, and you multiply the 75% times that 25%, and then add it to the 75%. My calculator real quick. And then, so let's see. So then 25 times 0.75 is 18.75 plus 75. So if you have a 75% chance of seeing a card in your opening hand and you hard mulligan for that card, then 93.75% of your games, you'll be able to find at least one copy of that card. And that's just with your mulligan hand. If it costs more than 2, so if you're hard mulliganing for something that you want to have on the first turn, that's the way you calculate it. If you want to play it on the second turn, then after that mulligan, you're going to draw 2 more cards. So on that second calculation, you can add 2 more. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm going to be talking more about and having visuals and try to explain more. Is that interesting, Clarios? Is that anybody else? Am I talking about a bunch of boring stuff here? What do you think, Red Dragon?
I've utilized the hypergeometric calculators for both Magic and used it set 1 for just figure out the percentage points difference for finding ramp on turn 2 for Credit Green. Hop Green use the same math and whatnot, because especially the decks reliant on skipping turn 4, getting to turn 5, or excuse me, skipping 4 resources to get to 5 for the early leader flip, the stabilize from your 5 drop. It was important to figure out what the percentage points you're losing are, and if you get another piece of ramp, like, okay, you can have 9 copies of a 3-drop ramp spell. Do you play 9? Do you play 8? How many percentage what percent are you comfortable with? That's best.
Yeah, also, like, how insulated are you from not playing a turn 1 play? Like, if you are willing to hard mulligan like that, you're risking finding that card you're looking for and not having a turn 1 play, for example, right? Yes, Jake Peterson. Do you not count yourself among us?
Great question.
Yeah, but here's what I'm imagining: somebody that creates a deck, or maybe they take a deck list, someone else, and they go play it at locals, at their weeklies, and they have some problems, or they want to make some changes. Maybe they're seeing a lot of space in their locals, and the deck that they're playing just doesn't have enough space. And they have a card that they're thinking about that they want to add, but they got to think about, what do I take out? What do I put in? And I want to run through like that exercise, like how they can use these tools to answer those questions.
I think there definitely is also a bridge point of playtesting and getting a feel for a deck, because
Yep.
as much as probability is going to give you a better idea of, like, in certain situations, like, what out do you play to? Okay, there's 3 copies of this in the deck, there's 2 copies of this, what do you play toward? Probability is going to speak one way or another, but there's even times where if you play toward the out you're more likely to hit, you might be able to get out of the current situation, but do you have a chance of winning? Like, if you're in a situation that, okay, if I draw into Super Laser and kill the 2 units in play, that's my best out, versus, you know what, I'm going to resource a Super Laser, or I'm going to resource a card, be able to get to 9 and Avenger to be able to stabilize and have it going forward. It starts being points of the math won't always dictate what you're doing, and you really want to pair that with the decision making throughout the game and thinking about the next turn after where you're at.
Yeah. Thinking about playing to win versus playing to not lose, and playing to like your highest probable line versus your highest impacting line. You might have a line where you think, if I hit this line, I'm almost certainly going to win, but it's lower probability than this other line, which has a chance of winning. So you're thinking about that as you make your decisions.
Also diversifying options. Sometimes you can play toward a line that opens up the potential of another one, but that also gets to be the way more complicated directions. Curious to see the decks that made top 8. We know 3 unique leaders, entirely unique strategies, between a red-yellow villainy deck, a blue-red villainy deck, and a red-blue heroism deck. All made it. So, curious to see what we're going to see. Like, did any Sabines make it into the top 8? Did we see any of the more typical blue-green villainy soft control decks that were very prevalent in set 1 and 2?
Yeah. Did we see... Yeah, neither of us were around for the earlier rounds. We don't know if we saw any of those decks in previous rounds. What is this one called in Melee?
It's Star Wars Unlimited Case Tournament.
Case Tournament.
So now that we've seen some of set 2 and done playtesting, what do you think set 3? What do you think the most impactful cards and impactful leaders have been so far?
We think one of the best cards is Perilous Position and blue. That's Josh put out a video talking about metas from SGCon, and he said that was the most played card across all the top 8s of any card at all. And every deck that's playing blue is playing it. I've been really impressed by it, particularly for shutting down leaders when they flip, which is, we know how important that is. But the -2/-2 is really interesting for, not just shutting down that leader, but softening it up to be able to trade into it real easily.
Being able to flip your leader into their leader, perilousing theirs, they can't attack, and a weaker leader is now able to overcome. Card was card is one of the, I think one of the best on spoil, especially as a control player. Seeing a card that just is a direct upgrade in a lot of almost every sense of make an opening to where, oh, you have a Sabine unit in play, this isn't going to do anything. Perilous Position will always prevent that 2 damage. You make it a 0/1, it attacks for 1, and you just run with it and call it a day.
Yeah, and it's it being an upgrade instead of an event opens up different opportunities as well. You know, like maybe go explore Mandalorian again. Is this worth doing? Playing the Razor Crest, which we were already seeing it played in the Anakin deck.
Yep, we saw Anakin bring in Razor Crest, or have Razor Crest bring it back. We saw Bosk playing Fine Edition, which has the capacity to bring it back.
Well, what I want out of set 4, I'm still waiting on the space deploy leader. I want a leader that jumps in his ship and goes right into battle outside of his planet to protect it.
How do you... My hypothetical on space leaders is how are those going to balance into the format? Because giving like all space decks the now race utility to have their leader deploy there as well is really, really scary to me.
I'm thinking it'll have much less stats on it. Like a 3/3 or a 3/4 or 2/3. I don't think we're gonna see. If we do see space deploy leaders, I don't think we're gonna see them deploy into like mid-size or capital ship size space units. I think they'll show up in their little fighters like a Red 3 type size unit and stuff like that.
What do you think the deploy threshold would be?
Yeah. I don't want to see a 4 that deploys to space.
Yeah.
Fours are scary enough already. To make 4s that we don't play, you got to make something like Lando. Sabine, just if you look at Sabine's unit side, it's not that scary, but deploying on 4 is just so powerful. It's definitely 5 or more.
Wonder if we would see a leader deploy that has like Avenger text on it. Like literally deploy on 9 when attack, or on attack, sack a non-leader unit, opponent sacks a non-leader unit.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Yoda and Palpatine. I mean, Palpatine's more punishing, I think, than having them sack a unit.
Oh, definitely.
I don't know. But that does raise the question of like a leader that flips on more than 8. What does it need to do to be
Very good
playable?
point.
If it's
Very good
flipping
point.
on 9 or 10, what does it need to do on its front side to feel like you even have a leader leading up to that? There's another question from Dylan. What's your favorite leaders in the current meta?
Current meta, favorite leader number 1 is probably Han 1 on yellow currently.
Okay,
With
Monohan.
yeah, I think Mono Han is really, really, really well positioned.
Yeah.
But
For me, I I mean, I do like Django. He's pretty cool. Even when it first was spoiled, I thought, okay, that's some really interesting tempo we're gonna get to play with here. So I like that leader.
I think the interesting about Django is that I think Django would have 100% replaced Boba as the Tarkin Town leader for the Tarkin Town Space Boba Fett deck we saw at set 2. And it makes me wonder how meta would be with Boba still. Because we've seen Anakin. We don't know if Anakin would have a better chance. Would Boba Green be the number one dominant deck still?
I think so. I haven't seen anything that I believe so.
Do you think it's Boba's leader flip turn, or do you think it's the armor that ends up worse for Boba Green specifically?
I think his resource cheating ability is just too
Yeah.
strong. It's just too strong. I think you know, the designers, they gave him a little bit too much stats for flipping on 5, and maybe didn't realize that players would be able to build such efficient decks that leverage the resource untap ability as well as it does.
I played Boba Blue at the end of last set, and there were a couple of moments where you got to pay 4 to play a takedown, trigger Boba, attack with Boba, or flip out, attack, ready 2 more, and play a second 4-drop removal. And it was fantastic.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, being good in every color. I think that was his death sentence. Just every single color. If you're gonna play villainy yellow, why are you not playing Boba? What explain that to me? That was the question. And when you explained it, it didn't make sense. I'm sorry. Boba's still better.
Do you have a question about Monohan on why it didn't take any top slots last weekend? I believe Monohan did take third in one of the SCG 2Ks. I don't know if that was
Yeah,
last weekend or the weekend before.
yeah, this one where that they split the top 4. It was Tata, I think Ryan, and I believe the Monohan player was in that set of 4. And
Monohan
then
was Philip from Maclunky.
there you go. Yep.
So
And they played it out, and Tata played against him in that top 4.
So Monohan also is a very difficult deck to pilot because the activation of your leader ability gives you a vast amount of decisions overall. So you increase the amount of decisions you actually get to make, which gives a very high ceiling, but you can be very punished by your own mistakes on like that deck often just functions on 1 to 2 cards in hand because you're resourcing twice and then losing one of the resources.
Yeah. My teammate Ian Klein, he was the first person to pilot that deck to top cut finishes, won a couple tournaments the weekend that he played, and I've spent a lot of time with him going through the deck. We've made some match analysis videos, posted on YouTube, and it's a lot of really interesting decision making. I see some Han players hesitant to use the resource ability because they seem a little like maybe they're scared or that feels like it's not worth it. um, but yeah, the decisions you're making, so many decisions that impact you from turn to turn, that it makes a lot of opportunity to make mistakes.
Do you think Bosk Blue might start seeing a better representation? I think its utilization has gotten a lot better, especially with the loss of Boba for Boba Blue. It ends up kind of the best hard control leader. And it's the question of is it going to keep up outside of just those mid-range matchups? Because we did see it lose a mid-range matchup against Cad Bane, which was due to bad draws, but a portion of bad draws is the question of how many bounties can Bosk play, or like, do you have to make concessions of not having your leader be as powerful to be able to maintain a more consistent deck draw?
Yeah, I I don't I think the deck is fine, but I myself haven't been too excited about Bosk Blue. Part of it is what you're talking about, the consistency of getting clunky hands that just don't line up well. Um, but it's a good deck. I would for me, I would choose something else right now, but we'll see. We've got one in this top cut, so hopefully we'll have it on screen and see if it can go all the way.
How you feeling about Sabine's position in current meta?
I think I still like it. They won the Sunday tournament at SCG Con. It's still a great deck, right? Like it has some of those lines that are just so easy to execute and close the games out. So deck lists are out on Limitless. According to Noxon.
We do have deck lists on Limitless, but I believe we're unsure of which are the top 8 competitors. So we have the deck list for all players.
Okay.
Let's see if they are in. So with the usernames on Melee not having player names, some of them are going to be hard to figure out. But
yeah,
things like in I think 6th place, 5th place we have Ev L1. I think Ev L1 is probably Evelyn Lodis. I don't know how to say that name. On Cad Bane. So it seems like we will have a second Cad Tarkentown in the top 8.
Okay.
Let's see if we can figure out anyone else.
Yeah, Yoda Killer is Carlos. He's on Tarkentown.
So Jonathan. Yep. Okay, John in the 6th place spot is on Ray ECL.
Yeah, Ray ECL. Oh, I want to get this on camera. I've got a buddy that has just been jamming Ray ECL trying to make it work.
So ADAK might be Adam Poliski. Bro, I'm horrible at pronouncing names, so don't quote me. But if it is him, he is on Django Tarkentown. So we need 7th place, which is Kickin' Aces. I'm going to hazard a guess and say I probably won't be able to figure out who that is.
Yeah.
And then Old Sweepy. Probably also won't be able to guess.
So quarterfinals, Yoda Killer versus Atomic Floof on table 1. Have we been seeding table 1 on screen?
We have been seeding table 1 on screen.
So we might see that.
So we know that would be a Cad Tarkentown, and unsure of the second player. Let's see.
Atomic Floof.
Okay, yeah, so we can see what each player's playing by looking at the other link here, the from Limitless.
It has their real names in Limitless, right?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, we have real names.
Yeah.
Okay.
We figured out. We think we figured out most of them. Unfortunately, Kickin' Aces and Old Sweepy, fantastic usernames, but they don't really resemble their names.
You guys are a couple steps ahead of me. Thought I was gonna come in and save the day. Nope.
Yep.
Maybe we got boots on the ground though. We might be able to figure out who these guys are.
Oh yeah. That's right. So
have
maybe
Loopy get on do an announcement.
Yeah.
Excuse me, we need to know who Old Sweepy is. Looking for Atomic Floof.
Atomic Floof is in 9th, but he seems to be paired against Yoda Killer in top 8, which doesn't.
I was notified
Makes
of
sense.
a drop in top 8, so the 9th place was elevated. That's what Loopy said.
Okay,
So
time
it
to go home.
seems like ADAK has dropped. And that, I think, was the player we believed to be on Django Fett. So it seems that Django Tarkentown might not be in top 8. Instead, it's Atomic Floof, which...
Oh, that's Loopy's
Oh,
wife. Atomic Floof on Sabine ECL.
So we will
okay.
have a Sabine in top 8, and the Sabine will be playing against the Cad Red in round 1.
Okay, let's make some predictions. That's going to be on our stream here. I have my prediction. What do you think?
I mean, I would probably assume Cad.
Yeah. So set 2, I was on Cad Red very, very early. I think when Wu put out a video that included the Java unit, people started to key in a bit more that, oh, Cad's pretty good, and we can even play Java in this deck. This is interesting. And when I was testing this deck, Sabine was miserable. Like for them, it was miserable. I was able to control their units so well with CAD. So I think it's very favored for CAD here.
Yeah. Especially with Tarkentown being able to allow the turn 1 play to ping, either just finish that off or clear the turn 2 for early advantage. Then Forlom is able to much nicer trade in a lot of situations.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can ambush and ping after the ambush. I think this is pretty nice for the Sabine player. All right, for the CAD player. But, we'll see. It's still a late leader flip. So he's going to be leaning on, keeping his life total healthy, deploying units to the board, and trading where his doesn't die, but theirs does die, and be able to keep some pressure on that base.
We got notification that Kickin' Aces is running Ray. I don't see a base. We've got a Ray player.
We saw Ray ECL earlier.
I believe Kyle Adams is the Kyle that Kicking Aces is, which is Ray Tarkentown. And
Okay.
let's see. Got a name for the second player, but I don't see their name in the Limitless.
I'm in the same boat. So we should be starting here any minute. Looks like maybe they're a little bit behind schedule even. They were expected to be back in about 10 minutes ago, so can try to
I
get
did
an
misspeak
update.
before because I misread the Limitless, but it seems Evelyn Lodis is on Iden.
Yeah, I clicked
Iden
the
Green.
opponent
Yeah, I
instead of the
just realized I
decklist
did that.
button. Yeah, yeah. Someone in chat said that John's on Sabine. I went back to John and I was like, oh, yeah, I clicked the wrong button.
Yes. So, apologies on the misstatements there, and thank you for pointing that out in chat. Iden Green. Echo Base Iden. That is...
And which player? Oh, that's the table too. Okay. Playing against Sabine. So, I mean, I think part of the reason you choose Iden is because you think it's good against Sabine, as far as a control leader that can handle Sabine.
So, it...
Okay, we got players coming to the table. Putting his passcode on the internet.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I like the Iden deck against Sabine because they do have Droid Commandos and enough Separatist turn 1 plays potentially with 3 Rune Heikos and 3 Confederate Couriers to have a 4/3 ambush on turn 2, which really just allows you to, if you have initiative, kill the turn 1 play with your turn 2 play, have it potentially live if it's a Sabine, and that looks like it could be really beneficial for that deck to swing it into their favor.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's the reason you're playing Iden, to have more points in this matchup. So maybe we'll see them move on through the round. So we couldn't
But
get
we will
Loopy,
get
but we got Loopy's wife. So that might be an upgrade, right, Loopy?
The players are going to shuffle up for Sabine ECL versus Cad Red, Cad Tarkentown.
So I need to talk to Carlos about putting his phone's passcode in when he's playing on stream. Don't lean under everybody don't lean under cameras and unlock your phone.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Palp 2s. I don't believe there was any Palp 2s at all. There was one Palp 2 registered overall. None in top 8, but one was played.
Yep. I think I have the same position as almost all players that are interested in Palp 2. I'm really excited when someone finally cracks it. I haven't been able to
looks
do it.
so hard to build.
Yeah.
Record for the Palp player. I will see if I can figure that out.
I mean, that's a good point. Even if they don't make top cut, if we see some players bring a Palp 2 and do well in their Swiss but barely miss top cut, it's still interesting to see what ideas they had.
I believe he ended up 3-2-1 in 17th place. So the double loss seems to have prevented him from having the chance of coming down to breakers to make top 8.
J-Rod claiming to bring Palp 2 to their PQs. I look forward to it. Show us how it's done.
Record was 3-2. Base for the Palp player was the Crystal City. So it was Palp playing both sides blue.
Yeah. I mean that lines up for my findings so far. You need to play a little longer to get some value out of that leader. Well, I guess we'll see. Let's see. I'm gonna pull up that Sabine list. Is there anything spicy there?
We do have 2 Ahsoka's lightsabers, it seems.
Do we have Ahsoka, or we're just dropping it as an upgrade?
I think it's just an upgrade in this deck.
Okay.
Yeah, Ahsoka I think would be out of aspect.
That is correct.
So we have two Bright Hopes, which may not be great in this matchup. Plenty of 2-drops. Deck is on 11 ground 2-drops. 2 R2D2s. So they have the 13 options. All of them are going to be dedicated to ground, which may not be the best for this matchup, as lane dodging is going to be pretty hard now.
Yeah.
2 Rebel Metal Ceremonies, which I think tends to be very good in a lot of matchups on giving Sabine a chance to get their quick attacks in and then pump. Sorry, there is Green Squadron A-Wings. Entirely thought that was a ground unit for some reason. But no Alliance X-Wings in this list.
2 Timelies, 2 Rebel Assault, 3 Daring Raid. That's cool. I don't know, I'm not keeping up. I haven't been keeping up with exactly what Sabine's been doing. I don't know if 3 is a normal number now. But it is nice to have that burn.
Definitely gives them a lot of reach for closing the game out.
I think that's in this matchup, having extra reach might be great. Because he's going to control the board pretty well. If the Sabine player can just get them in range for like a Wrecker ECL coming down, putting a lot of damage on, and then closing out with 4 Cause and Daring Raid, they could close it out before Cad's able to turn the corner. Okay. All right, so Sabine wins the first battle and has initiative.
Very relevant.
So is Sabine winning the card sleeve competition? Do we prefer plain blue or the Star Wars Unlimited sleeves?
Star Wars ones are nice. I like outer sleeves on them personally.
I will say, for the purpose of streams, having some art on it like that makes it so much easier to count what resources they're
true.
at. When it's all monocolor like this, it's so much harder to see what they've got. So I'm gonna give it to Sabine on the card sleeves. That's my tiebreaker.
Sabine definitely has a fancier deck with a Showcase Sabine and Hyperspace ECL. I believe that was a mulligan from Cad Bane. So Sabine kept their original, Cad Bane mulled, and will now resource their 2. I presume we'll see a turn 1 play from Sabine.
After you mulligan, Red Dragon, do you tell your opponent you're keeping? I do it every time. I don't know. I can't help myself.
Yeah, I never noticed I did that until you said that.
Yeah. You're like, okay, I'll keep this one.
It's the Magic player coming out.
It is. Yeah. All right. Okay. This is a shielded unit at the start. Really nice. We're gonna be able to trade into that as the CAD player, and still have some material on the board.
Ping from Sabine will allow Cad to pick up the initiative, and will mean that the Battlefield Marine will die to the Crafty Smuggler's shield, most likely.
Yeah, I would have claimed there, and gotten that 1 attack in. So we'll see. When things like that happen, maybe nerfs get to you or something. When I noticed it as a player, I tend to jot down like a little note, like -2 or something like that on my paper. So at the end of the game, I can ask myself, did it matter? If I had gotten that 2 damage, would I have won?
Yeah.
All right. Carlos and Diana. Yeah.
So we did see the
Okay.
Crafty Smuggler take out the Battlefield Marine. That will lead into a Boba Fett unit landing, pinging the Sabine with a Cad Bane trigger, and the Sabine picking up the initiative this time. And then the Tarkin Town to finish the Sabine. So Cad Bane has a dominant ground presence, with base damage being equal across the two,
Yeah.
which is a very ideal start for Cad Bane, because he is prepared to take out the Sabine deploy, and with her list having no dark sabers, he will not have to worry extensively about an instant answer to Sabine.
I'm wondering, it could be that Diana is maybe trying to get the opponent, get Carlos to use Tarkin Town on a ground unit. Maybe has a space heavy hand to follow this up with. We'll see if she starts deploying to space this turn.
Would definitely be a very beneficial move. It seems like this may be a Forlom, though.
With a ping.
Oh.
Excellent play from Carlos.
Very clean answer to Sabine. Now, if it is a space-heavy hand, I think the Cad deck has a chance to race from this position.
For sure. Oh, okay. That is pretty unfortunate. Diana left with only the option of filtering the top of her deck, trying to set up her future turns, but otherwise not impacting the board.
I believe that's also a 3 damage because the Daring Raid was the first card milled. Might be
It's a price to pay with
incorrect.
those daring raids.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 3 damage, unfortunately. Seems the draw was not what the Sabine deck has wanted, with a unit light hand making it up.
We have ECL still. So a Poe can come down this turn, take out the Forlom with the discard, and take out the Boba unit to try and clean up that ground and maybe make some room for Diana to have a chance here.
Would then set up for potentially a record the following turn. We will see a Daring Raid to take out the Forlom, which cleans up the board a little bit, which is progress in the right direction. Followed by a K2SO.
Yeah, we've still got the cat activation. We could see a Maclunky bouncing a shielded unit and finishing it off after we activate CAD. Particularly with Jabba coming down. That's what I'm expecting to see here from Carlos.
Yeah.
He has the option of... yeah, I think he'd return the shielded unit. Yeah.
I think with that one getting the 2 damage in before the Boba, that would make the most sense. He did find the Maclunky on the Jabba, so there's a almost 100% chance that gets played now.
Yeah. You have the option of returning the Jabba, but in this matchup, we're not as interested in continuing to get value out of Jabba.
Agreed. Although the 2/2 is a lot cheaper to get back out, which is helpful.
Right.
And I think the Jabba in play to continue making tricks cheaper might be of benefit.
Yeah.
So 3 to base from the Boba Fett. Pushing the Sabine to most likely claim this turn.
I think she claimed after the Jabba.
She pinged after the Jabba.
Oh, okay, you're right. So she'll
she did get the 1 damage in on the ping.
All right, my bad.
K2 will hit base for 3. We are on to the next turn. So 5 damage in play, with a Cad Bane flip for the potential of 4 more, meaning that Sabine can be up to 22 damage if the board goes unanswered.
Still haven't seen a big ECL play. At this point, we could see Wrecker come down and clean up the Boba unit. But then Jabba's so big. Wrecker
could put 5 on the Jabba and overwhelm 4. But I don't know if the base at 13 is going to be a fast enough close. Although the Boba isn't able to kill the Jabba, or kill a Wrecker in 1 attack. You would need a CAD trigger.
Let's see if Diana's, because the ambush isn't that profitable, it looks like she's electing to not use it.
She opted to destroy the 1 resource, kill the Boba Fett, save the ambush. I think it is of benefit. I don't think overwhelming the damage is of much merit, and keeping the Wrecker healthy gives it a better chance of surviving the turn and potentially hitting for 7 on the base.
Yeah,
She has a lot of potential burn with Daring Raids and Four Causes in her deck.
I don't expect the Wrecker to survive the turn, so it's still going to be a tough game here. Looks like Carlos has some options, trying to figure out his best lines. On the CAD flip turn, one thing you're looking to do is use the front side and the unit side of CAD. Play 2 Underworld cards. Did you see the other card that was in Diana's hand?
It was the Wrecker and Rebel Pathfinder, I believe.
Okay. So, what are we looking for here? Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Yep.
very clean answer to Wrecker, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Fortunately for Diana, it does seem like Carlos will have... It is lethal on board now.
And that
Either
was a
the...
Cloud Rider 3/1 ambush that's Underworld. So CAD forces Diana to put 2 damage on Wrecker, and then the 3 ambush finishes it off. Six, 7. Yep, we've got lethal on the board.
Will be an ECL K2 to kill the Bazine.
Yeah, we've still got lethal on the board, so
Indeed.
with 2 resources left, I think that's going to close this game. And Carlos, just not even spending, it's just attack, and if you have something, you have something.
That will be the last attack, sending us to game 2. Sabine will have the initiative once again. Sideboards from the Sabine player, we're looking at a 1 Metal Rebel Ceremony, 1 Rebel Assault, 1... Can't quite make out the name, but it's 2 copies of the 1-drop that removes Sentinel.
Spec Force Soldier.
Thank you. Spec Force Soldiers, 1 Timely Intervention, 1 Bright Hope, 2 General Dodonna, and 2 Adelphi. What are you bringing in here?
This is interesting. CAD does such a great job of cleaning up our early board. So it's really hard to get a lot of value out of these metal ceremonies. It's hard to get multiple attacks early in the game to build those up. And similarly, it's hard to have a wide board for General Dodonna to make a big impact. Rebel Assault is good. If you have the 2 units, you start with initiative, you can go ahead and get your 2 attacks in. I do like that. And I like the Adelphi Patrol Wing. It's a chunkier unit. It's in space, which, as we saw last game, CAD doesn't have as much interacting in space. He's not spaceless, but it's a good arena to be in for her.
Switching over to Carlos's sideboard, we see 2 copies of Daring Raid, 2 copies of Sneak Attack, 1 Bazine, 3 Lurking TIE Phantoms, 1 Change of Heart, and 1 Fennec Shand, Loyal Sharpshooter. What are you thinking on his board?
I was going to put the pressure on you. What do you think?
Oh, what do I think? I think most of it is unnecessary. I think his deck has a really strong start all around. I think the Bazine's worth coming in on the play, but not on the draw. The Lurking Ties aren't really needed. The Change of Heart's not grabbing anything. I think Fennec comes down too late. The Daring Raids, I think, are good to bring in because it gives you the ability to get your ping off and then have a Daring Raid to clean up a unit at the end. But I don't know if it's better than something that's already in. I'm assuming cutting 2
Yeah.
Ruthless Raiders for something cheaper might be worth it, but
Yeah, I'm cutting the daring raids. I mean, I'm bringing in the daring raids here, I think. Um, did we see if she has sabers? Diana?
she does not have sabers. And
Okay.
I don't know if we ever got an answer on whether or not players see opposing deck lists at the start.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So yeah, I think I would bring in the 2 daring raids, and I might trim some of that top end. Like maybe go to 2 Cad Bane units instead of 3. Maybe go to 2 Jabba units instead of 3. The the Jabba unit isn't quite as impactful in this matchup, I think. I mean, it's not a bad card. It still can fetch a removal spell for you that you can play that same turn. But I would trim a little bit and bring in those 2 daring raids.
I think Daring Raid also gives a couple more options on if Sabine lane dodges you on your turn 1 play. You have a little more ability to make sure you can Tarkin Town off whatever unit it is if need be.
Yeah, it lets you perhaps get your ping, kill with Daring Raid, and then on the next turn get your ping, kill with Tarkin Town. So take out 2 early plays. So even post board, I'm still liking the CAD matchup a lot. And let's see how it goes. See if Diana can take a game here and put some pressure on Carlos to have to win.
So much like last game, we get a Battlefield Marine to open up on the Sabine side. And a Greedo follow-up. Not quite as good as the Crafty Smuggler, but it does trade with a turn 1 play if they want.
This is where if he has Daring Raid, that's exactly what he's looking for. So now he'll be able to kill the next unit with Tarkin Town and get a really quick tempo start here.
Greedo is set up to kill something in the future, probably not anytime soon, if an Underworld ping is possible on this turn 3 play. So Daring Raid back from the Sabine player to kill the Greedo will clear the board for both players. And now it's the decision of do you dedicate or pass for the ping. So he has opted to pass with the potential of pinging, which will play a punishing 1 and get the 1 damage on the Battlefield Marine. And Target Town will finish it, just like you had said.
Yeah, I mean, this is our playbook. You know, there's nothing else we're looking to do but exactly this if we're the CAD player.
So Cat is definitely very happy with the start so far. Sabine is looking to bring some of the bigger, more powerful units to the table later. Bright Hope will pause the punishing 1, but unfortunately will not apply much pressure to Cad.
Yeah, it's going to end up trading with punishing 1, which is fine for her. She might have even brought in a Bright Hope from the sideboard. So I think he's looking for a 4-lom here. We'll see if he finds it. Either that or another nice play could be Jabba into Maclunky, but I don't
Orlam would
know.
unfortunately not quite kill the Sabine, but it would put the 4
wouldn't kill
damage
it.
on.
We're still gonna do it. we're still gonna play it. And it's another situation where if we have the Daring Raid, we just get to clear out that space unit.
So no damage on either base. Board relatively even right now, although it's accounting for Sabine's leader flipped out. So I would say Sabine player is definitely a little behind, just because once that leader leaves, it's not looking great. But there is the potential that it could trade off the whole board. Don't think Carlos would let that happen, but it is possible.
Yeah, I mean, last game we saw some turns where Diana really wanted to play the board and wasn't able to, like an early 4 Cause I Believe in. And we might not see that this game. We might see some of the more powerful lines available in this deck, like playing out that Poe, playing out that Wrecker right on curve. Let's see if she has it this time.
A Poe on board would be very nice in cleaning off both units, maintaining a Poe at 2 health left. Prevents an unflipped
Right.
CAD from killing it in one shot.
Yeah, it'd be great to ECL that out, clear the board, and have 3 units.
Trying to
This
see
could be a daring raid. No, it's a Maclunky. Okay.
very nice Maclunky play.
Yeah.
Well timed. Maclunky is going to resolve, kill the Bright Hope, and the ping is going to finish off the Sabine. The Forlom is now protected from a potential Poe ECL, so Poe is not the greatest option anymore. Although 6/6 onto this board is harder to answer. You'll see a Rebel Pathfinder. No when played effect.
Fleet Lieutenant.
Ugh, you're right.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Sabine
tough.
almost played a Green Squadron, but it does die to
yeah.
the Ruthless
just
Raider,
attacks me into it.
unfortunately.
She has to ask herself, do I just feed this to the punishing one or what? And yes.
Will be fed to the punishing one. Saves the 3 health on base. Will allow Sabine to pick up the initiative here.
And I'll tell you this is how my testing has gone with CAD versus Sabine. You know, if you want to beat Sabine, this is an excellent option.
It's a very unfortunate matchup for the Sabine player.
Yeah. I think Diana, looking at this bracket, not what she was hoping for.
So we're going to see a Cad Bane flip out this turn. Cassian was smuggled out for first action for 5 and has entered play ready.
Yeah, Carlos has the question of attacking into that to put it on 1 health remaining so that the ping kills it. Or just going to base. I mean, he has such a strong lead. It's at the point where he probably can just race in and finish the game. I think that's what I want to see from Carlos here, but let's see what decision he makes.
Decision to race does open up the potential of a Cassian attack on the leader and a Poe to clean up the entire ground side. Although I think a smuggled Bazine is going to give all the insurance needed. We're going to see a wing leader and a rebel assault, which are most likely to be left in hand, and they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think now a race is definitely the best option. Will be a rebel assault to have the Cassian get in for 4. And
yeah, leader's going to clean up the Cassian, our CAD leader, and have a very commanding board here. Look, Diana, she's not going to go out without a fight. She's still going to use that Sabine ping. It doesn't matter.
every turn you can, send it in.
Yes.
4 to base from Forlom. We do have the potential of a Maclunky coming down after CAD flip to clean up the Cassian and bring that Bazine back.
Yeah. I think you're right. Cat's going to the base.
Yes, so we do have the Maclunky pick the Bazine back up. It's going to kill the Cassian and finish it with the Cad Bane ability, which is going to give a commanding presence on board and the ability to clock out Diana, I believe is it lethal on board right now? We have 11 on board. Not quite. But Sabine can be put to 23.
I do expect that he boarded in the daring raids, so could very well have lethal on the board.
So one was played. The chance of the second one being drawn could mean that lethal is present.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, hitting that second one's not unlikely. Oh,
Not
we're
at
gonna
all.
help. We're gonna help just a little bit.
So now shoot first has the potential being lethal. So
Right.
Forlom will get in for 4, bring it to 17. See if the Sabine player has been able to draw the top end that this deck does have. It is a powerful top end, but unfortunately it is only 2 cards.
I think this stage of the game, Diana's asking, how much style do I want to go out with? And the answer is, I am wing leadering into your punishing one, and you can't stop me.
It is a play that keeps her alive for 1 more turn. Out of range to shoot first. I believe the CAD should have done 1 more damage. I believe that might be a
Yeah, I didn't see the
Mishap.
health transition there. It's gonna be okay.
Diana will scoop it up to the Zuckus. Cad Bane will take that 2-0, leaving Yoda Killer in quarterfinals to play the winner of the third and sixth match, if I'm not mistaken. No, fourth and fifth match.
It was pretty fast too, so could have some time. Yeah, that went about how I expected.
Yeah. Fortunately, the stat lines of the underworld units line up very well when you give +1 to most things.
Yeah. The
Tarkin
cat
Town
thing
is
is just really strong.
Tarkin Town is proving to be a commanding base after its lack of play and perceived uselessness in set 1.
Yeah, I was thinking about that just yesterday. I got destroyed by my friend playing Quinlan Tarkentown, local player Stan. He's part of the Boston network as well. And man, he was just tearing me up. Pings plus Tarkentown, very powerful.
The early big thing in Star Wars right now is early advantage and tempo gatewaying into a snowball effect in the game. That if you're able to freely answer a turn 1 and turn 2 play, it tends to be very difficult for most decks to recover from that.
Yeah, having that Greedo into Daring Raid was just an incredible start. I know Carlos had to be very excited to see that in his opening hand. So, you said which bracket?
I believe so. First and 8th play, and then I believe after that, the winner of that match plays against the 4th place versus 5th place, I think, in typical brackets.
And which players are those? Is that the
Which is, I think, one of them is the player that dropped. So it will be Evelyn, who is the Iden Green player, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's exciting.
And I think who did Evelyn
I think
play?
John was
Evelyn is
another
against
Sabine
John.
ECL. Just another Sabine ECL. So, if Carlos gets another Sabine ECL in his top 8 bracket, that is ridiculous for him. It'll be really interesting to see if um, this Evelyn's control deck can take that win.
It would. Who do you think wins that? It's going to be a more soft control style with good top end, which is typically strong against the slower decks.
Let's pull up Evelyn's list again, and I'll post it in the chat link. Post a link in chat while we talk about it. All right, let's see. All right. We have the top targets in the sideboard. I expected that. The vigilances are in the sideboard instead of the main. So that is interesting. But that means we've got potentially 7 cards that could come in if we want to bring the traitoress. I think we would. The 3 top targets, 2 vigilance, 2 traitoress, and cut a lot of this top end. I would cut all 3 Avengers. I wonder how Kiadi Mundi has been playing for her. She's not on ECL. So I think I would want to cut Kiadi and then keep the Vaders and Mauls because of their ambush. Reinforcement Walker because of the healing.
I think
Depends
Reinforcement
on
Walker is a very, very important card in a lot of those matchups because the biggest thing that the deck relies on is having a way to start closing the game while also pushing yourself farther away from losing the game.
Wait, Loopy just said John is on Bosk. So did we look at the wrong John? Is there another John?
Yeah,
wait a minute.
John Griffin
John
is the
S.
Bosk player. John Griffin is up a game with Bosk. John S., who is the match against Evelyn, won. So we will see a potential follow-up. If Yoda Killer is on feature match, he will play against Sabine one more time.
Wow.
And then DZ is up a game. DZ was the Anakin player. And he is up a game against his opponent, who was kicking aces. Kicking aces is Kyle. Kyle was on. Let's see if we can find that real quick.
So
Kyle was on the Ray deck. Ray Tarkentown.
And DZ is Anakin. It's currently up a game. So we might see Ray Tarkentown versus Anakin. Is that what we're saying?
Right now, we know that
Bosk.
the other matches in top 8 are all currently in game 2. So if we do have a game push into game 3, we're going to bring them over to the feature match area. If not, then we will be having the next match in the feature match. So we know one matchup is going to be Cad Bane Tarkentown against Sabine ECL. Once again, we currently need to figure out who will be the winner of the Ray Tarkentown versus Anakin Blue, and the match of Bosk versus... I don't know if we know who Bosk was playing against yet. Bosk was against the player username Old Sweepy. I do not know if we figured out who that player... We never figured out the deck list of the...
That's right.
Yeah, we could not figure out who that player was.
Yeah, Loopy gave us a name for Old Sweepy, but we don't see that name in Limitless. I'm not sure. You know, I have a moral dilemma here. Carlos is my teammate. Having him on camera is great. But Carlos, you've been on camera a lot, brother. It might be more interesting to see the other match.
Okay, we do know that Sweepy is Django Tarkentown. He played on feature match during round 2. So let's see. Anakin versus Ray. I would say Anakin's favored due to the inherent power of leader flip. But the lack of discard might be a deterrent, but I don't know if Ray's subpar unit power overall will be able to keep up with the ability for Anakin to attack with a +2 so quickly.
Right. Yeah, I've played Anakin versus Ray, and what I found was Ray's trying to drop units that she can pump, right? And we can trade into those without losing our units pretty easily. Even when they pump it once, okay, we can just put the 2 damage on our base, clear it off, and still have our unit on the board. And that scenario was lining up for me pretty often. So we end up as the Anakin player with more material on the table going into the later phase of the game when we start trading things like pillages or our biggest units.
I think it's definitely not a matchup the Ray player wants to see, and I'm not entirely sure how the sideboard would make the matchup better by nature of both players being on the identical colors.
Yeah, sometimes it comes down to how much a player went into the discard package for these late game matchups and how much they have things like Crate Dragon or Tex, because in that matchup I do expect it to go to the later phases of the game and come down to some haymaker plays.
Have you played the Han 2 Blue versus Anakin Blue at all?
I'm thinking if we did. I can't remember if we tested that matchup.
No, Hantu Blue is one that has mostly fell out of the meta
Yeah, we
with
did
the
test on
rise of
2
space
Blue.
aggro.
I can't remember if we tested it into Anakin, actually. Let me see.
And the other match we know that's playing is Bosk Blue against Django Tarkentown. Bosk Blue took game 1. We don't know much about how game 2 is going. I do think that Bosk is, I would say, a little favored, especially even if they go to game 3, Bosk with the initiative is able to multi-claim bounties pretty efficiently. So top targets become really strong. The client is a little harder. You can ping the shield off. It's harder to exhaust it though, as you first need to get that shield gone.
Yeah, I think I'd be happy being the boss player in that matchup. I think I'd feel okay about that.
I do think it's a matchup that I would consider boarding out my Krite Dragons. So though I lose the amount of ways to close the game, I think that it's a card that you don't often want to tap out and play. You're better off trying to angle for Avenger or Snoke if it's in the list.
Yeah, so Frank had Tata on his stream, coaching Courtney through playing the Django Tarkentown deck against Ian. Did about a 2-hour session of that, and I remember Tata saying that the just the Snoke was just a death sentence for his deck. That it's just amazing against him. So I'd love to be on Snokes in that matchup.
It is one of the most powerful cards, but it often comes down to whether or not the deck can make it to the Snoke turn. Because if you can get the Snoke down, you usually auto-win, but the deck does have a small handful of responses that they can take if the control player is on death's doorstep. If they are healthy,
Yeah.
it is better off being scooped in most cases.
Yeah, I try to position the board such that when the Snoke hits, everything dies if I can. Get some damage on their units, have them ready and prepared to die to that Snoke hitting, because they can waylay it right back. If it's not killing the units when you play it, and they waylay it, you're probably dead. But that's what the Super Laser Blasts are for. If you're in a position where you're not able to set up that Snoke drop, then you can just fire off the Laser Blast and try again. Put yourself in a board position where dropping the Snoke is going to kill some units immediately.
Agreed. Much easier to do in Palpatine than it is in most other leaders, but Bosk being red does have a fair amount of options to be able to ping on damage.
Right. Yeah, Overwhelming Barrage is an easy way to just kind of pepper the whole board, set it up exactly for that Snoke drop.
So if we do see a Bosk victory, we would see Bosk moving on to play against the Anakin and Ray Tarkentown. So if Anakin wins, it will be a rematch between these two players that played in Swiss on round 4. If we see a Ray victory and a Ray Tarkentown and Django Tarkentown, we would have I would say Ray would probably be favored, but I don't quite see Ray in leader concept having a very good chance against the Andy still.
Yeah. I think that's a tough matchup. I do.
Yeah.
We love the Anakin deck. One of our players pioneered the build that Ian won with last weekend, and we're seeing it a lot out there after those wins. I don't know if it's a meta killer, right? But it does have some really good matchups, and it has a lot of ability to pressure your opponent with that threat of activation. You don't necessarily need to activate Anakin for it to affect your opponent's lines of play. In fact, you really don't. They are considering the fact that you can activate that Anakin when they deploy their units, and they're kind of asking that same question: what am I going to feed this Anakin player? Because they're going to kill it. How am I going to sequence and give, what options am I going to give to my opponent?
Very good points. So from what we've heard about Game 2 of Bosk versus Django, is after a Game 1 victory, it looked like Bosk was on the ropes against the Django deck for a bit, but they have stabilized the board. So we don't know what this board's looking like currently, but it does seem like the game has stalled out a little bit, which is never good for the Django Fett deck. But we will give you more updates, and if it does move to Game 3, we will have it come to the feature match.
Yeah, I mean, we can ask the players, right? Like Loopy will ask them, "Are
Yeah.
you okay moving to this table for your game 3?" It's totally reasonable for the players to say, I don't want to disturb myself. We're on a clock. Let me just finish right where I am. Torm is asking if the participant deck lists will be available to us after the tournament. I'll post the link. They're already up.
Tarkentown is an aggression base. I think Tarkentown is also the most appeared base in top 8, with the Ray deck having it, Cad Bane having it, and one Django Fett deck having it. So I think the 3 copies is the most of any given base.
Jeff is definitely kidding there when he asked if it's an aggression base, but I don't remember what we said when he made that comment. He probably made a joke that he thought was quite witty, and we missed it.
Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay. The best jokes are jokes that you have to explain. And Jeff explaining that you said it was a commanding base.
I don't know if I should laugh or cringe. That was witty, though. I will give it to you.
My oldest daughter is 16, and I always tell her she's so funny, but nobody ever catches it. Her humor is very dry, and you really have to be paying attention. It's gonna fly right over you.
So Django did manage to close out the end of that last game. So we have brought over the Bosk Blue and Django Tarkentown decks to play Game 3 on the feature match. To the fact that Bosk lost Game 2, he will have the choice of initiative, which presumably will be the choice to keep it. But we do not know for sure until the token is placed on the table. So they should be pre-boarded. It is just a shuffle up and play.
Excellent. Very nice of the players to agree to do that. It's possible that the judge on site offered them a time extension as well. Who knows? But even coming on camera puts a little different kind of pressure, right? So got to appreciate the players coming over and letting us watch their game 3.
Very true. I remember the first time I played on feature match anywhere, I played a ponder in Magic on turn 1 and then forgot to draw a card and was told to draw a card by the judge.
Please draw a card, sir. Why did you even play that card?
1 mana, look at the top 3, put them
Yeah.
back. Shuffle
Yeah.
if you want. Nope, that's not the reason I'm playing it.
You really
Not
just
at
wanted
all.
you just wanted to think a little bit, and so you
I
played
ju-
Ponder.
It was Sneak and Show versus Lands. I don't know how many people even know what that means.
I
But
love
I was in a great
lands.
position to win that one. And I was so nervous for no reason.
That's too
So we
bad.
are
I like lands. Yeah. Let's get back to
lands.
Star Wars. Get back to Star
Yes.
Wars.
So we are looking at mulligans. It seems Django is happy enough with the hand and is resourcing the cards. Bosk
I
has
think the
kept
boss
the
player,
resource.
I think they were leaning in. Like they knew something keyed off, or maybe they said Bazine before they exhausted their resources.
I
Okay.
don't know where the deck is. I assume it's off camera right now. But there is a death mark placed on the Bazine, so I think we're going to see a lot of Bosk pings over the next couple of turns.
Django getting rid of that laser blast, they're really looking to the future. One thing about Bazines and repetitive Bazines is you can clear out all of their laser blasts potentially, and just know that they're not even on it anymore.
The Bosk player has very kindly showed us how awful that turn's draws was, with an Avenger
Yeah.
and a Krayt Dragon being the addition to the hand. A
Very
Merciless
exciting.
Contest will finish off the Bazine, keep the board clear, draw 2 cards. I hope they are not... They seem to not be Avenger and Krayts, so I believe he's far happier with what has happened. And a Punishing One will be the follow-up.
In the ground arena. Yeah, it's another thing about this matchup. Any decks with Maclunky, you're nervous when you put a bounty on one of their units, because they, even if they're not going to damage with Maclunky, they can just bounce and get rid of your bounty, particularly on your flip turn.
I think the way this board has solved out in the early turns is of benefit to the Bosk player. Being able to try and go card for card now and preserve the health is a decently nice option. A double 2-drop turn would be very unfortunate for the Bosk player, but he is pretty happy that the removal of Punishing One right now will leave a clear board for Django to play into.
Yeah, I mean, Django's trying to look to the future, clearing out that laser blast, but I don't know. It is a good spot for Bosk right now.
Bosk almost resourced a copy of Client, but seems to have decided that establishing it is more important than resourcing it. So he has decided to establish it and let the board clutter up a little more from here.
Shields are good against Django. I mean, they're going to pop the shield off pretty quickly. But one thing it does do is they can't exhaust it. Like, they're going to pop that shield. Okay, so it's not going to matter. But in other scenarios, if you have a shielded unit and a Django player pings it, that unit didn't take any damage. So they're not able to use their leader ability.
Bosk will have the initiative going into this one. They have the consideration of a client activation into a removal, which will allow for the deck to gain back the life lost, but I'm unsure if the removal that's in hand is going to guarantee the ability to remove the unit that the bounty is put on.
Yeah, I see a trench, some vigilances, and then some large units.
Maybe a vanquish hidden in there. We have put a bounty onto the P38.
And I mean, with this client, part of how this works is you're really just gaining 2 life in that situation. If you're going to now use a card to clear that unit, you had to take the 3 damage first.
I don't know if
about magic. It makes me use words like life.
True. I don't know. I think the Bosk flip and lining up for the 10 health is very beneficial. But I do think Django is of a little worry on his deploy this turn. And the ping will be able to hit the Bosk and tap it down if he chooses to vanquish now.
Yeah, you know, what's the risk of not... Okay, if you don't vanquish, he could Maclunky the unit or waylay his own unit, because this is representing 10 health repair on the base. This is going to double collect that client bounty.
He has decided that the removal is required. The death trigger for 1 damage is being decided on, it would appear.
It's probably tapped leader. Yep.
It is tap leader, yeah. So Django will be able to come down, swing for the 3, and not be hit by the Bosk. Unsure if Bosk would want to hit it, but might be a chance. So Triple Dark Raid might be looking for a Ruthless Raiders here to have the ability to kill the client here and now, which I think would be of much benefit to Django.
Yeah, I think in general, that's what we're always looking for, is Ruthless Raiders. But yeah, there it is. Fire Spray's also a decent hit a lot of times.
So the 2 damage has landed on the client. The Ruthless Raiders should be ready currently. It was finished off with Tarkentown, so the Django can get in for 3 damage.
I think that's a good play. He needs to put pressure on the base.
Only unfortunate part is it seems the Django player forgot that it does enter ready and has missed the 4 damage from the Ruthless Raiders attack.
That is tough. It could be an example of what I was talking about, where you might decline going to camera for game 3. Players could be nervous here.
Yeah.
So again, if you're that player and you notice it, make a little note. Ask yourself at the end of the game, did that lose the game for you? Think about how you can remind yourself to not miss triggers like that.
So the boss did put the Django within range of Vigilance, so it is an option that the deck will have currently. Doesn't appear that there's any bounties in hand, but there is a new client. So the potential for a Power of the Dark Side landing this turn and forcing him to choose which one dies. Nope, an Open Fire will clean up the Django here.
Right. So now we might see the Power or the client. What do we think we're gonna see? Power. Just gonna call it.
I would put Client. I'd put Client
Ooh,
here
good.
after choosing not to Open Fire the Punishing One.
I answered quickly because I wanted us to say different options. More interesting. Oh, there it is.
You were correct about the Power. So board has been remained clear for the Ruthless Raiders, and the Ruthless Raiders does clean up the Bosk.
So part of why he powered there is because he has Entrench in his hand. So he wanted to go ahead and clear that unit out. He knew the Ruthless Raider was coming, and now with Initiative, he'll immediately entrench that Ruthless Raider.
Very reasonable.
It does depend what else is in his hand, if that's the correct line, but I expect it. We'll see.
Looks like it might be a Fine Edition, a Top Target, a Client, a Vigilance, and an Avenger.
Oh, so okay, so maybe the Entrench got resourced earlier. Could have seen a Perilous Position. That would have been good too.
So we have pinged onto the Ruthless Raiders. So we have 17 damage on base. It does not seem like the Bosk player has a way to kill the Ruthless Raiders this turn. So
yeah, with all his resources available, I don't see a Laser Blast in hand. Now we've got a Fire Spray. I like Django's position to maybe win game 3 here. A reminder to everyone watching, this is game 3.
We did see an action pass after the Ruthless Raiders attack. Oh no, it was a Bosk ping. Bosk ping after the Ruthless Raiders attacked.
Into a desperation heal here.
Yeah, heal 5, mill 6 to avoid not doing anything with the 6 resources available to him. 5 damage will be replaced on the base by the Fire Spray.
So we're looking for a Laser Blast off the top.
I think
this
laser.
Is the game. Yeah, we saw that early Bazine clearing a Laser Blast. He could have resourced.
Early Bazine is looking very strong now.
Yep, this is what I was talking about. Set himself up to be able to close the game.
So a Merciless Contest will come down to kill one of the units. It will be the Ruthless Raiders. The 2 damage will go on base. The bounty will be collected for 4 health.
Yep, and when multiple players have triggers like that, the active player chooses which player resolves their triggers first. So if that Ruthless Raider trigger would have killed him, he could resolve his top target first and then have the Ruthless Raider resolve.
Ooh, Lurking Tie Silencer is going to come down. It will be answered by the Entrench. There was an Entrenched in hand. So it seems that was one of the draws from the top.
Yeah.
So the Avenger in hand is looking very bad now.
Very bad. We're still looking for a Blast to clear out those other 2 units. Even now, Blast would not kill the Lurking Tie.
I think Blast would not kill Lurking Tie, but it would leave the Entrenched. Appears it may have been drawn? Unsure. Nope, definitely not. We have a top target Avenger in hand. The Avenger will be played. It is going to
do nothing. Well, we'll see. Silent is reading the card and asking himself, "Can I choose this?" Yes, you can.
So he has chosen to choose Lurking Tie Silencer. Due to the effect on Silencer, it is not allowed to be defeated in this way, so it effectively blanks the Avenger for this turn.
That's
We
gonna
will
do
see a
it.
triple dark for any unit with 3 attack will be lethal.
Now we get to see
So
if the player remembers that it comes in ready.
paying
I think.
1.
This time.
Ruthless Raiders in ready this time. We'll deal the 2 and the hand
Yeah,
goes out.
yeah. It's not that this player doesn't know the card does that. They nervously missed it earlier in the game. So there we go. They still closed it out despite that miss.
And it's 2 super lasers in the bottom 8, it appears.
Yeah, yeah. Chasing the rabbit. Looking at that, how that deck was randomized in that moment. You don't know what the order those cards are in, truthfully, but players can't help themselves sometimes.
So Django Tarkentown winning this one is going to have Django Tarkentown playing against, I believe it is the winner of the Anakin Rey matchup. I believe they are done, but I don't know if we know who won. But we will have that information soon and relay it to you when we get it.
Yep. Jeff calling us dirty legacy players.
He's right, but
I mean, I don't think I'm a dirty legacy player. I just like Lands deck. That one's really fun. And Legacy Cube, or really Vintage Cube.
Vintage Cube is magnificent.
Yes.
We do know that the Anakin player won, so I believe it will be Jango Fett versus Anakin and Cad Red versus Sabine. I believe it's ECL. I have been
Wow.
unable to find that
Okay.
person's list, but we will check when we find that.
All right.
So feature match is going to be the Anakin deck list piloted by DZ against the Django list we just saw here, piloted by Old Sweepy is the melee name. So I will be stepping out for the remainder of top 4. Best of luck to the players, and the commentators will be replacing me. It was a pleasure coming out and commentating for you guys, and I hope everyone has a good day.
Yeah, it was great to meet you, man, and do some commentary with you. I really enjoyed it.
Yes, likewise. Have a good one.
Have a great night. So we have Wait, Don't Kill Me and Rebel Trader coming in. I think Palm's just gonna set us up here.
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Excellent. I'm back for some more casting for some top 4 action.
Can you guys hear me?
Absolutely can.
Awesome. I'm getting my video settings figured out, but I'll be on camera pretty soon.
Right into it too.
Yeah, it makes sense. The top 8 went right up against the wall of time with the extended time.
Yeah.
So.
It's tough missing that Triple Dark Raid Brady, but I still closed it out.
Yeah.
That boss player desperately looking for some better options on some of those later turns.
Definitely. But yeah, this is really interesting matchup too with Anakin versus Django. It can be really dependent on draws for both players. Like Django can obviously win pretty much any matchup if it gets the right draws. but Anakin has a lot of tools to do well in the matchup as well.
Yeah, Jeff, you designed the Bothan Network list for Anakin Blue, so it'll be really interesting to have your insight during this match.
Yeah, I need to check out. I've got the link here somewhere to find this Anakin list. I believe this is the one right here, because there are a lot of changes you can make to the main deck to make it better against Django. An example is this Anakin player's main decking 2 Concord Dawn Interceptors, which are pretty decent in the matchup. They're not main decking the Obi-Wan's Aether Sprite, which to me is more critical to the matchup than the Concord Dawns. So I would expect the Anakin deck to get a lot better post board where they bring in the Obi-Wan's Aether Sprites.
And what was the player name for the Anakin deck?
DZ, Derek Bialon. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that last name correctly. They are running the 2 Razor Crest main deck, which are really good in this matchup, in addition to the fact that it just brings back Perilous Position. It's just a 3/4 restore 2 ship in space, which is really nice. So the Anakin deck definitely has the tools. We'll see if they get the draws to get it done, or if Django just does Django things. A lot of the Django wins in this come down to how well they can tap down Anakin. A lot of that comes to how many Ruthless Raiders did they draw. Can they keep their Django on the field? If Django gets killed the turn Anakin's supposed to deploy, then they can't tap anything without a no good to me dead. So that can be a big swing. Just drawing the no good to me deads in general. There's a lot of key cards in this matchup on both sides. I see you on video now as well, Rebel. Welcome in.
Hey. I was gonna say this Anakin deck looks like it's running a lot of things main deck that are geared towards space. Like it's got the Conquer Dawn Interceptors, Red 3 Razor Crest.
Yeah.
And it's got the Aether Sprites on the sideboard as well.
Yeah, just personal preference. I would prefer to have the Aether Sprites main and the Concord Dawns in the board, but this person is in top 8 and I'm not, so we're gonna go with what they did. It's just an interesting decision of which matchups it's each ship is good in.
Yeah, I think for a meta call, I would maybe have expected the Aether Sprites to be in the main deck, but it worked. It worked in this tournament for this player so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see that the big thing about the Concord Dawn is it goes back to what we were talking about a lot with the Django versus the Yellow Hero matchup, where P-38 Starfighter is just an all-star here because it can still trade with the Concord Dawn, being able to do 4 damage when it dies. So it'll matter a lot if the space that Django draws is the P-38 or if it's one of the ships that doesn't trade as cleanly into the Concord Dawns. Looks like Anakin has won the roll for initiative.
What do you think, Rebel Trader? Who's going to take this match?
I don't know.
Put some pressure on you. Make a call.
My gut tells me Django, but I'm not sure.
Explain yourself.
I just think that Django can catch this Anakin deck. It can get a tempo lead, and the Anakin deck has a hard time coming back from that, especially if the taps on the Anakin are coming down, which I think they will. There's just so many ways to do it.
Harkentown's a powerful tool to gain some tempo there.
Yep.
Jeff? Same
I
question.
gotta go with the Anakin deck. We've seen DZ play very well on stream already once, beating what was a very bad matchup in my opinion in CAD Red. And I think if the Anakin deck plays to its strengths, then a lot of times Django can run out of tap effects, and you really only need to get one or maybe 2 hits in with Anakin. but we'll have to
Ooh.
see. There are certainly it's not an overly lopsided matchup either way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So it can be very pilot dependent and very draw dependent.
So you got the opportunity to trade in here. Yeah, of course.
Mhm.
Trade
Yep.
space on turn 2.
Yeah. I see
Wanted
a
to
Jedi
catch up
lightsaber in
on game
Anakin's
state.
hand and an Obi-Wan. So it looks like Anakin's trying to set up for the later game.
Yoda is a
Alright.
solid play here into the
Yeah.
aggro.
Just gonna throw my prediction out there. I also think Anakin will take this, and for the player skill reason, I was also impressed by this player's piloting of this deck earlier. I did happen to catch that round.
I do know the name DZ. He's been he was a very good Destiny player, and he's made a name in Unlimited too. So if anyone can do it, he can. But just on the matchup, I do think Django is favored. So those are my
Yeah,
thoughts.
it's fun to put our predictions out there.
It's gonna be even more fun when I end up being right.
yeah, right. 2 to
Famous
1.
last words.
Phantom though. All right.
Yeah, that's some good pressure too.
Lurking Tie
If you can answer
isn't
it.
bad in the matchup, but a lot of it still dies to the perilous positions that this deck wants to run and to the space units that run into it. And the other thing that Anakin can do a lot of times effectively is just have so much restore on the ground. Looks like we're going to see a daring raid into Tarkin Town to help clean that up.
Yep.
But yeah, Anakin needs to try to even out this damage that they're taking in space.
Yeah, that's
One
a lot.
interesting play that this Anakin deck has is perilous position into Razor Crest.
Oh yeah, yeah. I love Razor Crest for that reason. If Anakin's turn 2 had been, perilous position on a Lurking Tie, and then turn 3 Razor Crest get it back, you're so far ahead when you get that
Yep.
line to happen. And in this matchup, even without getting the perilous position back, just playing a Razor Crest right now would trade with either of Django's space units.
So it'd be a nice perilous position though, right? If I don't see it in his
Absolutely.
hand. I don't see
Lurking
it.
Tie can't be damaged or defeated by enemy cards or abilities, but it does get -2/-2, and it does die to having 0 health. So the perilous position does get around Lurking Tie's protection and still kills it.
We don't have it. Looks like we have a ground unit and a space unit.
Yeah, it looks
Part-
like Anakin's turn is probably going to be a Queel and a Restored Arc.
Yeah,
Looks
Which
like
is
he
also not a
passed
bad
initially.
turn. We'll have to see what Django can do to keep the pressure going.
he wanted to get the restore 2 from Yoda, so he went ahead and put it on Django to add some more damage to the base since he was only at 1.
Yeah. He could also be thinking of like going Yoda into Django and then playing takedown on Django.
I could see that as well.
Is that a lightsaber?
Yeah, so we can see Anakin's hand as lightsaber, restored arc, Queel, and takedown.
So we could see
So
a
it's really
lightsaber.
interesting actually seeing the hand. It wouldn't surprise. Maybe we'll see the restored arc now. The attack with Yoda might have meant that he wanted to get the punishing one tapped down to get a space unit out. I think either of the 2 drops are fine here. So yeah, we do see the restored arc. Because next turn there will still be the option of attack Yoda into Django and then takedown to allow Anakin flip to happen. You won't be able to play the Jedi lightsaber is the only downside.
He could
So
also
we'll have,
be
I think we're
going
gonna
for
save that
Jedi
lightsaber
on Yoda.
He's Django still has 3 resources, so that's pretty scary.
yeah. It's 3 resources and the flip turn. I think the
Yeah.
lightsaber on Yoda is really risky.
Right.
It does
right.
kill Django though on attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just opens you up to getting blown out by Waylay pretty badly.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't
Yeah.
have anything to do with
Ooh,
those
drew
3
a Luke
resources.
unit. That might change because it feels like DZ is trying to think several turns ahead, which is very important, I think, in this matchup. So they could be looking at, do I just flip Anakin, play a Jedi lightsaber, let my Anakin get tapped and take down Django next turn? Or they could just be saying, get Django out of the way now, get in my one free hit with Anakin, and then I still have the lightsaber looming next turn. Really
Yeah. I
interested
will
to see
say
how they play this out.
the Anakin is pretty weak right now. He'd only be a 5.
Mm-hmm. And it'll be down to a 4 after Yoda attacks as well, unless he gets more damage on the base now. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
here it comes. I do appreciate DZ's hand lean in. It's
it is
pretty
very
perfect.
nice. It's very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, so he does go with the takedown now. So now Saud is going to have no good to me dead exactly to be able to tap Anakin this turn. But like you said, it's only attacking for 5, so it's really not the end of the world to take a hit from Anakin here. Looks like Luke and... Oh, did he resource the Jedi lightsaber? I believe Concord, Dawn, and Luke are the 2 cards in hand. So I think DZ resourced the Jedi lightsaber, just seeing that the resource count wouldn't line up.
Okay. Did we see anything to do with the 2 resources?
No, there's nothing to do with the 2 resources.
Yeah, I mean, let's commercial.
Hey Frank, you joined chat with your mic open.
I had
Oh, here comes the Anakin and gets taken out by that no good to me dead. He did have the exact answer. And right after the crafty smuggler brought him up to 6-7.
Mm-hmm.
But he does survive going to the next round.
Yeah. Notable now with Anakin deployed, the Restored Arc no longer can kill the Punishing One or the Cartel Spacer. The trade up ability is offline for now. So this is Django's chance to try to pump in some damage. I'm curious if we'll either see. I mean, it depends on what the other card is, but either Luke or Concord Dawn plus 1 card could come down here for Anakin. We're not sure what's in Django's hand. Going to the base with Yoda, interesting.
Yeah, it feels bad knocking off the shield.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that makes sense, because if you were gonna play the Concord Dawn, you'd play it first, and if you're gonna play the Luke, you would just make them kill your unit in space. So now we'll have to see how Django can answer this Luke. Another lurking type, but it is going to be really hard to race with Anakin untapping next turn, and you have the Luke with Restore 3 and Yoda Restore 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is the condition under which Anakin wins this match, I think.
Yeah,
Is
definitely.
if you get to this point.
I always say if you flip your leader and it lives more than 2 turns, you probably won that game. This restore is really hard to race.
Yeah, and you see just getting in the restore hit first. You know against this Django deck, they're probably going to be able to tap something. So giving up the tap on Anakin to get in more damage with Luke and get in the restore.
It's probably just going to use this to tap.
Yeah.
Yep. The Anakin does need to take the damage.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I was going to ensure that happens. Opponent, I will put the damage on if I must.
It's an interesting thought here too. If you go base with the Yoda or if you kill the crafty smuggler, I like killing the crafty smuggler a lot because it's just another free tap next turn. So now you're forcing Django to have something else.
Yeah, that's smart. We've seen great play from DZ. Not surprised.
Absolutely. There. Was that a break-in or a surprise strike? I can't see what card that was anymore.
One of those.
I think it was surprise strike.
Surprise strike.
Did he take 7?
Well, if he took 6, it might have been a breaking in.
Was it 6? I didn't see the differential.
It's hard to remember because there's also been a lot of restore happening. So
yeah. Concord Dawn.
Concord Dawn coming in clutch. I talked bad on this card saying I didn't like it that much before the match, and right here it is coming in clutch because we didn't see any P38s out of Saud. We saw them already attack with a Lurking Tie, so yeah, it took 2 cards to kill the Concord Dawn, which is exactly what you want to see out of Anakin. Just win the resource war, make them spend 2 cards to take 0 damage on your base. You spend 1 card, and you're sitting here still with a Luke and Anakin in play.
Yeah, that lightsaber picked up off the top.
Yeah, this is
It's
looking great for Anakin.
It's a tricky one to play. I would imagine we just see another start with attacking with Luke, and we might see a lightsaber post tap. We might see the lightsaber on the Luke if Anakin gets tapped down, so that Saud can't do anything except claim and have to tap down Luke again.
Right. Put it in this game in particular, putting your opponent in check is really powerful because of that back and forth action mechanism in this game. As soon as they're in check, they have to claim if they don't have an answer to your board.
Yeah.
And Saud still can't find his Ruthless Raiders.
Yeah, they are very Ruthless Raider and P38 Starfighter are 2 very key cards in this matchup, and Django has seen none of either of those. So,
is this just lethal right now? This Anakin is just lethal, right?
Yeah, Anakin is attacking for 7.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
That is lethal.
All right. Good game.
Part of the power of this deck is that Anakin leader. Not just the front side pump, but how powerful that leader unit can be.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't think we like the Concord Dons, right? Like they're gonna stay in.
Oh, they're absolutely going to stay in. And if you have them in your sideboard, you bring them in this matchup.
Right.
They're not an auto win in this matchup because the P38 answers them so cleanly. Django didn't see that specific card, so it made it a lot harder. And then my biggest problem in general with the Concord Dawn's main is in matchups where you need to pile damage on the base, like if you're trying to beat a control deck, it only attacks for 1 to base, and it's just not as helpful in that scenario. But as we saw here, the Concord Dawn was very good in this matchup, and totally worth an inclusion. It's just it all depends on what matchups you want to tech your main deck for, and what you expect to see in the field.
Rebel Trader, how do you think this Django deck's gonna sideboard?
I think there's a good amount of these cards are going to be brought in. I think we're going to see the Wolves to deal with some of the Restore. Maybe the Bazines, maybe the second Phantom, or the third Phantom, I guess. Probably these Change of Hearts. Change of Heart is a great play against like a Luke. To just use it to counteract that Restore and get some more damage in.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Usually the Django deck wants to claim so that it can tap something first action, but here you can claim to steal the Luke, hit him for 6, restore yourself.
Yeah. Tide Mains is a consideration here. I think it actually makes a lot of sense into some of these, like into the Conquered Dawn. If you're expecting that to be a thing, it's great there.
I like the tie advance a lot for the reasons you mentioned as well. It helps get your units out of the perilous position range where they won't die to it. There's a lot of play to the tie advance, I think.
Actually, looking at this, there's actually not a ton of Imperial units in here. It's ISB Agent, 7th Fleet, Phantom, and I guess like Interceptor is one, and I guess Raider is one technically.
Yeah, but if you get the tie advanced on the Lurking Tie Phantom, that's really good because the main answer to that is the perilous position, and it makes it so that doesn't kill the Phantom. I could see that being a good line. But yeah, it's also all about what do you want to bring out, right? It's easy to say what comes in. Because I think part of this Django deck doesn't want to go too far away from the plan. You don't want to overthink it and overboard too much.
Rebel Trader, you have an opportunity to change your prediction for half score. You only get half points.
I don't know.
Are we gonna still get there?
I think post board it looks a lot better for the Django player, frankly. So I'll stick with my prediction.
All right. So
Interesting.
we're gonna take games 2 and 3. All right. All right. If Django gets this, you'll have an opportunity to change for quarter points next round.
I'm really curious if the Django player is going to bring in the disabling Fang Fighter, because this Anakin deck does run multiple lightsabers and perilous positions. But a lot of times, like we saw in the first game, there was never a really good chance to play the lightsaber because the Anakin leader kept getting tapped, and perilous position just kills most of the units that it's played on anyway. So a lot of times there might not be an upgrade to remove, even though this Anakin deck runs both a lot of upgrades and Razor Crests to try to keep playing them.
And I posted an invite to the Bothan Network Discord in chat for anyone that's interested. We do have a channel dedicated to this Anakin deck. Anytime one of our players designs a deck and then pilots it to a top 8, we're currently making channels just for those decks. We don't try to create a lot of deck channels. We're not looking to do that. But when we design a deck, we're going to create a channel for one. We have one there for Anakin if you're interested in checking it out.
Yeah, a lot of good discussion goes on in there, in my completely unbiased opinion.
You're not biased?
All right. Looks like we're ready for game 2 here.
Yeah. I do expect game 2 to at least be closer. I think Django got really unlucky not drawing most of the key cards for their deck. So
P38 is amazing.
it's
Just
such
in
a good,
general.
yeah,
Yeah, one of the best new cards.
absolutely. Well, yeah, Restored Arc is one of the best starts for this deck. You know Django wants to fight for space.
It's like Django choosing not to resource on turn 1.
I believe Anakin got slightly ahead of themselves there.
Yeah. And I don't think the first two are optional. I don't believe those are optional.
They're not. Yeah.
That is actually something that I learned from Force Table. Goldfishing Games on Force Table does not let you not resource on turn 1.
Yeah, turn 2, you don't have to resource. All right, so we fed the Tarkin town. It must be fed. It is hungry. It is now sated.
Yeah. It's a really good answer. Opens up the space lane, so now Anakin's gonna have to have something else. Looks like we see a red 3, a Sabine unit, a Luke unit for later. It's like a pretty decent hand for the Anakin player.
Demiscar says better than the filthy mono yellow Han 1 deck channel. I agree. That cabal is a dangerous place. Just stay out.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And Crafty Smuggler coming down. I think I saw TIE Interceptor in Saud's hand, which would be a great answer to this red 3.
Oh, is that in the list? That's
It's
the
a
4-drop?
I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the. Are you talking
Imperial
about the 1-drop
Interceptor.
TIE Interceptor or the 4-drop?
The 4-drop.
Yeah, that would be nice here.
Yeah. Todd in chat asking when we're gonna have Colorado 1K live coverage. I will hopefully. Well, we would have to have a 1K in Colorado first, which is a hot topic of debate amongst Colorado local players at the moment. Perilous position showing why it's really good in this matchup. Doesn't care if you're shielded, just kills the Crafty Smuggler.
And I might have been wrong about that Interceptor because I feel like he would have played it here if he had it.
I agree. Yeah, maybe it wasn't there.
All right, or he's going for this play instead.
That's right. Yeah, he could have just chose this. It's interesting. I still think I liked the Interceptor if he had it.
Interesting. Because now, do you kill the red 3 or do you go to base? This Django deck needs to get damage on base, but red 3 is such a danger.
I'm probably going to base here. With no other units out, I think that's a safe bet.
Yeah, I think I'm going to base as well. It's just always scary to leave a red 3 around.
Yeah. All right, and that's what he does.
I'm a filthy control player. I just my instincts tell me to kill the unit.
See, I'm the opposite. My Sabine brain likes to see the number go up. That's all I
Yeah,
care
yeah.
about. Number go up, I feel good.
I'm also a control
Number go
player,
down.
but I figure this must be you must have to do the opposite in this deck, you know?
That's
You're
fair.
just
That's fair.
gotta flip the polarity of your brain for when
Yeah,
you
Yeah.
pilot these decks.
just do what my brain wants to do and do the opposite.
All right, this is the Django flip turn.
Todd Neary in chat bragging that he's currently working out at the gym.
He's
Subtle.
a buff guy. He's a local Colorado player that I like to play with. He's been on Boba Green since set 1, so he's still trying to find his identity after the ban. Trying to find out what to play now.
He's gonna stay strong, fit, and healthy either way.
Exactly.
This ISB agent is just gonna walk into the base here.
It's a nice way to just basically soft pass. You know Anakin's not flipping this turn. You don't need it to tap for that, and you don't want to deploy your leader or spend your resources yet, I think, without trying to make Anakin flinch first.
Yep. And there's the play I was talking about
Ooh,
earlier.
yeah.
Razor Crest to pick
That's
back
the
up the
play.
Fearless.
Love
How
that
much
play.
do we love that, Jeff?
I love it. I've even stated before, I love it on 5, even if you can't spend the last resource. Just the ability to get back a Perilous or a lightsaber either way. It's just and you have a body in space that has restore, can trade in any other space units. I'm loving the Razor Crest right now, especially with Perilous position.
Yeah, I gotta ask you at some point, why don't we have top targets in the sideboard with this Razor Crest?
I had them in the sideboard at first, but for me, we were already good enough against aggro with how much restore we had. It didn't seem like we needed it, because I think Anakin needs to devote a lot more sideboard to stuff like control matchups than it does to something that's just straight healing on the base.
Okay, it just sounds so fun, but okay.
We do see the disabling Fang Fighter, so that was a one of in Saud's board. It came in just as a spaceship with no targets. We did mention that as a possibility. Perilous position kills most of what it gets played on. It's still a 3/2 spaceship, so I think a 3/2 for 3 is what this deck has a lot of for Django.
Yeah. It does theoretically deal with Jedi lightsaber or maybe a perilous position if it's stuck on somebody it's not a Phantom.
Yeah.
So Jeff, how are you managing this flip turn as Anakin?
Well, I think anytime you can, it's similar to last game. Basically right now. DZ is saying he's giving up his red 3 to make sure to kill Django, because this lets because now the disabling Fang Fighter is going to get to kill the red 3, but you know your Anakin's not going to get tapped. It's basically kind of like a compromise from both players. DZ is saying, I'm not going to put 1 or 2 Jedi lightsabers on Anakin because I'm spending my resources on takedown. And Saud is saying, deal, I'm going to get to kill your red 3. And so everybody's like a little bit happy and not you know, it's not the end of the world for either player here. And we still have to see if Saud has a no good to me dead or not for the Anakin as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He might.
Yeah, he's not even going to take the
Ooh.
red 3. He's
Oh,
just gonna
wow.
base.
This tells me that Saud is very confident in their hand and how much damage they can pile onto the base.
Yeah, there might be some triple dark raids in there, perhaps.
Like if they need to have the no good to me dead because Anakin does attack for 8 right now. It looks like they do have it.
And
Yeah.
yep. Yeah. And I think there's a
That's
fire spray. Well, there's definitely the fire spray from the TDR. And
That's
I think
right.
a Ruthless Raider also.
Oh yeah, Fire
And
Spray and
now
Ruthless
the
Raider, but getting Force Thrown, so one of those
choice.
6 drops is
Oh,
gonna have to
2
go.
cards. Those are his only 2 cards.
This is a
That
tough
is
choice.
tough.
Yeah, I think that's right to discard the fire spray.
Yeah, the Ruthless Raider still kills the red 3 with the win played.
This might be a game-winning moment.
That was a very good force throw. It also makes the takedown line a lot better when you can spend the other 2 resources. Usually the biggest problem with takedown is trying to spend the last 2 resources.
Yeah, 17 on the base. It's like, I think I still need to get that 1 damage here.
Well, it's an interesting attack because it lets Anakin claim initiative. So
I
now
know, yeah.
DZ can attack with red 3 before the Ruthless Raider can come down. So Saud is really valuing every point of damage that they can get on the base.
Yep. He's trying to pull this off for Rebel Trader.
That force throw was massive, though.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I believe electing not to resource the Django player.
I like
Yeah.
this play by DZ making sure the restore gets in, even though it means red 3 might die. But
And you still get the
realizing that
pump from the
Saud is
red
getting
3.
every point of damage on base they can.
Yep.
Yeah, and he still gets the +1 from red 3, so he's getting
Yeah.
a little bit from it.
Yeah, attacking for 4 and restoring 2. But I think the restore is the main part of that attack. Realizing that Saud at least thinks that he has enough damage to close this out, so Anakin trying to heal as much as he can.
Yeah, I agree that ISB agent attack really signals that if the Anakin player can just survive, he'll probably win it. He's going deep.
Yeah, I'm really
We're
curious what
submerging
Saud could have
here.
drawn to make him think like this outside of just slamming the Ruthless Raider.
He didn't resource, so he could have drawn 2 cards to play this turn
Yeah.
instead of the Raider.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, another possibility is what does he do if he Ruthless Raiders the red 3 and Anakin just claims and says, okay, I'm going to hit you with Anakin now.
Yep.
Let's see, he's on 7. What do we see? Do we see a Luke?
He had a Luke early game. I'm not sure if he still. It looks like he still does.
So we're gonna see the Luke then.
So I would imagine Luke. And then I'm curious what he kills.
Yep.
Yeah, Ruthless Raider is the easy call when you're already high up on base. ISB agent is just sitting there as a guaranteed tap for Anakin next turn, but then you still get in the hit with the Luke, so I think you're okay with that as well.
And whoa. Okay, I think
Is he getting into 1
claimed
damage
Django.
again? Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
you got a claim here.
Okay, because exhausting Luke is worth more than putting 1 on base.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, I think that's a flamethrower picked up for Saud.
Much less good when it's not on Django leader.
Yeah.
Looking at the Django list, this board state looks fully stabilized for the Anakin player. What can Django do? How do they get out of this? How do they win this game?
I think a lot. Step 1 is more Ruthless Raiders. I think if their first step is play a Ruthless Raider, use that to tap down Luke and do 2 to base, then they can be in a spot where, maybe a surprise strike or something gets them there.
What do you think, Rebel Trader? What's your boy gotta
I
do
think
here?
that's a good one.
Could be Triple Dark Raid is another one. Triple Dark Raid into Ruthless Raider.
That's a
P38's a
good start here.
Still has enough resources left for a Triple Dark Raid into a Ruthless Raider. So that could be what he's hoping for next, but he didn't want to lean all in on getting the Raider.
Which will be interesting since he's attacking with Anakin first.
Mm-hmm.
Anakin is going to end up dealing 5 to base, right? If I
Yes,
math is right.
5 to base, overwhelming over the ISB. I like that play a lot because it takes away the free tap on board. So now Django has to play something else if they want to be able to get a tap down. So they play a wolf. Interesting.
That blocks the Razor Crest healing.
Yeah.
But we may claim here.
Yeah, I would not be
don't know what's in
surprised to
his
just see a
hand.
claim by a claim by Luke here.
I saw the force throw and then I thought, okay, we're not claiming.
For breaking in, okay.
So, do we kill the wolf?
I like killing wolf because you still have this free kill on the P38 in space, even though you
we
can't
just
claim.
trade
And
it.
now it's just
Absolutely.
an empty board against two immense units.
Yeah, I think this might be it.
He did miss the restore. He did miss the restore.
The wolf was played, so there was no restore.
So he did not miss the restore?
All right, 3 restore units and 1 unit that attacks for 8. This is exactly how Anakin wants this to go.
All right.
Yeah, and Django scoops it up.
All right, Rebel Trader, you're gonna have another chance in the finals, okay?
I will defend Rebel Trader a bit. I do feel like this Django had subpar draws. We only saw one P38 and it was very late game. We only saw one Ruthless Raider, one Triple Dark Raid. A lot of Django's key cards just didn't show up, and a lot of Anakin's did, which is, I think, part of how this matchup goes sometimes. If one side draws their key cards and the other side doesn't, that side's going to win.
Yep.
All right. I expect Carlos to win against Sabine again, but let's check in with the folks that are live there. See if we can get an update.
I'm not
Yeah,
seeing
trying
anything
to
on
get a
Melee.
live on the ground update. So we know Anakin is either going to play against Cad Red or Sabine Green, which the match, as far as we know, is still ongoing.
So Anakin into Sabine. Do you like that?
I think either way, it's going to be pretty tough for Anakin to take this down. Sabine has a lot of really good lines against Anakin, specifically Sabine ECL, because ECLing both Poe and Wrecker into Anakin are really good. You can also just use ECL the same way that all of these decks use Tarkin Talon, which is make sure that you don't get an early board presence and you keep Anakin on the back foot the whole game. I think both of those strategies are very sound, depending on how your hand is shaping out as the Sabine player. Anakin has tools to deal with it, but it's very dependent on getting sentinels at the right time and playing around the possible ECL targets and cards like so. It's really tricky, I think, for Anakin into Sabine, but very possible.
Yeah. Even the front side pump on Anakin, it can be a little deceptive because you might look at that and say, "Well, I don't ever want to do that against Sabine." But if you're taking out something that's about to hit you for more than
Yeah.
two, it's probably the right thing to do a lot of times.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one way that this deck can potentially stabilize after a very early ECL is if you get your Yodas out and all of a sudden your Yoda can kill a battlefield Marine and not die, which is something that doesn't usually happen, or your Yoda trades with a K2, something like that, where you're allowed to trade up and still keep the damage off your base, and that's something that Anakin can potentially do to try to regain board control.
You guys hydrating? I don't see your water. You got water?
My water bottle is
Yeah.
currently empty, so I need to
Oh,
refill it momentarily.
you better do that.
Yeah, I have been hydrating, which is why it is empty.
Rebel Trader, what do you do on that keyboard there?
I'm looking back because I remember there being a Sabine versus Anakin match earlier. I'm trying to
Sabine
trying to
won
remember
2-0.
who won. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
it
Because
was, it
that
was a
tracks
really
with my
good.
thoughts. I think Sabine is favored in that matchup, at least the green version.
Yeah, I believe both of those games we saw it was the variety of where Sabine used ECL early, kept a board presence, and just prevented it made sure that Anakin was on the back foot the whole game.
Yep.
Okay, so if DZ is watching the other match, does he want Cad Tarkentown to win?
It's a tough one. So DZ beat Cad Tarkentown, this exact Cad Tarkentown in the Swiss,
Yep.
but it was a very tight 3 games. Um, he might prefer to play against Cad Tarkentown than Sabine. I think the main problem there is if Cad Tarkentown draws its absolute best draws, that deck wins every time, in my opinion. Like if you let both of these decks draw whatever cards they want to draw in whatever order they want to draw them in, I think Cad wins that matchup.
Yeah.
But that's because Cad's top end draws are so explosive. With and now there are 2 of them. You have Forlom and Zuckuss. If all of those and you have No Good to Me Dead to keep Anakin leader tapped. If Cad draws the right cards at the right time, I think they beat Anakin.
I don't know why we don't play that format more often. Draw your opening hand by searching your deck, and then every turn you search for two cards from your deck.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's one of the things that I really like about this CAD list because even if it's a bad matchup, you have the ability to just spike against in any round against any opponent. There are a lot of decks that have very unfavored matchups where if both decks draw their best, you're going to lose. And I just think CAD doesn't have a lot of matchups like that.
I really like the CAD deck. I think it's great. I would love to see Carlos first DZ as our finals. I don't know the Sabine player. Maybe they're incredible, and that would also be an amazing finals.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the Sabine player. I know I've heard Carlos and other people speak very highly of DZ. Sounds like they were also big in Destiny.
Yep.
So yeah, we still have not heard any results from the other semifinal. 20 minutes left in the round. You wouldn't expect it to take too long with one of the decks being a Sabine deck, but CAD can drag things out for sure. I would expect the longer it takes, the more likely it is that CAD is winning.
Yeah.
Well, while we are waiting for the last round of top four, this is another chance to shout out Pastime Comics and Games in Chicago, where this win a case tournament is taking place. We're waiting now for the final matchup. It's really awesome that that this store has events like this and lets coverage like this happen. Big shout out to Late Night Gaming, Loopy being on the ground at the event and setting up and letting us do all of this awesome coverage.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can't say enough about Loopy. He puts in so much effort and time coordinating stuff like this, and behind the scenes that people might not see how much effort's going in.
Absolutely.
And Poem today putting in, he's the one driving everything you see on the screen. You know, maybe taking some breaks occasionally, but filling in for commentary, making sure those player names are up there, maintaining all that stuff, and just kind of being here the entire time as it runs through.
Yeah, huge shout out to Poem being the tech support on making sure all this is working in addition to casting games is huge ups to him.
Yeah, it looks like they're in game 3 in the other top 4 match, and apparently it's too close to tell.
Oh, interesting.
Loopy not willing to commit to a prediction. Okay. Too
Well,
close.
we've seen how much we've seen how much we like to rib on people if they make a wrong prediction, so I don't blame him.
Okay. So it's my fault. Winston saying, I was there today, 4-2 with Voss, Tarkentown. Fun event, lots of diversity with the leaders. Great to see. Yeah, it's good to hear. You know, we're all swoop players. We love to hear positive community events like this.
Yeah, and I think after being locked in a boba cage for a whole set, we're excited to see a diversity of leaders. Whether you're a boba player or not, it's just really nice to see the large meta diversity that we have here. More diverse than boba with different colored bases. So that's really exciting for me.
I'm sorry, boba players. Too close to call game 3. In a too close to call game, usually I would give that to Sabine.
Hard to say. One thing that's been interesting to me in general with this meta is it felt like in set 2, the set 2 cards were very prevalent, but the set 2 leaders not as much. And in set 3, it's the opposite. We're outside of a couple of cards like Perilous Position and CAD Unit and P38 Starfighter. A lot of these decks are running set 1 and 2 cards, but we're seeing a lot of set 3 leaders, which I think is kind of cool.
Set 2, I think at the beginning it was very similar. The decks were almost all set one cards.
Yeah.
There may be it may just take some time for us to explore this set a bit more and figure out what we're missing.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair, especially with the set 3 specific mechanics. We've already talked about this before, but trying to find the right deck for exploit and coordinate and things like that is probably going to take a little bit longer than it
Yeah.
is to
Yeah, we're not seeing it, are we? We're
place
not
a beam.
seeing like people trying to put a bunch of droids on the field. There's the core mechanics of the set we're not really seeing represented much.
And we have an update from the other top 4 game that CAD deck won. So it's going to be CAD versus Anakin in the finals.
Excellent. Two
Oh.
very, very high tier players, as we've seen both DZ and Carlos on stream multiple times. We've seen them play each other on stream in the Swiss. So this is a really exciting rematch for the final. Their Swiss match was incredibly close. Everything came down to a couple of hit points and a couple of actions. So we're really excited to get to see this this rematch for the finals.
I'm excited. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna say I am extremely biased on this one. Carlos is a teammate for both Jeff and I tell you what, we love this guy. I think I can speak for you too, Jeff.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. What a nice guy. You couldn't meet a nicer guy. And for him to be such an amazing player on top of that, he's just great to hang out with.
Yeah, Anakin is my deck. I feel a huge connection to this deck. But Carlos is my homeboy. Gotta go. I gotta unbiased casting, obviously, but really excited to see such a solid person make it into the finals.
All right, looks like we're going to have 10 minutes as a cool off period before we get the final started. But they're at the
I don't
tables
think they
now,
want
so
that.
maybe
Yeah.
maybe
They're
we
like
It looks like they are ready to play.
yeah. Like excuse me, it's dinner time.
Yeah, exactly. They want to get some food. They're ready to go.
All right, I am going to step away for a second, but I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
All right. Now the Rebel Trader has stepped away, we can be fully biased casters.
100%. BN stands for Bias Network.
Exactly. There we go. Kyle Kraft falsely assuming that I'm going to be an unbiased caster here. No, honestly, I really like both of these players. We've seen DZ on stream twice, and he's played this Anakin deck very well. Carlos has spoken in our Bothan Network Discord about how good of a player he is. So.
Oh yeah, he's already beaten Carlos today. If I'm not going to be surprised if DZ wins. He's shown he can do it.
Absolutely, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised either way. I don't think there's a strong favorite in this matchup, which is really exciting to see. So.
Now, deploying your leader at the start of the game, that's a strong tactic to the space arena. What about pile shuffling 6 piles? I do 5 piles.
Well, you get a lot more options as long as you know how the piles add up. Pile shuffling is really just organized counting.
Exactly.
I don't even like to call it
That's why I
pile
do
shuffling.
5.
It's not shuffling. You're pile rearranging in a known
It
order.
could be an artifact of being a Magic player. Because here we
Yeah.
have 50 card decks, there you have 60 card decks. That gives you a really nice way to count your deck if you start a match with just one pile shuffle.
Yeah. Kyle pointing out that if I'm casting him playing, he expects biased casting, and you get that. I casted your finals of the Utah PQ, and it was very difficult to remain unbiased. Kyle's another Colorado guy that I play with at locals. Another very excellent human being. Really excited that he was able to win the Utah PQ. Really love playing with Kyle.
It's great to have that kind of strength in your local community too.
Yeah.
There are
There's a
some
lot of really
weeklies and
cool
play
players
amazing
around here.
players.
hmm Looks like they are exchanging deck lists before the game, which is good. I think that was something that we didn't know going in if they were going to do that. It looks like that's what they're looking at, or looking at each other's deck lists.
Yeah, does appear that way.
All right, Rebel Trader's back. We've got to turn the bias back off. So completely unbiased. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
I'm okay with either one of these players winning this match. To be clear.
So what do you think about this matchup, Rebel?
I think it's pretty favorable for Anakin. Although it could be close. This CAD deck is running some tricks that the Django deck wasn't, but I think it may end up going a similar way. But I just don't think that the CAD deck is going to be much better than the Django one.
Okay.
But it's possible it is. Like, the Forlom Zuckus shenanigans can get out of hand. Cad Bane could potentially swing the game.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a big value, now there are two of them, that can be difficult to come back from. But
Yeah.
otherwise, I think it's going to be favorable for Anakin.
All right, well, I'm going to have to call it for CAD on this one because that's my homie. Best of luck, DZ.
I definitely think Carlos is going to be out for revenge after losing in the Swiss. It was very tight. But what I expect is I expect both of these players to play very well, and I think it's going to be very close. I do think this CAD is a little bit better into Anakin than Django. It's a slower deck, where they can utilize that value and kind of build up over time. And the Forlom Zuckus is very good in this deck because one of the keys against Anakin is being able to take him out on deploy. And Zuckus with Forlom out being a 7/7 Saboteur or even just a 6/6 Saboteur with shoot first. It doesn't matter if you have any Sentinels in the way. Anakin is always unsafe in this matchup.
We've seen such good play from DZ. I expect he will be keeping all of that in mind.
And yeah, Kyle pointing out that you had, I think the standard rule is you're supposed to do 7 or more shuffles to fully randomize your deck. And the point is that pile reorganizing is not shuffling. You are not changing the order in an unknown way to any cards in your deck. So you can't do that and say that your deck is randomized. You have to fully shuffle up after.
Yep. It is a counting method. When I sit down for a new match, I look at my sideboard. Is that my sideboard? And then I do one pile shuffle.
Maybe it's just loose on my part, but I just do the sideboard counting. I count to the fact that I could one advantage of pile shuffling is you see if you've dropped a card or if your opponent kept a card from your deck or something. So I should do it more. But yeah, I often just check to make sure I desideboarded. But that's purely my own laziness.
All right, we just got a message that time is starting. So they took that 10 minutes to review deck lists. They did take that time.
Mm-hmm.
5 from Carlos.
8. Anakin won the roll.
Okay.
I think Carlos I think DZ may be telling Carlos to take initiative. Goes back to what we were talking about with Cad versus Sabine, with not wanting to have to act first.
Yeah.
Ooh, what's Poem giving us on the screen here? What are we gonna get? Some new
I'm
little
not sure,
treats?
but I'm intrigued.
I know. I want to see. Ah, yes, that's what I
Oh,
wanted.
excellent.
Card
Oh,
preview,
card
live
highlights. This is
card.
awesome.
Yeah.
Poem is the best.
Look at that.
When we see Cad play a medal ceremony, we will now know
Yep.
what it is. I am excited.
Did both players mulligan?
Looks like Cad is definitely mulliganing, and I think Anakin is considering. I see a Jedi lightsaber for Anakin, which is, if Anakin survives, it's a very nice card in the matchup, but it can be so hard to have him survive. Force throw is very nice. There's a Concord Dawn, which I would expect to get resource. Looks like he's resourcing Force throw and Concord Dawn, so very interesting. He must like the rest of his hand a lot. The Force throw is not going to be
Yeah.
around for a while, so it kind of makes sense to resource it. But once you get around that 4 or 5 resource turn, it's really nice to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably is a sequencing decision because that is a very powerful card.
And it's very good in this matchup, especially to be able to hunt down those surprise cards that deal damage to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, as Frank says, good luck. May the force be with you.
Anakin is just starting out playing a Sabine, so is opening up to the Cad Tarkentown.
Also, the turn 1 drop Maclunky, sometimes you'll see
Mm-hmm.
with a 3 toughness unit.
All right,
And
are we gonna
anytime players
see
of this caliber do this, it's a
Tarkentown here?
conscious decision. So he's saying, I want you to use your Tarkentown now because you won't have it for future turns.
He could have a daring raid in his hand, so he
He's
doesn't.
gonna pop
Okay.
up.
Yep. It's you really do want your opponent to have exactly 1 unit when you're CAD. It's much more
Yep.
powerful that way.
Looks like a couple of space units for this turn, potentially, that Anakin has to choose from. But the problem is they all die to Cartel Spacer plus a ping, so that doesn't feel great if your turn 2 play is a 2-drop space unit. So I think DZ may be it looks like, if we can see everything in his hand correctly, that he may be in for a less than stellar turn 2 here. We'll have to see how it goes. It might be worth passing to force Carlos to take some actions. Looks like he did pass.
Carlos accepts.
And pays 3 resources for an A-Wing.
Half out of aspect. You don't see that often.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I
Oh,
don't
he
think he's
does
gonna
have the
realize it.
Maclunky. So clean answer to the A-Wing. Leave the Cartel Spacer on board still.
Effectively just an open fire there.
Yeah.
I mean, Anakin can definitely play later in the game. Are they too concerned about this?
I think you
Not
wanna
really.
try to have some kind of advantage. It's always this turn and next turn I think are very critical. When we start getting into Forlom and Zuckuss range, because the problem with this matchup is you can't count on your Anakin living very long.
And he's not gonna if he sets up the Forlom, he's not gonna have a way to get rid of it here.
Exactly. So the fact that your first plays are all gone now mean that you're not gonna. And there is the Forlom.
Yeah, I was gonna say we probably just move on here. We don't need to throw away the spacer yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that DZ is going to use the Anakin to trade into the spacer while he can?
It's an interesting question. I think you do, because it leaves you still have they still have to play another Underworld card. The other thing you could do is play a unit first, to potentially soak up the CAD trigger. You could just wait and assume he's eventually going to have to throw his spacer in. I think it depends on your action economy if you want to do it.
Right. Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to, the action economy. Do you even want to spend the action to attack with that?
Yeah, we saw some other later plays in Anakin's hand. We saw an Obi and another Force throw and a Jedi lightsaber. So
Yeah.
nothing that sets up super well for this turn that I can see.
Yeah, I don't think DZ's too excited about his position.
Yeah, if this turn is a blank from him, then I think Cad is enjoying life a
Yeah.
lot more.
Especially if the Zuckuss is in hand.
Ooh, I like Jabba a lot because even if Zuckuss is in hand, you don't have to play it right now.
Right. Yeah, I like it too.
And now the Concord Dawn is going to trade with the Cartel Spacer if nothing else happens. I'm wondering if we'll just see a naked Force throw.
Ooh, now
Did we
there's
see
Probably
it?
not because now there's easy fodder to discard for it.
Did we see a Cassian resourced at any point?
I
I've
don't know
not
if we
seen one,
saw
but I
that.
haven't seen most of the resources, so it's always possible. I would imagine if he had one, he would be snapping that off now.
All right, and he gets the trade with the spacer anyway after going to base.
And I don't think that's like a high value unit or anything. It's more about just keeping him down to 1 unit for the CAD pings.
Yep.
Mhm.
And you are DZ showing us his hand before.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say I think I can even see in DZ's body language that they're a little demoralized this game.
Yeah, it just feels like
Yep.
everything's coming up a turn too late. Or they had a 2-drop on turn 3. They had the bunch of 6-drops in hand when you're on R5. It's just everything feels like it's been a resource off for them this game. They have a Luke in hand and a red 3, but just playing out Obi-Wan doesn't feel that good right now. The threat of Zuckuss means that you still can't flip Anakin. Or I guess Anakin just still dies even if you play the Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're really far behind. So can you afford to play around it?
Yeah, we talk about this. Sometimes you have to make your opponent have it. If you're just gonna straight up lose to a card, play as if they don't have it. Not always necessarily, but I'm just saying it's something to consider.
Someone in chat named Rebel Resource saying they love my shirt. Yeah, I love this shirt as well. Anyone who is not involved in Rebel Resource, either his YouTube channel, Patreon, any way you can get content from that guy, highly recommend it. Excellent content creator for SWU. He plays the red 3. So I think I like this. It takes up an action. You have the lightsaber if Anakin doesn't immediately die. And he dies. Even if you play the Obi-Wan, he still immediately dies to Zuckuss. So I think now you've just got to flip and see if he has it. Zuckuss or Surprise Strike can both kill Anakin. And if Yoda Killer doesn't have the Zuckuss, then Anakin's in an okay spot. You get to drop the lightsaber on him, attack him for 1,000,000. But I have a feeling that this Anakin is not gonna either from Zuckuss or from
Oh, did he
either from
pass?
Zuckuss or from No Good to Me Dead.
Was that a pass or was it
It
Carlos's
was a
action
pass.
there?
Pass.
It was
Yeah.
a pass. Okay.
So now he doesn't lose to the surprise, or Anakin doesn't die immediately to the surprise strike. But you still got all these resources up.
If he just takes 3 more damage, the Anakin would trade with the Zuckuss.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep passing. Attack me with your
I
CAD,
mean, if Cad
please.
attacks, then there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
if he has
that's a real
Zuckuss,
consideration.
he doesn't mind just attacking with the CAD if he has Zuckuss, right? Like you're still gonna just
Yeah. I'd
trade it
take that
in, and
trade.
it'll die, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Because that's so much pressure.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see DZ pass again, and then it's on Carlos whether they want to to give Anakin the extra power or not. And that may be a tell also if it's Zuckuss or No Good to Me Dead in hand.
Right. Yeah, you
Because
could
No Good
spend
to Me
4.
Dead, you don't care how much damage is on their base. Your goal is to kill them.
They are playing a game of chicken here.
I would probably pass here if I'm DZ.
I think so too.
Because eventually you're gonna take that damage.
If the players could please tap the table twice when they pass so that we have visual confirmation. What's this?
This hot shot blaster maybe. That would be and that would clear the
Yeah.
way for Anakin if he does that.
Yeah.
And we could still have No Good to Me Dead as the
Yeah.
CAD player.
So now I would expect to see an Anakin flip because they have the Anakin doesn't die at least to the No Good to Me Dead.
There he is.
And it's just too much pressure on the board.
Yeah.
It's time.
Because the other question is, if it does get tapped, do you have the time to play the Jedi lightsaber, or do you just have to take initiative and drop an Obi-Wan next turn? He still have force throw. He could force throw himself, but even then, that only deals 7 damage. Doesn't kill Cad or Jabba. It could only kill Forlom if he force through himself.
Yeah.
So a
Carlos
lot of
is
high health
not-
threats out right now.
If Carlos does have the No Good to Me Dead, I think he would have played it by now.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think he would have snapped it off.
Crafty Smuggler getting the 2 damage from the Cad ping.
And there's the lightsaber. Boom.
Yeah. So now Anakin attacks for 11
Yep.
and gives -2 on attack. So Cad would deal 2 damage back to him. Forlom would deal 2 damage back to him. The other ground units would deal nothing back. So he could kill the Crafty Smuggler for free if he wants. It's probably better to either kill Cad or Forlom. Forlom may be a consideration just so Zuckuss doesn't have ambush if that's the draw next turn.
Yeah.
Cad's also attacking for 6 and you're at 18, so there's some consideration for saving more
Yeah.
damage on your own base.
I'm looking at killing CAD Leader.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see what he
think Cad
does.
Leader or
Let's see what he
Forlom
does.
are the two. One of those I think is where you've got to go.
Yeah, I can respect either of those decisions.
Oh, another thing is it's because of the red 3, Anakin's actually attacking for 12. So if he goes to base twice uninterrupted, that is lethal.
It should be 11, right? 3 damage from base up to
Oh
7. 3 from the
that's
lightsaber
right.
for 10. Yeah.
So just 11. So I think you do got to go into a unit here.
And that's the other benefit to going for the Forlom is you overwhelm more damage to base. So you still get 9 damage on base by attacking the Forlom. So Carlos should be
Yeah.
going from 1 to 10 here. And yeah, he is. So
Carlos should
now we're at the
also have a
point
dead
where
Forlom.
if there's a Bravado, Bravado is just very close to lethal here for DZ.
He can't afford bravado, can he?
Not this turn, for next turn.
Yeah, not
Next
this
turn he
turn,
could
yeah.
overwhelm over the Crafty Smuggler and Bravado for lethal. It's just something that Carlos has to keep in mind. There are 2 Bravados main.
And do you keep the bravados in the? Oh no, we're in game 1.
Yeah.
But speaking post board games, I think you do because your main chance of
Okay.
winning is the slim chance that you keep Anakin alive, which he's been able to do this game. I think that's your one of your main paths to victory. I would at least keep one of them in, if not both. Yeah, really important action here for Carlos. What can he do to make sure that Anakin doesn't just kill him here, or to get in the last few points of damage himself? He's currently 2 damage
Cad?
short on board.
Okay, doesn't the CAD leader kill it?
CAD leader
Um,
attacks for 6. So yes, CAD leader would trade into Anakin right now.
So he's got a way to keep his board clear there,
Yeah.
yeah. No matter what's in his hand, he had that
Mhm.
option there. Oh, and it stays on leader side or unit side. I like that.
yeah, can deploy right back out. DZ's got Obi-Wan and Anakin, and Luke. Sorry,
Yeah.
I keep calling Luke Anakin for some reason, but both of those are good plays here.
Yeah, there's not the best Luke target out right now, but just getting Luke out as a body is really good, I think.
Yeah. If you
It-
go for Obi-Wan, you can play Force Throw also this turn, which is a consideration.
I think I would still rather see the Luke, and then you could follow it up next turn with Obi-Wan into Force Throw. It just gets the bigger body out, and there's nothing out right now that you really want to Force Throw.
Yeah. It's
Turning
gonna
on
be the
that
Luke.
restore
Yeah.
3 on Luke, getting that online is pretty big.
Yeah, definitely. Mobius one popping in to say good luck to everyone playing. Thank you very much. And if you haven't seen his Guess the Change Star Wars card videos, those videos are amazing.
Oh, that's the same Mobius? That video was
Yeah, I
so
assume it is.
fun.
Oh,
I loved that video.
yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
Cad
what a
Bane.
play. So killing the crafty smuggler turns on, now there are 2 of them, to let Carlos get out CAD unit and capture the Luke. That was a huge play. Now there are 2 of them. You have to have exactly 1 unit in play. And so once the crafty smuggler died, now there are 2 of them was back on, and CAD was able to come out.
This is a dangerous position for Anakin.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
We know he has the Obi-Wan in hand for some Sentinel. And now there's a much more appealing force throw target as well if he gets an action to force throw into the CAD unit. Looks like that might be a takedown in hand.
Yeah,
Doesn't
there's
help
definitely a
much at the
takedown.
moment.
All right, here's an Obi-Wan. Does Carlos is main decking Waylays?
Yeah, I think Waylay is just game over here. There's lethal on board if there is a Waylay. If there's not a Waylay, then you have the thought of, do I swing the CAD unit in to just kill Obi-Wan before something like a force throw can come out? Bazine being the answer to force throw. So we see another Luke, force throw, and a takedown in hand. So if Carlos doesn't take either the force throw or the Luke, then he could force throw himself to kill the CAD. So yeah, Carlos is forced to take one of those cards. He does leave the force throw in hand, which means he doesn't seem too scared for his own units if he gets force thrown.
Watch him top deck this Luke. Oh, that's 70.
Almost. Restored arc.
The new question of whether to attack with CAD is going to keep coming up because it's a good unit. So what do you do in
Yep.
this position?
It's tough because you give the Luke back and you get 2 XP onto the red 3 if you attack with CAD and kill the Obi-Wan. I think that was the main reason for the Bayzine, to just try to get more information to see what's a smart play based on what's coming next. I'm guessing he's not planning to give back the Luke if he took the Luke out of hand. But maybe Carlos's thought is, by taking the Luke out of hand, the only way DZ gets one is if he rescues his own and gives Carlos 2 more cards. So I could see that going either way. What do you think, Rebel?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like you have to attack with Cad eventually. But doing so in this position does not feel great.
Yeah.
I think I attack in and kill it. So then I take 5, go to 18. The next 5's not lethal yet. But if I'm at 18, the Luke doesn't kill me in one hit either.
I
part of
think
it's
I
gonna
like
depend
holding
on
the
the
Cad
result of
back
this
just
flip
this
throw.
turn. If you
Yeah.
attack the other 2 units into Obi-Wan, he only has 2 health left. So either this crafty smuggler or the Jabba could kill Obi, because then attacking with Cad is a much bigger threat, where you're saying, here's 7 damage, you go down to 3 health left on your base, and it's
Yep.
much closer to you being dead.
Carlos just got force throwed, but we'll see if he has like a 2-drop to feed the force throw, then the Cad can survive the attack, and that makes it different. If he only has 3 or higher cards, or if he's only willing to discard a 3 or higher card, then that means that the Cad would die in battle with Obi-Wan, and I don't think I would attack if that were the case.
Yeah, that definitely swings the scales for me, for sure, if your Cad would die, because then you won't even get the 2 cards. He'll just say, okay, no rescue, Cad dies, rescue the old-fashioned way. The other note is, I believe we know that there is a takedown in DZ's hand. So if you attack with Cad into Obi, then first action next turn could just be to take down the Cad, and so you rescue the Luke that way rather than giving 2 cards this turn.
Yep.
Yeah, you just don't get the Luke attack.
Yeah, true.
Tough spot. Whose action is it right now?
We're still
I
deciding
believe
on
they're
the force
deciding
throw
on the force throw.
from. Yeah.
Wow.
So Carlos is deciding what to do. Ooh, discards no good to me dead. So that does let Cad survive the attack onto Obi. I would imagine he would have liked that no good to me dead for the Luke after it came back from Cad, if that ended up being how this game plays out.
And it looks like we're not going to see a Cad attack here.
Yeah, I agree.
It is interesting because Cad's still in takedown range after the force throw.
Do we have a way to kill the Cad?
Yeah. Oh, we have a
okay.
Forlom to
I
kill
meant,
the
yeah.
Obi-Wan.
Oh, that's
Right.
So
mythic.
this puts DZ down to 1 health on base after all of these attacks go through. So Forlom ambushing in to kill. This makes that attack make a lot of sense now.
Yep.
Yeah, so now I think, Carlos choosing, or DZ choosing not to rescue the Luke.
Interesting. I feel like I would have rescued it there because I feel like.
Yeah, it's the only way to not be dead on board technically is to
Yeah.
rescue the Luke and then first action throw the Luke into Cad unit.
Yep.
But I think he was looking for Sentinels to play potentially and didn't find any. So yeah, Cad takes game 1. Very, very intricate game.
In more than one way, Cad takes game 1.
Yeah. Yeah, the Cad unit coming out, capturing the Luke, that was huge. I think that's a line that people have to start thinking about a lot more, especially with these Cad decks. Is does my removal turn on the late game now there are 2 of them?
Yeah, set 1 and set 2. I didn't really have any cunning villainous cards at the top end that I was very excited about. And now we have it. So I think we're
Yeah.
going to see a lot more of this unit. It's not really competing much in that slot, in that aspect.
Yeah, and an interesting thing to me, I think Cad unit is really showing the the potential highlight of capture as a mechanic that we didn't see as much in set 2. The fact that you're getting around these when defeateds and not replaying the when playeds and giving the unit back exhausted. So at worst, the CAD unit is, I'm going to tap these 3 units and you have to have a way to kill my 7 drop. And at best, it's, I'm going to win the game with this because you can't answer my 7/7 that cleared your board. So I think it's a really good showing of what the capture mechanic can do.
Yeah. All the best capture cards will come in later sets, not the set where capture is released.
And I'm looking through. So we've already seen this matchup before, but now we get to see what's actually in the sideboards. So DZ's sideboard has 2 K2SOs, 2 Fell the Dragons. I could see the Fell the Dragons coming in for CAD unit. They don't really have any other targets, so maybe it's not worth it just for that one card. But we just saw how important that card is in the matchup. There's 1 Daring Raid in the sideboard. Let's see. Looking
All right, I got
over
the deck
at
list in front of me. Which
I'm
one are we thinking about right now?
so for the Anakin deck, I think that the main question is, do you think CAD unit is a big enough threat that you board and Fell the Dragon? Because I don't think there are any other targets. Oh, no, Zuckuss is a target too. So okay, so yeah, so I like Fell the Dragon a lot actually
Yeah,
because Zuckuss
yeah.
is one of the biggest threats to Anakin. It kills that and Cad Bane. So I think Fell the Dragons definitely come in for DZ.
Yep, me too.
Does anything else come in?
I'd probably bring in the K2s.
I was looking
Yeah,
at those.
I like the hand attack and also the ability to fight for the ground arena and still get overwhelm damage in with K2 is pretty nice. So I do like
Well,
the K2s as well.
what comes out? Like if we're bringing in 2 fells, we've already got 2 things we need to pull out. So, any cards here that are weak into the CAD matchup?
I would consider potentially. I could see taking out the Obi-Wan because it's really expensive and they have both Waylays and Saboteur, so it's not as good. I could see taking out the Concord Dawn Interceptors because this deck's not heavy in space.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like that. So that's 4 slots.
It's possible that he wants to keep his mana curve similar, so he takes out Kanans for the K2s. I would rather keep the Kanans in, but I think it's another possibility that you could take out. Poe is a little bit weaker in this matchup as well, where there are a lot of ways to kill him that aren't very card intensive for the CAD player. So there are a few options that I think would all be okay to take out.
And then Carlos's deck. Did we already go over that and I missed it? I was
No,
distracted
not
for a
yet.
moment.
Yeah, looking at Carlos's sideboard. So in his sideboard, he's got 2 Daring Raids, 2 Sneak Attacks, a Bazine, 3 Lurking Ties, a Change of Heart, and a Finnick Shand. Finnick is a really interesting one. So Finnick, this is the 7 cost 4/6 ambusher that on attack deal 1 damage to the defender if it's a unit for each different cost among cards in your discard pile. So it could just come in as another way to clear Obi-Wan if he's still in the deck, to clear Luke, to clear Anakin Leader. It does cost 7, so it's kind of up there, but that's the only thing that I really I really see as a high potential of bringing in out of the sideboard. What do you guys think?
I like Bazine.
Yeah.
Oh, Rebel Trader, what are you thinking there? Yeah.
I think Bazine is great. I mean, I think I agree. The rest of these are kind of rough. And all these space units, the Lurking Tie is not great. Fennec is a maybe, actually, I guess just as a one of. Because
Yeah.
theoretically she could deal with an Anakin in some circumstances.
Yeah, and then looking again, trying to figure out what to bring out.
Whoa, whoa, that turn one was so fast I missed it.
Oh goodness, yeah. We're rocking and rolling. I was
Did
looking
they
at
both do
sideboards.
nothing?
Looks like for 2 rounds in a row, yeah.
What just happened? What? They sideboarded all of their low plays out.
Yeah, clearly that's what happened.
I
Yeah,
wonder if that was agreed upon. It was just like, yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
yeah.
find out every 2.
Like, hey man, you want to take out all your 1-drops?
It must have been. I would imagine it was DZ passing to not have his turn 1 play against
Wow.
Harkentown, because I see a Queel in hand and a Yoda, and then
Oh yeah,
Carlos
yeah.
just claiming.
Trying to be a little sneaky. And Carlos says, "Okay."
We are in very high cost now. There are 2 of them range, with both the first 2 turns getting skipped. So we could
Yep.
see CAD unit next turn.
I think there's a force throw in DZ's hand.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
excellent.
definitely think you throw the force throw out there.
Yep. Oop, just hits a 1. That's not super high impact.
It is really nice to get the shoot first out of there though, because that is a huge threat to Anakin leader and to all your late game plays. So even though the damage isn't exciting, it's very exciting to get a shoot first out of CAD's hand.
Okay. 5 resource turn. Okay.
Forlom coming in to kill the Yoda. Okay, so now there are 2 of them, but is set up to potentially be able to Zuckus Anakin if there's no other replies here.
Pretty good play there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a perilous position for DZ, which is a great answer to the Forlom.
Yeah,
And we
I
talked
think I
about
like running
clearing
out the
that guy
perilous
off the
position
board.
now so that you can queel afterwards. DZ agrees.
Queel, I mean, you can queel here, but it is still at risk of just getting ran over by Boba next round.
Oh, absolutely. But then that takes the Boba attack out. I'm okay with the A-wing play as well.
Yep, that's not vulnerable.
Yeah. And now we're going into the 6 resource turn with very little board development by either player.
I
We
think
do
that's
have
a
now
Fel the
there are 2 of
Dragon
them on
in
again.
DZ's hand. So that did come in.
Yep.
Which
that
card?
makes sense.
Fel
Fell
the
the dragon.
Yeah. So Yoda Killer not showing an easy way to deal with Anakin on deploy right now. Obviously, we know he plays No Good to Me Dead.
I'm wondering if he's considering a Bazine here.
We saw him do that last turn, I believe, on the deploy turn. It's just a nice way to check to see if the Anakin is going to get followed up by any lightsabers, any force throws. If there are sentinels protecting him, you really get to see what kind of defense you're up against before you make your real move.
Oh, nope.
Cartel Spacer is basically just forcing Anakin to act first, saying you're not going to get in a free attack here. You have to do something, and I'm going to respond to it.
Bravado
Very.
and Jedi lightsaber in the hand for DZ.
Oh.
This could be an explosive turn if there's no good to me dead, and I think that's what DZ is contemplating is what are the odds.
All right, he's just gonna play it safe here, not going for the crazy plays.
I'm curious what he thinks the punish is for just flipping there, because if he has the no good to me dead, he has it either way.
Yeah, and he still has his CAD
Yep.
flip. He could still surprise strike with CAD if you let him flip.
Yeah.
He might just be thinking that the Anakin's pretty weak. Like he's just
Yeah.
a 4/7.
That line opens him up to surprise strike.
Well, the thought behind flipping first is if he responds with CAD flip, you put on a Jedi lightsaber, and then he
Right.
doesn't die directly to the surprise strike. You'd have to also throw the boba unit into him.
Yeah, I meant the line he chose opens him up to surprise strike.
Oh, gotcha. Absolutely. Yeah.
So if he has another, if Carlos has another 2-drop, he could even develop again and still threaten both surprise and no good to me.
Yeah. I mean, currently has 7 damage on board to kill Anakin. We know there's a lightsaber in hand.
All right, so now we get to see what does he have. Is it 4? What he signaled 4?
Did he
I think
signal
that's
4 or 3? I
his
thought it was
attack.
3 for resources left open.
3, 4.
Could be
Potentially.
4 for Anakin's
yeah,
attack
4,
also. But yeah.
or 4 for what is Anakin's power right now.
All right,
Does
so
have
it's
the no
no
good to
good
me
to me
dead.
dead. I think that's
Now
it.
I
Is that
think
a
the
village
question is, do
protector?
you still just run the lightsaber out on him because it makes the trades a little bit harder? I like running the lightsaber out, especially with the bravado in hand, because you can use it to untap him next turn. And if he has something like a 4-lom, then he would then have to run 3 units into Anakin instead of currently just the Cad and Boba that are on board.
I thought I saw a village protector, but maybe it was a quill.
As a Queel, yeah. So he has
Okay.
Queel in hand
Okay.
along with lightsaber, bravado, and Fell the Dragon.
So it's probably either lightsaber or claim, right?
Yeah.
I think
Target
so.
time used there to clear the A-Wing finally.
That's a really good, really heads-up play, because the A-Wing clearing out Cartel Spacer was the easiest way to turn on Bravado for next turn, and now that play is off the table.
Yeah. Cloud Rider coming down, but first we're gonna see CAD trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where are you
it
gonna
feels.
put
I
it,
think Anakin has
friends?
been passing a lot here, trying to see what Carlos is up to.
So if he puts it on Anakin, we're probably going into Anakin with the Cloud Rider. Because another
Yeah.
thing is, next turn, Boba Disintegrator will be turned on
Yep.
for the exhausted Anakin.
I mean, right now, without playing the lightsaber, Boba kills Anakin. So I think you just putting the
Lightsaber
lightsaber on Cassian.
All right.
Okay, so just trying to get a higher health unit out. This does let Boba kill the Anakin if that's what Carlos wants to do. He could also use Cad to kill the Anakin, and Cad lives.
Could also just go base. I don't know.
He could. You're only at 3 damage on base, so I don't think I don't think you're in race mode yet. But I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
A CAD unit next turn. It's going to clean up that lightsaber really nicely.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm sitting there with a CAD unit in my hand, I'm thinking about claiming here. Like, is that what I want to do?
Yeah, that's totally fair. You know, Anakin's not untapping next turn. And next
Right.
turn, Boba kills him with the on attack. So if you
That's
claim,
what I'm thinking.
yeah.
Yeah, if it's already sitting in my hand, that might be worth it.
Yeah, it looks like that's what happened.
Okay, yeah.
I think
Yeah.
he has it.
I was gonna say if DZ got initiative, he could kill the Boba before the Boba had a chance to kill the Anakin.
Right. That's why we want to give up our attacks to claim here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it could be a waylay. It doesn't have to be CAD unit, but
I mean, I think even if he doesn't have anything, claiming there just lets you kill Anakin for free now.
yeah,
And if he has anything to deal with the Cassian, then he's just in a really good spot.
yeah. The if he uses CAD unit, it does not turn on Luke.
Correct. Or is Luke left play or defeated? It's
I
defeated,
believe
right?
defeated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he takes the free kill on Anakin.
That does turn on Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So the claim was to have that disintegrator available, not to immediately handle the Cassian.
Yeah.
Like to get our underworld ping before this goes away, possibly.
Well, we know right now Fel the Dragon is being awkward in hand. It's good for some of the later units, but it currently has no targets.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why, even when you talked about that sideboarding option, you weren't sounding fully confident.
Yeah, so there's 4-lom CAD trigger trade into Cassian.
Daring Raid finishes off the CAD.
Nice. That's good. Wait, no, Carlos on my team.
It looks like it might be a force throw, a Fel, and a Queel in hand for Anakin. So nothing, unless there's another Cassian in the resource row, which it looks like there is. Okay, so this is really good. This gives him at least something to do this turn, because otherwise he didn't have a ton to do. Smuggling out a second Cassian.
Please exhaust your leader.
Yeah, Anakin did get defeated this turn, so he cannot exhaust to have Cassian kill Boba unit.
Yeah. I think Carlos was pointing that out.
Still just puts 3 on him.
Okay, nothing to spend our resources on there.
Looks like another Queel. So it looks like Anakin's drawing a lot of his situational removal and early plays now. So maybe he just wants to get this Boba out of the way so he can land a Queel and try to draw some cards.
Hey, producer Dan wondering why the Anakin didn't do the pump there to kill the Boba unit.
The Anakin could not exhaust to kill the Boba because Anakin was defeated that turn. So Anakin
okay.
was
Yeah.
defeated and came back exhausted.
Okay.
It was an
alright.
invalid game state. That's what it made it look that way.
Yes.
Gotcha. I'll just go back into my cave. Good job.
Well, thank you for making an appearance.
And for the card previews.
Yes. So yeah, Cassian kills Boba, lets him play out the Queel. Queel still not long for
Nice.
this world. I think
Man,
DZ really
he
wants that Queel
returns.
to stick because he really needs to get into his Lukes and his higher cost units that he just has not been able to find this game.
We haven't. I don't think we've seen any Maclunkies, so I'm kind of expecting one here.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a claim into Maclunky potentially.
Well, there's the first half of that.
Yeah.
DZ claims. And there it is.
Yeah.
And Queel twice in a round killed.
Yeah.
We may or may not have played a lot of this exact matchup.
Looks like more force throws and bravados. And is that a Poe, I think I see? Or no, that's a... Might have been a spaceship. I couldn't tell which art that was. There's definitely a unit in hand. Sabine unit. Okay.
And Carlos does need to mark his leader, just for the viewers, that Cad has deployed.
Yes, Cat has deployed and been defeated. But Anakin is still not drawing into the late game that he wants to be seeing right now.
Yeah, Cad puts a lot of pressure on your units, makes it really hard for you to use the pump to trade up.
Mm-hmm. I think especially with the combination of ambush and saboteur, it makes it difficult for Anakin to protect his own units and keep a board state around to do that that efficient trading that he likes to do.
Cash Money
Boss going
pointing
to
out
base
some.
there, not taking out the Sabine.
Well, after the CAD ping now, any event lets the boss kill Sabine.
Yep.
So we might see something. I don't know what event would actually be helpful right now.
Well, like a daring raid to the base is something you
Yeah.
could do.
True. He might have something like a waylay or a no good to me dead and was waiting and
Who just takes initiative and no follow up for
Yeah.
DZ.
So now you could
Yeah.
have a surprise strike or something like that.
Yeah, I think DZ passed there and Carlos claimed.
Yeah.
Because DZ didn't have any other plays anyway. Their hand is a bunch of force throws and fell the dragons right now. Perilous Position and Yoda were the draws. So two decent cards to potentially try to get him out of this.
Raider.
Ruthless
Bad
Raider
stuff.
coming down. So I could see something like a Perilous Position on the Bosk and try to have Yoda to land for damage. To turn force throws on. But CAD seems very far ahead right now.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's piece together the victory for Anakin. How does he come out of this?
I think it starts with trying to control. If you can get a force throw or two off this round with Yoda out, you're feeling good. If you then follow that up by finally drawing your Lukes.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the concern for DZ is he plays the Yoda and it dies. Much less likely to happen now with the blaster play. So we'll see what these. It looks like two force throws in hand. So if he can kill off this Boba unit that has the blaster on him, I think that would be really big.
Yeah, we need some big cards from Carlos's hand.
And the Bosk only has 1 HP left, so any damage will kill that.
Second force throw. Oh,
Second force
another
throw
low-cost
gets
card.
a Crafty Smuggler. So even if all the damage had gone on to Boba unit, he would not have died.
Yep. And
So
Carlos
DZ really needing Carlos to have some more expensive cards in hand, and Carlos not obliging. This Yoda, the Fel is active now on the Boba unit. But I would expect that to be the first attack for Carlos if he's trying to close out the game. He does know about the Fels in the sideboard, but obviously doesn't know for sure if they were brought in or not.
I think that early claim with a lot of open resources earlier may have stranded those cheap cards in Carlos's hand and opened up that opportunity to not lose his big stuff.
Yeah. So it looks like a takedown and a fell in hand.
Oh, another blaster.
Wow, another blaster. So
Boba
this is
dual
7 to
wielding.
base up to 25. So he can take down the Ruthless Raider and then fell the Boba unit.
Yeah,
That
I mean
does do
we're
it,
gonna have to
yeah.
see that.
But he's rapidly approaching the point of dead to a stiff breeze here for this for the Anakin player.
I was interested in the sneak attacks from Carlos's board. I wonder if he brought him in.
This would be a great time to have one for Carlos.
Yeah.
And also, if he just has another Ruthless Raider, kill the Yoda now and get to one damage left on base. There's the
Yeah,
sneak
there it
attack.
is.
Sneak
Oh,
attack
sneak
CAD
attack
unit.
CAD.
All right.
So there is the fell, but that is
Yeah, that does not feel good because he can just claim and it's over.
yeah. So
Wow.
Carlos takes the match and takes the tournament 2-0. Avenging his only Swiss loss on stream to this Anakin deck.
In the
So that's got
finals.
yeah. Huge
That's
congrats
exciting.
to Carlos Yoda Killer for taking this down on CAD Red. Also, big props to DZ for the way that I feel like he piloted this Anakin deck very well. His draw seemed really awkward in that game too, but every time we've seen him play, he played really well.
He played great. There was a 200-person tournament in Europe this weekend. Anakin was the top played deck, and nobody made it to top cut. Right, so it is not easy to convert necessarily with this
Yeah.
deck.
Yeah.
He played very well. Got a live, still not live at the moment, but a still photo of them battling it out.
Yes, it was live at some point.
Yes.
A lot of people in chat recognizing both Carlos and DZ's hard work to get here. So yeah, huge congrats to those guys.
All right.
And man, that the one thing that picture shows me is that looks like a cool store. So
Yeah.
one more shout out to Pastime Comics and Games in Chicago for hosting this event. This was a really cool event. Really glad to have gotten to cast it. Big congrats to Carlos for taking it down on CAD Red. Congrats to DZ for coming in second with Anakin Blue. And any final comments you'd like to make, Jonathan?
I'm trying to see if we can get a winner interview.
Oh, excellent.
I'm asking,
Yeah.
can we get that real quick before we wrap up? But let's see.
Well,
Yeah, let's do it. Okay.
We're getting an interview. Nice. And
Winner interview with Carlos.
Excellent. So it sounds like we'll have Yoda Killer himself hopping in momentarily into the call. Rebel, any final thoughts on the games before we get to the interview?
I had a great time commentating. Those were some good games. I think there were, definitely points that they could have gone either way had a different card been drawn or something. So, very good games. And I think the meta, it shows that the meta is really healthy. We had, I think, 7 different decks in the top 8.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the game's in a great spot right now.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I totally agree.
All right, let's we'll wait till we know for sure Carlos can hear us and we can hear him.
I don't know how loud that was for you guys, but I definitely got a jump scare when that when that jumped in very loud into Discord.
A little bit,
so hopefully it wasn't
loud.
too bad for the YouTube users out there. Still working on the winner's interview with Yoda Killer. Carlos should be coming in momentarily.
Yep, I knew Loopy said he does have them. I heard his voice just then. So they're just figuring out how to get us connected.
All right, guys, I got Carlos the winner for you.
Thanks very
Excellent.
much, Loopy.
Yep, and that's in front. Webcam time. So.
Carlos, congratulations. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Ah, there he is. We have a Carlos.
What's going on?
Welcome in, Carlos. We've got Wait, Don't Kill Me, Jonathan Fisher, and Rebel Trader here.
You guys.
Congratulations.
What up, team? Thanks, guys.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts coming out of that fairly dominant, I would say, 2-0 win, avenging your only loss in Swiss?
Oh,
yeah. I made a lot of mistakes.
Don't forget your
Derek and I, we face each other all the time. Any locals, any showdown, we're always like in the finals against each other. And he always gets
be in top 4 and top 8 in the PQ as well. So.
Oh wow, yeah.
Revenge, like Loopy says.
Yeah. Well, now you get to open a case in front of him.
Yes. No, but as you guys know, Cad Bane has been doing some good stuff and testing and stuff, so I'm pretty happy about it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For the listeners, Carlos, do you think you recommend people to pick this deck up, or should they be excited to try it out?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now, like the Cad Bane pings, the Underworld, Zuckuss, all those cards are just great synergy with each other. It does well into Sabine. It does well into like aggro decks. I think it has to shore up the control deck, but like when you're playing 3 of Cad Bane unit, that guy wins games.
Yeah, we definitely saw Cad Bane unit putting in work over a lot of your stream appearances today.
Yeah, definitely. So give it a try.
Rebel Trader, you got a question for Carlos?
I've been trying to think of one. Let's see. How is now there are 2 of them all day? It looks like you've only got 2 of them in your list.
I know. Yeah, it was hit or miss. Like I've seen it before where you just get like you don't want to play him against Target Town decks, so you just get blown out by it, and then you're losing card advantage. But it does help against decks that just can't answer like a Zuckuss. On turn, what is it? 2?
Yeah, turn 2 Zuckuss, and then you can go into turn 3 Forlom.
Exactly. So I liked it. It's a 2 of. I honestly always tell people like the heart of the deck is Jabba the Hutt. I think Jabba the Hutt's the best card in the whole deck.
Mm-hmm.
It allows me to get my tricks. It decreases them. There's a lot of great tricks in there, and it's such a big bot. It's a 2/8, and it's very hard to deal with.
I really like the synergy in your deck with Jabba the Hutt and things like the Hot Shot Blaster, where all of a sudden Jabba's now a 4/8. How has that combo been working out for you over today?
Very good. I've had a blaster or 2 on Jabba. What can you do? If your opponent invests resources into trying to kill it, I mean that's just good for me at the end of the day. So it's kind of hard to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Carlos, how hungry are you?
Dude, I'm starving. I have Popeyes waiting for me at home.
Ooh, nice,
it is
nice.
time.
We'll try not to keep you too long, but the people just want to hear the winner interview,
I'm just happy, that the testing paid off. I think that's the big thing. Getting a lot of reps for it the last few weeks. The work shows like in the decisions that you make and the cards you choose for your sideboard. So I'm pretty happy overall.
Yeah. Definitely.
Well, thanks so much. I think we should wrap it up. Anybody have anything last to add?
I mean, the main last thing I want to add is the YouTube comments are also showing a lot of love to Carlos. I think everybody can recognize that series was really well played on both sides. So yeah, huge congrats to Carlos on taking down a very, very well fought tournament.
Thanks, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah, enjoy your Popeyes.
Yeah.
I will. Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Fed. Good night.
Good night. Loopy.
Good night.
All right, well, I'll sign off. Thanks, everyone. This was great casting and being involved here. Thank you, Loopy. Thank you, Late Night Gaming, for all the work you put in. organizing this stuff. I had a blast. Rebel Trader, it was great meeting you and commentating with you. Thank you.
Yes, I'm just happy.
Yeah, if you're watching this on the TTI channel, remember to always take the initiative. And if you're watching this on Late Night Gaming, then if you made it this far, you're our hero.
Yeah, also shout out to the other partners, Maclunky Gaming and the Bothan Network. These kind of events are always a big team effort with getting this coordination run.
Oh yeah, of course. Does
So,
Maclunky have a sign off that I should say?
I don't know if we have a sign off for Bothan Network either.
No, we don't.
I will say
good
night.
Maclunky Gaming, another group that has put in the work to get content to us, the players.
Absolutely.
Going to PQs, going to events, getting those streaming events up and running for us at their own time and cost, and very incredible. Love those guys.
Yeah, love the high production quality that they put in. Same thing with the late night guys. You can really tell a lot of effort goes into all of this production, and I'm just really glad that we're building this kind of community where we can get this get this content out to people. I think people want to see competitive games at tournaments, so it's really good that these groups are helping make that happen.
Hey, so Poem here, I just want to thank all the casters. You guys, really made this event awesome, and appreciate y'all.
Thank you very much, Poem. Shout out to you as well, doing all the tech work in the background and doing some casting at the same time.
All right, everyone have a good night.
Yeah, that ends it for us. Thanks for hanging out, guys.